Chapter 51, 3 Years Apart. A long drought meets a timely rain, an old friend in a foreign land. The night of the wedding chamber, the moment of being on the gold list. This is what the ancients often referred to as the four joys of life. Wang Sheng never expected that while bringing his senior sister to rescue his junior sister, he would unexpectedly encounter an acquaintance he hadn't seen in many years. Shen Qianlin. She attends this university? He hadn't inquired in detail before, and suddenly meeting her made things somewhat awkward. Wang Sheng suddenly recalled that he seemed to have heard her mention in a text message once that she had come to this city for school. What a coincidence! With so many students in this campus, there are at least 7 or 8 cafeterias, yet they could meet here at this delicate moment. However, the joy of seeing an acquaintance quickly faded, and Wang Sheng's thoughts raced. The timing of encountering Shen Qianlin was somewhat off, and could even be described as unfortunate. If Shen Qianlin were to directly ask, "Aren't you studying martial arts at Wudong Mountain?" this action plan could very likely be derailed by this unexpected situation. The junior sister Qi Wen was right beside him. Already distracted by the phone that had fallen on the ground, Shen Qianlin was carefully identifying him and could very well expose his identity as a Wudong disciple at any moment. When Wang Sheng noticed the chaotic true essence within Qi Wen, he could roughly deduce what had happened here. From the information currently at hand, it could be inferred that someone among the student body at this university had discovered the secret of this planet being able to cultivate again and had obtained some rudimentary cultivation techniques through the internet or other channels, further rallying other students to practice together and developing the embryonic form of a Taoist organization. In simple terms, Qi Wen and her roommate had already embraced the path, but whether it was the righteous or demonic path was still uncertain. However, considering that Qi Wen had already started to ask her family for a large sum of money and there were incidents of cultivators injuring others with talismans, it indeed raised concerns about the environment Qi Wen was currently in. In just 2 seconds of reaction time, Wang Sheng had already figured out what he should do and quickly made up his mind. At this moment, Shen Qianlin had fully recognized that the long-haired boy who suddenly appeared was Wang Sheng, her eyes filled with brightness, almost throwing away the plate in her hands, her emotions quite excited. Naturally, it was just the excitement of old friends reuniting. They hadn't been in contact via text for almost a year. Affection can hardly withstand the test of time, and feelings are most afraid of geographical separation, not to mention they had never started anything. Wang Sheng Jr., it really is you. How did you end up here? Shen Qianlin exclaimed excitedly, attracting curious glances from nearby students, and the few junior girls accompanying her also curiously inquired, "Who is this? Our dear minister actually has time to develop a little romance." "Don't joke, this is my junior from high school. He really saved my life." Shen Qianlin lightly chided, taking a step forward with her plate. "Senior." Wang Sheng winked at Shen Qianlin, a faint smile on his lips, already stepping forward. What does this wink from the junior mean? Shen Qianlin blinked back, her long eyelashes fluttering, and the joy in her eyes quickly turned into a bit of panic. Because Wang Sheng had already rushed to her front in 2 steps, and before Shen Qianlin could react, he opened his arms. "A hug? Does the junior see me so excited? This hairstyle, did he go abroad to study?" "No, he seems to have gone to Wudong Mountain to study martial arts, and he even dropped out to stay on the mountain." "How could?" Shen Qianlin hadn't reacted, yet when Wang Sheng was already in front of her. Bang! Wang Sheng's large hands heavily patted Shen Qianlin's shoulders, causing her to shiver slightly. Then, he spoke in a tone of an elder caring for a younger one. "Senior, it's been years since we last met. You have grown taller again." Shen Qianlin was momentarily confused, thrown off by Wang Sheng's way of greeting, her small hands nearly dropping the plate. But then, a voice slipped into her small ear. "Don't make a big deal of it. I'm just a newly arrived art exchange student here. I'll explain these matters to you later, just don't mention any past events for now." "Exchange student? An art exchange student? I've never heard of domestic exchange students in the art school. Why not mention the past?" "No." Shen Qianlin, who was feeling a bit dizzy, quickly caught on to another focal point. Wang Sheng's lips only moved slightly. How could I hear him so clearly? "I actually forgot that you were also studying at this university." Wang Sheng retracted his hand, speaking with a look of nostalgia. Along with that, he casually checked Shen Qianlin's condition. Shen Qianlin had no true essence within her, and her meridians were in their initial state, which should have nothing to do with Qi Wen's situation. "When did you come?" Shen Qianlin asked softly, her face slightly flushed, her little tongue lightly poking out. Now a junior, Shen Qianlin appeared more knowledgeable and mature compared to 3 years ago, She had already captivated countless juniors in high school, and now she was even more charming, especially with her increasingly curvaceous figure. Even though she had deliberately chosen a loose-fitting dress, it still couldn't hide her somewhat exaggerated curves. "I just arrived today," Wang Sheng replied with a smile, shifting his gaze to the few girls behind Shen Qianlin. "Senior, are these your classmates?" "Yes, yes." Shen Qianlin gradually recovered from her earlier confusion, stealing glances at Wang Sheng, as if returning to that summer afternoon 3 years ago when she had boldly visited a boys' home for the first time. "Hello, Junior. So handsome." "Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Sheng, from the same high school as Senior Shen." The girls displayed knowing smiles, introducing themselves to Wang Sheng and teasing him a bit. They were already juniors close to graduating. What was there to hold back? Seizing this opportunity, Shen Qianlin also slightly regained her composure, watching Wang Sheng from the side, secretly comparing him to the junior she remembered. He has grown so much taller. The somewhat slender figure from 3 years ago has now become tall and elegant. The once vibrant boy has matured into a composed young man. Just looking at him brought an inexplicable sense of peace and full security. Shen Qianlin's gaze, while not exactly filled with affection, easily led one's thoughts astray. Thus, the few senior girls accompanying Shen Qianlin tactfully said their goodbyes. "Qianlin, Junior Wang, we won't disturb you any longer. Qianlin, remember to go back to the dorm tonight. Junior Wang, you two go find a quiet place to catch up. We'll leave first." Hee. Wang Sheng immediately wanted to clarify something for Shen Qianlin, as it concerned her reputation, but those senior girls had already hurriedly taken their dinners and quickly slipped away, laughing and chatting not far off. "They always like to joke around. Junior, don't take it to heart," Shen Qianlin said somewhat awkwardly to Wang Sheng, biting her lip. Just as a thought crossed her mind to temporarily part ways with Wang Sheng while holding her food, another inexplicable emotion suppressed that thought. Just then, Wang Sheng's spiritual senses detected that Qi Wen had made a move. This junior sister first picked up the phone that Wang Sheng had dropped on the ground at her roommate's reminder, and then walked towards them. Wang Sheng pretended not to notice anything and looked at Shen Qianlin with a smile. "Senior, you'll go get some water. What do you want to drink?" No, you. Where do you want to sit?" Shen Qianlin asked softly, wanting to chat and catch up with Wang Sheng. Just as her words fell, a gentle voice came from behind Wang Sheng. "Excuse me, your phone seems to have fallen." It was Qi Wen. At this moment, Wang Sheng could only elevate his not-so-skillful acting to a higher level, subconsciously touching his pants pocket, and then quickly turning around to look at the girl behind him who handed over her phone. The screen was cracked. This thing provided by the investigation team really can't withstand drops. Although the main reason was that at the moment the phone hit the ground, Wang Sheng was distracted by someone calling him and couldn't use his true essence to protect it in time. Wang Sheng took the phone, standing there with a frown and speechless. Shen Qianlin also placed her tray on the empty spot beside her and leaned over with concern. "Ah, it's broken." "It's fine. A screen replacement should fix it," Wang Sheng replied with a smile, his gaze filled with gratitude as he looked at Qi Wen. "Thank you. Can I add you on WeChat? They'll treat you to a meal later as a thank you." Qi Wen just smiled, gently shook her head, and then turned around, walking back to her seat with light steps, continuing to eat her meal slowly. A decisive rejection. Wang Sheng frowned slightly, but quickly regained his usual calm expression and shrugged at Shen Qianlin. Shen Qianlin teased with a smile, "What's wrong? Seeing a cute junior makes you want to get her contact information? You didn't throw your phone behind her on purpose, did you?" Wang Sheng just smiled and remained silent. "Senior, come sit here. Let me introduce you to my girlfriend." "Girlfriend?" Shen Qianlin was filled with countless doubts, unable to help but asked quietly, "Aren't you at Wudong?" "Shu." Wang Sheng made a gesture, his lips moving as his voice slipped into Shen Qianlin's ear. "I'll explain later. I happen to need your help." Shen Qianlin couldn't help but complain, "You're so mysterious now, Junior." Wang Sheng just smiled without responding, his gaze directed at the already standing Mu Wanxian, nodding his chin toward his senior. Shen Qianlin looked in the direction Wang Sheng pointed, and upon seeing Mu Wanxian, she paused slightly, letting out a soft gasp. "What a beautiful girl. Is she your girlfriend?" "Really?" "Of course," Wang Sheng replied with utmost calmness. But inwardly he could only helplessly add that it's not exactly true yet, but it might not be impossible in the future, depending on how much his senior understands the dynamics of relationships. Shen Qianlin immediately regarded Wang Sheng with a look akin to seeing a monster, mumbling softly, "Junior, are you a hidden rich second generation?" Chapter 52. the Supernatural Inspiration Club. Sister, let me introduce you to a friend. Hello, I am Wang Sheng's classmate from high school, 1 year older than him. My name is Shen Qianlin. Nice to meet you. Shen Qianlin introduced herself gracefully, and for some reason, she actively extended her right hand, inviting a handshake. Mu Wanxian glanced at Wang Sheng, and seeing him nod slightly, she shook hands with Shen Qianlin, her eyes revealing a bit of confusion. Did my senior make a new discovery? No. At this moment, Mu Wanxian was merely pondering the philosophical question of which has a higher status in the martial arts community, junior's senior or senior's junior. Shen Qianlin's talkativeness and interpersonal skills surprised Wang Sheng a bit. In just a few exchanges, the atmosphere at the dining table became very harmonious, with Shen Qianlin teasing Wang Sheng and giving Mu Wanxian a few compliments that weren't exactly flattering, quickly dispelling the strangeness between the senior and junior. Mu Wanxian didn't express her thoughts with words. She quietly sat there eating while listening to Wang Sheng and Shen Qianlin chat. Unintentionally, Wang Sheng noticed that when his senior looked at Shen Qianlin, there was a hint of envy in her eyes, which quickly faded. This was something Wang Sheng really couldn't ignore. Senior, you seem quite famous, Wang Sheng said, capturing a few students' whispers with his spiritual sense, smiling at Shen Qianlin. Shen Qianlin sighed softly and said, ever since a senior tricked me into running errands for the student council in my freshman year, I've been doing it for 3 years. Student council? Wang Sheng's mind raced, wanting Shen Qianlin to help investigate, but he quickly dismissed that thought. He couldn't estimate how big this incident would be. Following the thread of conversation, Wang Sheng asked Shen Qianlin about the student council situation and gradually found himself slightly shocked by her resume. No wonder many eyes were drawn to this side. Even Chi-Wan, who had just refused to add Wang Sheng as a friend, was now glancing over here with her roommate. Shen Qianlin was indeed a celebrity at their school, a notable figure on campus, with prominent labels like a top student, an excellent student leader, former vice president of her college's student council, and current head of the school's cultural department. She was active in calligraphy and archery clubs, winning numerous awards in both on-campus and off-campus calligraphy competitions, being chosen as a campus ambassador twice, and representing the school in some international events. Additionally, Shen Qianlin consistently ranked high in unofficial campus beauty competitions and had the pure aura of someone who hadn't dated by her senior year, with many admirers. Considering her positions and outstanding academic performance, this senior really had no time for romance. Hearing other students casually mention these things, Wang Sheng couldn't help but give Shen Qianlin a thumbs up. He suddenly felt that he wasn't a qualified reborn person at all. He had gone straight to the mountains to cultivate after being reborn compared to him. This senior seemed more like. After dinner, Shen Qianlin invited both of them to take a walk by the lake behind the school. Wang Sheng didn't refuse, and Mu Wanxian also gladly agreed. It wasn't that Shen Qianlin enjoyed being a third wheel. She was just too curious about why Wang Sheng had suddenly appeared here and wanted to find a secluded place to ask him face-to-face what was going on. The benches around the lake were usually the sacred ground for young couples to be lovey-dovey. As night fell, a few streetlights flickered, and the lake's surroundings were illuminated by the glimmer of several phone screens, with some young men and women hugging each other. Mu Wanxian didn't pay much attention to this. She was just admiring the lake scenery. Shen Qianlin, however, was already accustomed to it, introducing Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian to the origin of this little lake and its backstory, her voice melodious and pleasant, making one doubt whether she was majoring in something related to narration. Wang Sheng occasionally glanced at his phone. The special investigation team would continuously update him on Chi-Wan's whereabouts. After dinner, the little junior had gone to the library to study with her classmates, fully embodying the role of a good student, and nothing unusual had happened for the time being. Finally, the three of them reached a somewhat secluded corner. Shen Qianlin couldn't help but ask, Wang Sheng, what's going on? How did you suddenly become an exchange student? I even advised you against dropping out back then. Guess? Wang Sheng chuckled, and Mu Wanxian was also amused by his response. Shen Qianlin rolled her eyes but quickly regained her authoritative demeanor as a student council figure, staring directly at Wang Sheng. The last time we contacted, you were still at Wudong Mountain, right? Remembering Wang Sheng's request not to mention past matters, she instinctively lowered her voice. I just came down the mountain a few days ago, senior sister. I don't want to involve you in any strange events, so it's best if you don't ask too many questions. Of course, if you insist on knowing, I can answer you. But after you understand the situation, you must keep it a secret. I might need your help. Shen Qianlin immediately pursed her lips and murmured, Why so mysterious, like an undercover agent? This senior sister always manages to reveal the truth with her casual remarks. Wang Sheng whispered a few words in Mu Wanquan's ear, and she snapped her fingers, slowly spreading her spiritual sense to monitor the surroundings. Half a minute later, Wang Sheng asked, "Senior sister, have you thought it through?" "I've thought it through, I still want to know what's going on." Shen Qianlin looked at Wang Sheng with a firm gaze. "To say something cliché, you saved my life, so if you need my help, I will never refuse." Mu Wanxian blinked, and this time it was her turn to be a bit curious. Wang Sheng didn't bring up the events of the past after all. It was just a small favor. He said, "You can think of me as a temporary police officer. I'm here on a mission to investigate some unstable elements hidden in the school." "Unstable elements?" Shen Qianlin blinked. "Could there really be such people in the school?" "That's the clue we've received," Wang Sheng asked. "Senior sister, you work in the student council. How much do you know about student organizations?" "Well, I know quite a bit, since we all have to gather for meetings every week, and the arts department often organizes competitions for most of the clubs." Shen Qianlin's voice gradually weakened, and she looked at Wang Sheng with some apprehension. "Is it serious?" "There's no conclusion yet." Wang Sheng leaned against the railing, pondering for a moment. He suddenly turned his head, locking his gaze onto Shen Qianlin's eyes, causing her heart to race and her breathing to become a bit uneven. "Senior sister, has anyone ever invited you to join any strange student organizations?" "What counts as a strange organization?" Shen Qianlin asked softly. "There are actually many clubs with pretty strange intentions." Wang Sheng pondered for a moment. "Are there any related to martial arts, magic, longevity, health, or even immortality?" "Immortality and health." Shen Qianlin looked at Wang Sheng with a mix of amusement and confusion. "The application and approval for school clubs are very strict. How could such clubs possibly get approved? There are only 2 or 3 martial arts clubs." "Then, senior sister, have you heard anyone mention these?" Shen Qianlin froze for a moment, thought for a while, as if recalling something. "I think I've seen a handwritten poster that seems to be related to what you mentioned. Wait, I remember someone posted a photo in their social circle. Let me go find it." This senior sister took out her phone and began searching, while Wang Sheng quietly waited, observing Shen Qianlin's profile. Suddenly, Mu Wanxian poked Wang Sheng's arm and whispered, "Someone," meaning someone was observing them. Following the guidance of the senior sister's spiritual sense, Wang Sheng spotted a figure not far away at the corner of a small path, seemingly lost in thought while staring at the lake, a cigarette dangling from their fingers. After a brief sensing, Wang Sheng also detected the faint and mottled true essence within that person. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. These guys were probably similar to him in his previous life, having only a vague understanding of cultivation, lacking systematic cultivation methods, and even failing to conceal their cultivation level. In the future, it would be difficult for them to break through to the gathering spirit realm, busying themselves for half a lifetime, only to end up as ordinary people. Signaling the senior sister not to act rashly, Wang Sheng whispered, "Just pretend we didn't notice them." "I found it," Shen Qianlin lightly exclaimed, but Wang Sheng gestured to stop her from calling out further. Shen Qianlin immediately lowered her voice and, as if seeking praise, handed her phone to Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng intentionally raised his voice a bit and said, "Senior sister, you still have a photo from 3 years ago that's quite something." "What should I say?" Shen Qianlin asked quietly. "Just smile." "Oh, let me find the right feeling." Shen Qianlin seriously opened her mouth. "Hee, ha ha ha." Wang Sheng almost broke into laughter, and Mu Wanxian beside him couldn't help but chuckle, making Shen Qianlin look a bit resentful. But soon, all 3 of their attention fell on Shen Qianlin's phone screen, where a hand-drawn poster was pinned to the bulletin board, making Wang Sheng feel a sense of foreboding. "Supernatural Inspiration Club recruiting today. Do you feel confused about this world? Do you really understand the world you are in? Is science just a lie fabricated by humanity, or the most absurd myth? Are you willing to be an ordinary wage earner, or do you want to stand at the true pinnacle of this era amidst the upcoming opportunities? It's time to tear apart the hypocritical veil of this world." This Saturday at 7:30 p.m., Room 503, Duxing Building, West Campus, we are waiting for you. Limited spots, limited opportunities. The transformation of the era is right in front of you. What are you still waiting for? Transformation, opportunities, era. The Supernatural Inspiration Club? Why do these words feel so ominous at this point, just over 2 years after the resurgence of vitality? "This seems to be a poster that appeared over a month ago," Shen Qianlin said quietly, her memory becoming clearer. "Posters need to be approved in advance, so I remember it was scheduled to be cleaned up that day." Then someone posted this in their social circle, and I found it quite funny. Senior sister, send me the photo. You've already helped a lot with this matter, and I will have someone protect you in secret. From now on, just pretend you haven't seen my senior sister and me. Senior sister. So this is the senior sister he has been referring to in his messages. No wonder this guy was so carefree on the mountain. If he hadn't met this senior sister today, one would really think he was going to become a Taoist priest. Chapter 53, Midnight Gathering. Well, I'll head back first. If you need my help, just call me. In front of a dormitory building, Sun Qianlin stood with her hands behind her back, softly bidding farewell to Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian. Wang Sheng smiled and nodded, while Mu Wanxian waved her hand, and together they watched the charming senior sister enter the building, even hearing her greet the dorm supervisor. It was only 8 p.m., and the campus was lively, the teaching buildings brightly lit. Let's go, sister. Let's find a place to wander around. Okay. Wang Sheng raised his hand, and Mu Wanxian understood, linking her arm with his as they continued to play the part of a couple who had just transferred. Back by the lake, Wang Sheng quietly asked, "Is anyone still following us?" Mu Wanxian carefully searched the vicinity with her spiritual sense and then gently shook her head. Wang Sheng had to consider whether the young man who had been following them was possibly stalking Sun Qianlin. Putting on a Bluetooth headset, Wang Sheng dialed Mu Yu's number, and in the gentle night breeze, he gave a brief summary of today's discoveries. On the other end, Mu Yu expressed her gratitude profusely. The information Wang Sheng gathered in just half a day was sufficient to prove the existence of a cultivation organization within this university, easing the pressure on the special investigation team. Although he had gained a lot in this half day and realized that Qi-Wen might have been deceived by this supernatural inspiration club, upon further reflection, it was still quite difficult for them to take any effective measures. It would be easy to directly abduct the junior sister, but making it easy for the senior sister to report to the higher-ups would require a bit more effort. It was clear that this cultivation organization was not very mature. Although they intended to hide, there were still many loopholes in the details. The unexpected reunion with Sun Qianlin allowed Wang Sheng to open the situation directly, obtaining valuable information about the existence of the Supernatural Inspiration Club, providing a general direction for the special investigation team's work. Correspondingly, Wang Sheng also made a small request to the investigation team provide 24-hour protection for Sun Qianlin's personal safety. If that loose cultivator really was stalking Sun Qianlin today, this senior sister was very likely to encounter trouble. After wandering around the lake, the two headed towards the location where Qi-Wen was. Behind the library, on a deserted path, Wang Sheng suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Sister, once this is over, let's confine him for 10 or 8 years. Mu Wanxian looked up at her serious junior and chuckled, nodding her head. The bustling scenery left no trace, only wishing for the tranquility of the mountains. Although staying on the mountain for too long could become somewhat dull, it was indeed much more comfortable than being here. They went next door to the reading room where Qi-Wen was, found a corner to play on their phones while secretly covering a radius of several dozen meters around Qi-Wen with their spiritual senses. At first glance, everything seemed normal, but upon careful inspection with their spiritual senses, they discovered that half of the students in this reading room had true essence more than 20 small cultivators in the condensation realm, who had just begun their cultivation journey, gathered together, which certainly could not just be for self-study. After staying for more than an hour, around 9:30 in the evening, the students in the reading room began to leave one by one. Mu Wanxian had unknowingly fallen asleep beside them, and Wang Sheng yawned, stretched his back, and continued playing mobile games. In his spiritual sense, these 20 or so students had not gathered together until they left aside from their own companions. There was almost no communication throughout, as if they did not know each other. Around 9:45, the junior sister left the library, and Mu Yu began to report the junior sister's whereabouts continuously. Wang Sheng waited a few more minutes before waking up his senior sister, sending her back to the girls' dormitory so she could keep an eye on Qi-Wen nearby. Just as they reached the bottom of the dormitory building, Qi-Wen, who had gone to the campus supermarket, coincidentally ran into Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian again. With the prior favor of returning the phone, Wang Sheng took the initiative to wave at Qi-Wen, however, responded with a somewhat stiff smile and followed her roommate into the building. Wang Sheng's voice reached his senior sister's ears. Don't contact the junior sister today. The priority is to ensure her safety. If you can help the investigation team, please do so. Mu Wanxian gently nodded, waved goodbye to Wang Sheng, and lightly stepped into the building. Wang Sheng's peripheral vision caught sight of something beside him, quickly retracting his spiritual sense, concealing his aura entirely. A strand of spiritual sense was probing him, originating from the west side of the second floor, about 30 meters away. A cultivator at the gathering spirit stage? Judging by the strength of the spiritual sense entangled around him, it seemed to be at the mid-gathering spirit stage. Wang Sheng refrained from probing back with his spiritual sense, fearing it would alert the snake, and casually walked back to the nearby boys' dormitory, wandering with his phone like other solitary students. Over 20 loose cultivators in the condensation realm studying together, and there was even a mid-gathering spirit expert hidden in the girls' dormitory. This cultivation organization seemed to have already taken root among this group of college students, and it appeared that the deeper they dug, the more complicated it became. On his way back to the dormitory, Wang Sheng almost forgot which room he lived in, but fortunately encountered a buddy from his dorm, saving him from considerable embarrassment. Wang Sheng, Jr., don't you guys in the art school have particularly few classes? Finding a topic, the three boys started chatting with Wang Sheng. He quite missed this atmosphere and casually responded a few times. One chubby roommate chuckled. Wang Sheng, you can sleep first. We'll keep the volume down while playing games. You must be exhausted after a busy day. I'm fine, you guys just play. I'm not afraid of noise. That said, the three roommates still kept the volume to a minimum while gaming, showing special consideration for Wang Sheng, the newcomer. It wasn't until after 1 in the morning that the dormitory buildings gradually quieted down. Wang Sheng had been resting with his eyes closed, listening to the rising and falling snores around him, extending his spiritual sense to the surrounding areas. His phone vibrated twice, and Wang Sheng received a message from Muyu. He quietly got up and slipped out of the room. Muyu and the others had just set up their drone surveillance system tonight, and had detected some unusual activity on campus. A few minutes ago, several students began gathering by the lake, currently totaling 3 males and 2 females, one of whom was Chi, Wen's roommate. More students continued to arrive, all finding a spot and sitting facing the lake, seemingly holding some kind of gathering. Although the investigation team had some reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance abilities, it was not easy to approach these college students with cultivation without drawing their attention. After careful consideration, Muyu transmitted the information to Wang Sheng, allowing him to decide whether to investigate by the lake. In this situation, of course, he had to take a look. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. Wang Sheng moved lightly and went straight to the window at the end of the corridor, leaping out, his figure disappearing into the dark corners where the streetlights did not reach to avoid leaving any fluctuations of true energy. Wang Sheng did not employ the 7-star steps, but his figure remained somewhat ghostly, like a spirit cat, silently weaving through the various corners. The campus at night was exceptionally quiet, with only a few security guards patrolling, and the streetlights remained on all night. A few minutes later, he arrived at a small grove not far from the lake. Wang Sheng stepped onto 2 tree branches, hiding in the crown of a large tree, observing the more than 10 figures gathered by the lake. They were actually meditating and cultivating, embracing the unity of the source, guiding the heavenly and earthly essence into their bodies, refining their physiques, condensing true essence. This was a scene familiar to cultivators, but to see it in a college campus felt somewhat uncanny. Gradually, more students arrived, each finding a position and sitting facing the lake. Wang Sheng discreetly took a photo and sent it to Muyu, then he shook his head, preparing to return to sleep. Cultivation was not illegal. If ordinary people had the ambition for this, they could pursue the path of cultivation and ascension. What was illegal were the cultivators, and after embarking on the path of cultivation, the rapidly expanding desires of many cultivators. The root cause of the problem should be those who intentionally spread cultivation methods, creating social security risks. The Taoist sects have always emphasized that one must cultivate virtue before practicing the Tao, especially after the recovery of heavenly and earthly essence with the resurgence of cultivation matters. Each sect has clear regulations. If one's virtue is unworthy, they will not be taught the profound methods of cultivation. The saying in Journey to the West about scriptures cannot be taken lightly, and laws cannot be transmitted lightly, actually follows this reasoning. Supernatural inspiration. Super spirit. Wang Sheng murmured, just about to leap aside when a figure walking towards the lake caught his attention. This person also had a somewhat chaotic true essence but seemed to be overflowing, barely qualifying as lake condensation realm, clearly higher in cultivation than the students practicing over there. This person walked behind the crowd, lightly cleared his throat, and the students who were meditating by the lake immediately stood up, each cupping their hands in greeting. Someone quietly asked, "Guardian, you're here." "Guardian?" Unexpectedly, this guy who arrived later was still a little leader. Wang Sheng spread his spiritual sense over, clearly hearing their conversation. Well, how is the cultivation tonight? Everything is going smoothly. Does the Guardian have any pointers for us? Just follow the mantras I taught you. The principle of not overreaching is emphasized repeatedly. Don't you all understand? The Guardian's voice carried a hint of impatience. And don't forget this month's membership fee's due in 3 days. Rest assured, Guardian, we won't forget. Someone muttered quietly, isn't the membership fee a bit too expensive? The Guardian lightly snorted, and the speaker quickly lowered his head, not daring to say another word. The Guardian's voice grew slightly louder, and the surrounding students could only lower their heads and listen to the lecture. What endeavor does not require investment? Right now, you are investing in yourselves. Moreover, these mantras were obtained at great financial cost by the elders. Do you think they just fell from the sky? Keep meditating, and remember to leave before 4 o'clock. Yes, the group of 20 to 30 people sat down again facing the lake, while the Guardian walked to the edge behind a girl, whispering a few words before leaving with his hands behind his back. The girl sat for a while, then stood up and followed the direction the Guardian had left. The others remained silent, as if they were already used to it. Wang Sheng could easily guess what would happen next. Taking advantage of a gust of wind through the trees, Wang Sheng left the treetops and quickly disappeared into the woods, quietly following the girl towards the school gate. In this day and age, even cultivating could involve unspoken rules. Wang Sheng was indeed gaining more insights tonight. Chapter 54, Astonishing Scale. Half an hour later, on the 11th floor of a hotel outside the school, in the corridor, Wang Sheng stood outside a door with his arms crossed, listening to the sultry music inside, while his mind remained calm. This was of no use for cultivation, unless there was a legendary yin-yang harmony cultivation method. Otherwise, this was purely a waste of one's potential and energy. A Taoist from his previous life, known as extinction, said it well. If one lacked the awareness to reproduce, what right did they have to pursue immortality? Ahem, of course, it also depended on who one was with, like a master. Sudden footsteps approached from the side, and Daniel rushed over with a few men in police uniforms from the elevator, panting as he saluted Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng made a shushing gesture, wiggling his index finger towards the door, then stepped aside, and Daniel nodded solemnly. Bang! Daniel knocked twice on the door, and the voices inside immediately quieted down, while the sounds from the television became clearer. Who is it? Sir, is that your takeaway? No. Get lost. A furious voice came from inside, followed by a series of unbearable sounds. Daniel's nostrils flared, clearly angered. The burly investigator stood at the door, drew his gun from his waist, then lowered his body, channeling his energy to his dantian, with a faint internal energy flowing between his legs. He was indeed a practiced fighter. Open the door, Daniel shouted, then kicked the door hard, nearly breaking it off its hinges. With a loud crash, the door swung open. The front desk girl, who rushed over, turned pale, then looked at them in anger but said nothing, even though she clearly held a spare room card. The timing of Daniel and the police bursting in was quite delicate. The young couple on the bed were so engrossed in each other that when they looked up, they saw several stern-looking men in police uniforms rushing towards them. At that moment, the Guardian was caught off guard. Don't move. Police raid. Show your ID. Oh, we're not moving. We're students. The girl's scream and the boy's panic shout made Wang Sheng's mouth twitch slightly. Now they realized they were still students? Where were they earlier? We're just dating, college couple. A police officer calmly replied. Just because you say you're a couple doesn't mean you are. Where's your student ID? The hotel registration was under your name, right? You've got a few prior offenses. How can we trust you? Hey, I don't have any prior offenses. I've never been to any illegal places. Come on. You're coming with us. Without waiting for the Guardian to say anything, several police officers had already grabbed him and threw a few pieces of clothing onto him. The girl wrapped herself in a blanket and ran to the bathroom to change clothes, and no one bothered her. A few minutes later, the Guardian, looking disheveled, was pushed out of the hotel entrance by the police, looking unfortunate. The girl, with red and swollen eyes, followed behind, being taken to another police car. In the hotel lobby, Wang Sheng was sitting cross-legged, casually reading a magazine to pass the time, while a strand of spiritual awareness wrapped around the Guardian. Daniel walked over and exchanged a few words with the front desk. Wang Sheng nonchalantly got up and joined Daniel in the police vehicle behind. As soon as they got in the car, Daniel grinned at Wang Sheng. Hee, we caught a Guardian so quickly it looks like we can take out this group tomorrow. Wang Sheng smiled without saying a word, took out his phone, and sent a message to his senior sister, asking her to keep an eye on Chi-1 and to inform him immediately if there was any movement. Do we have basic information? We've already got it from the school. This guardian is named Gu Tianlin from Northwest Shandong, majoring in electronic information engineering, a junior this year. Based on his campus network login times and frequency, he seems to be quite reclusive, hasn't stirred up much trouble, often skips classes to play games, a pretty standard college guy. His cultivation level has been confirmed as latest stage Qi condensation, which makes him a relatively dangerous person, but fortunately, he didn't see through us, just thought he was caught by mistake. Wang Sheng nodded. Did I bring my sword? Daniel nodded. Yes, it's in the trunk. Why, are we going to fight? Just in case, Wang Sheng said. We need to get his phone. This so-called super spiritual society must be contacting him online. Then we'll see if we need to interrogate him. All right, I'll arrange that right now. Daniel replied, turning to get busy. The off-road vehicle drove only about 2 kilometers before stopping in a corner of the police station. After everything was set up inside and out, Wang Sheng and Daniel got out of the car. Accompanied by several on-duty police officers, they went to the monitoring room outside the interrogation room, observing Gu Tianlin's expression through the one-way glass. Gu Tianlin, the guardian, was quite presentable, and he didn't resist arrest. At that moment, he was only wearing a pair of shorts and a jacket, looking very disheveled. With a dejected look, Gu Tianlin sat there, constantly rubbing his forehead, lamenting how unlucky his day had been. He hadn't even realized what was about to happen next. He still thought he was just caught by mistake, waiting for the police to verify the situation and let him go. Daoist Wang, we've already taken his phone to crack it. It should be done in a few minutes. Daniel leaned in to ask, what's the next step? Get 2 officers who are more experienced, Wang Sheng said. For extraordinary matters, we should use extraordinary means. Let's see if we can bluff him a bit to reel in a big fish. All right, Daniel replied and hurriedly began to look for seasoned interrogators. Soon, 2 middle-aged officers were brought before Wang Sheng. After a brief explanation, the 2 men showed signs of hesitation but still nodded in agreement. It was just about intimidating someone. They did this often. The 2 serious-looking officers entered the interrogation room, and their conversation could be clearly heard. Officer, I really wasn't soliciting. That was my girlfriend. Girlfriend? When is her birthday? When did you get together? I can tell you. She has already explained all of this clearly. Aye. What? Can't say? Can't say is right. You rich kid, thinking you can do whatever you want just because your parents have money? Let me tell you, not a chance. Give me your parents' phone number. My family is out of town, officer. I really wasn't soliciting. I was just. Gu Tianlin suddenly fell silent, looking troubled at the 2 officers, then held his head and sighed repeatedly. He had to either admit to soliciting or confess to being involved in a blackmail scheme, which would implicate the organization behind him. He could discern the gravity of the situation. I really wasn't soliciting. Stop wasting words. Get your parents here. My parents are out of town. I then call your school teacher or advisor. It's the middle of the night. Officer, I admit my fault. Can we not call anyone else? I really wasn't soliciting. But if this gets back, I won't be able to survive at school. The interrogation had entered a somewhat deadlocked stage. Some officers brought over 2 chairs, and Wang Sheng didn't hold back, sitting down to wait for the interrogation results. After more than 10 minutes, Daniel took back Gu Tianlin's phone with a serious expression and whispered a few words to Wang Sheng, whose expression also slightly changed. Gu Tianlin's phone had been hacked without a trace, revealing 4 WeChat groups. Among them was a protector group with more than 20 members. There were only 6 protectors in this university, while the rest were from other universities in the city. One group was led by Gu Tianlin, with over 60 members, all club members under his responsibility as a protector. Another group, called Elite Core of the Super Spiritual Society, had more than 100 members. The last one was a small group of only 7 or 8 people, consisting of Gu Tianlin's own trusted confidants. This is a big deal, Daniel said in a low voice. We've gone through the chat records and currently estimate that this organization has developed nearly 1,000 members, involving 4 universities in the city. The membership fees vary, but on average, each person pays about $1,000 to $2,000 a month. This organization collects about $1 to $2 million in fees every month. Additionally, we found evidence in earlier chat records linking them to several robbery cases from a few months ago. Daniel's voice grew even lower, while Wang Sheng's expression turned somewhat stern. Noticing that Daniel seemed hesitant, Wang Sheng said, "Is there anything else? If it's inconvenient to tell me, you don't have to." We compared the WeChat IDs in that elite core group, and it seems that Chi-1 is among them. Daniel sighed. She's even a leader. A leader? The junior sister? Wang Sheng felt a bit overwhelmed. Speaking of which, if Qi wanted to cultivate her way to immortality, she could just go to Wudong Mountain to find her own father. Surely, her master would treat her like a treasure and help her open all her meridians in no time. But then again, perhaps the junior sister didn't even know she had a father named Qin Yanzi. After the return of the world's spiritual energy, it was easy for skilled cultivators to deceive ordinary people even with just a few tricks. Wang Sheng said, "Give him the phone and let him call someone to bring the money." If the junior sister was really involved, he had to protect her first and discuss other matters after the master came out of seclusion. Daniel called over a nearby officer and handed the phone to the two older police officers. After nearly half an hour of waiting, Gu Tianlin finally couldn't hold on any longer and asked to get his phone back, making a call. It was already 4:30 a.m. Wang Sheng carefully observed Gu Tianlin's respectful, yet somewhat anxious expression while making the call, feeling that he had caught a big fish. "Give me the car keys." Wang Sheng extended his hand towards Daniel. "What's wrong?" "Taoist, where are you going?" "I'll drive you." "Not going anywhere." Wang Sheng took the car keys Daniel handed over and smiled. "Just taking half my life." With that, he floated out the door, leaving over 10 police officers exchanging glances. Chapter 55. The sword is drawn early in the morning. It was not his counselor or mentor, nor his parents far away in northwestern Shandong, who came to the police station to pick up Gu Tianlin, but a relative of his. This was an elderly man with gray hair, dressed in a tang suit. He appeared quite spirited, though not very tall. He gave off a lively aura. As soon as he entered the police station, Wang Sheng, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately reminded Daniel to be alert. The reason was simple. This old man was a practitioner at the gathering spirit stage, and his cultivation level was hard to gauge. But his spiritual sense was clearly adept and not like the mixed bag of talents like Gu Tianlin. Was this man a Taoist priest? He didn't seem like one. And his aura of cultivation didn't seem to belong to the Taoist lineage either. Although the true essence within the old man was quite refined, it lacked the continuous and natural feeling that is characteristic of various Taoist schools. The world certainly does not only have the Taoist school as its inheritance. However, the influence of the Taoist school is the most far-reaching, which is why it is regarded as the orthodox path of cultivation. More than 1,000 years ago, various cultivation sects flourished, and now many Taoist inheritances have emerged abroad, not to mention within the country. Perhaps, while the Taoist school remains unaware, many hidden inheritances have quietly resumed. This old man greeted everyone politely, signing papers and filling out forms with great efficiency, maintaining a smile even towards several police officers who were deliberately cold. It wasn't until he saw Gu Tianlin that the elderly man, who looked to be in his 60s, widened his eyes and rushed forward, delivering a swift kick to Gu Tianlin's waist, knocking the burly young man down to the ground. How embarrassing. Gu Tianlin could only sigh, feeling as if he had lost his family, and got up, half naked, following behind the elderly man. After paying the fine, the elderly man, identified as Gu Gufing on his ID, wore a stern expression and silently led Gu Tianlin out of the police station. They waited at the entrance for a while, hailed a taxi, and left the place with Gu Tianlin, who was bare-legged. Not long after the taxi departed, an SUV appeared at the street corner and followed them from a distance. Inside the SUV, Daniel yawned wearily. He had been staying up for the second consecutive night, having slept less than 4 hours over 2 days. Wang Sheng, however, showed no signs of fatigue, as he had already 1 foot in the fetal formation stage. Even though he couldn't fast yet, several days without sleep wouldn't greatly affect his mental state. The SUV merely followed from a distance. There were not many vehicles on the road early in the morning, so they weren't worried about losing track. Inside the taxi, Gu Tianlin sat nervously next to the elderly man, not daring to breathe. "Second uncle, shut up. You're ruining the family reputation." Gu Gufing glared at him, and Gu Tianlin shivered, lowering his head and not daring to speak. The driver seemed to understand something, revealing a rather meaningful smile. The taxi drove into a neighborhood not far from Gu Tianlin's campus, and Daniel wanted to follow in, but was stopped by Wang Sheng. This was likely an outpost for the other party, and Daniel's vehicle was too conspicuous, easily alarming the target. "Taoist Wang, that old man is quite powerful, isn't he?" Daniel asked with some concern. "Stronger than my master, Li Shiwu," Wang Sheng replied, making Daniel's expression turn serious. After all, Daniel didn't know who was stronger than whom. It was just that any random old cultivator would be more formidable than him, who only knew martial arts. "So what do we do now?" What else can we do? We can't let them escape, Wang Sheng said, grabbing the black cloth-wrapped Wenyuan's sword beside him. I'll go check the situation. You call for backup. Danyu still wanted to say something, but Wang Sheng had already pushed open the car door and jumped out, holding the Wenyuan's sword upside down, moving at a steady pace toward the entrance of the neighborhood. The security guard in the booth was sound asleep and showed no signs of waking up. All right. Danyu clicked his tongue, feeling that as an elite member of this investigation team, he had no room to operate in the presence of such otherworldly figures. The city spanning the Great River was gradually awakening with the rise of the sun. Many elderly people were already out for their morning exercises, and the sounds of cooking were coming from various homes. Occasionally, one could see office workers hurrying along for their early shifts. Wang Sheng had left a trace of spiritual sense on Gu Tianlin last night, and he could faintly sense the general direction of the target. However, after winding through the neighborhood for quite a while, he ended up at another entrance of the complex. Fortunately, he had kept up. Gu Gufeng was indeed cautious, using this neighborhood as a decoy. Sharing his location with Danyu, Wang Sheng stepped forward to follow. Outside this entrance was a food street, bustling with people, and the haphazardly parked vehicles made the already narrow street feel even more crowded. Soon, Wang Sheng spotted Gu Gufeng, who was buying breakfast at a bun shop. From the amount of breakfast the old man was buying, it seemed to be prepared for 4 to 6 people. To avoid drawing attention, Wang Sheng turned to a nearby porridge shop to buy a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, leisurely sipping it through a straw while following Gu Gufeng from a distance. After a while, they arrived at an older building area. Gu Tianlin was squatting at an alley entrance, and when he saw the old man approaching with bags of breakfast, he hurried over to help. Second uncle, let me help. Humph. Although Gu Gufeng was somewhat displeased, his expression was much better than before. The two entered the alley, which was quiet and empty. Gu Gufeng finally couldn't help but scold. How many times have I told you not to call me second uncle? It's disrespectful. Yes, yes. Elder Gu Tianlin replied with a wry smile. What happened last night? Did you really do something disgraceful? Gu Gufeng raised his head to look at his nephew, feeling somewhat disappointed. Gu Tianlin sighed. What kind of person do you think I am, second uncle? No. Elder, don't you know? How could I do something to disgrace the family? That girl from last night is my girlfriend from university. The police just assumed I was soliciting and locked me up. Really? Of course it's true. I'll bring my girlfriend to meet you one day. Suddenly, light laughter came from behind them. So you're saying that girl from last night is your girlfriend? Both Gu Gufeng and Gu Tianlin turned around to see a young man who had appeared at the entrance of the alley without them noticing. Gu Gufeng glanced at the man's feet and noticed a certain rhythm that seemed to contain some Taoist essence. His expression turned serious. The old man's eyes sparkled with intelligence as he raised a hand to protect Gu Tianlin behind him. Gu Tianlin, however, was fixated on the long sword wrapped in black cloth that the newcomer was holding, feeling inexplicably unsettled. The newcomer was, of course, Wang Sheng. He said calmly, "But didn't I hear last night that you told that girl that if she complied with your wishes, you'd cover her membership fees and even offer her extra techniques and pills to enhance her cultivation? Why you don't say such things?" Gu Tianlin's face suddenly changed. Second uncle. I didn't do that. I really didn't. Humph. Shut up. Aren't you embarrassed enough? We'll settle your matters later. Gu Gufeng immediately understood the context of last night's incident and turned to Gu Tianlin, wishing he could slap him. But then, the old man quickly thought of something. His gaze fixed on Wang Sheng, a hint of shock in his eyes. Who are you exactly? What is your purpose here? Please stop. Wang Sheng, however, did not stop, and there was only a distance of more than 10 meters between him and the pair. The Wenyuan sword vibrated slightly, and the black cloth began to unravel on its own. Quick, go. Gu Gufeng decisively commanded, lightly shaking his arm to push Gu Tianlin back 3 steps. Hurry and notify them. Just say someone has set their sights on us. Gu Tianlin hurriedly replied, Second uncle, I'll stay to help you. He's just one person. How powerful can he be? Gu Gufeng turned his head and scolded, Don't make things worse here. At that moment, Wang Sheng suddenly launched an attack. He stepped forward, his feet bursting with true essence. 2 steps ahead, his figure was like an arrow released from a bow. By the time Gu Gufeng turned around, Wang Sheng had already built up momentum, his icy spiritual intent locking onto the vital points around Gu Gufeng. Wang Sheng's feet shifted like the 7 stars. The 3rd step landing on a shallow puddle, yet not a single droplet splashed up. On the 4th step, the soles of his shoes rapidly imprinted against the walls on either side of the alley, the black cloth in his hand fluttering back. A flash of sword light shooting forward. In just 4 steps, he had crossed over 10 meters and was right in front of Gu Gufeng. Although Gu Gufeng reacted quickly, he could only muster his true essence in time and pushed forward with a palm, true essence surging out. The old man's face turned ashen, and his somewhat dim eyes seemed to reflect 7 bright stars, his figure engulfed by the sword shadows. The 7-star sword formation. The hawk striking the rabbit used all its strength. This was not a mutual spar, so how could Wang Sheng leave any opportunity for the opponent? Thus, the sword formation unleashed its power at its strongest. Gu Gufeng was indeed decisive, braving the injury to his left arm. He took the 2 most lethal strikes from Wang Sheng, leaving 2 deep gashes on his arm, but seizing the chance, he fished out a talisman from his bosom. However, before he could even activate a single talisman, another flash of sword light passed by, directly slashing through the yellow paper talismans. This was the experience gained from competing against that fellow Shi Qianzhong twice. Gu Gufeng wanted to continue using his methods, but he had already lost the chance to resist. In the blink of an eye, the tips of the sword had pierced his 2 shoulder sockets. As blood spurted forth, 2 streams of pure true essence surged into Gu Gufeng's body, directly collapsing the meridians in his shoulders. This injury was quite serious. If not treated properly afterward, his arms would likely be rendered useless. Gu Gufeng was both pained and furious, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But before he could, Wang Sheng stepped forward, already appearing at the old man's side, the hilt of his sword mercilessly striking at Gu Gufeng's neck. Learning from the lesson of dealing with that evil cultivator during the Li family's haunting, Wang Sheng this time chose to incapacitate the target directly to avoid any further complications. In just a few seconds, a mid-stage gathering spirit cultivator had been subdued. Gu Gufeng was lightly pushed by Wang Sheng, sliding down helplessly against the wall, blood flowing from his wounds, looking quite miserable. Just 2 to 3 meters away, Gu Tianlin was nearly dumbfounded, standing there like a wooden man, unable to move. His second uncle actually fled. Run quickly. The thought exploded in Gu Tianlin's mind, but his body was frozen and unable to move due to rigidity. A flash of sword light came, barely stopping next to his carotid artery. Gu Tianlin's hands and feet turned cold. A slightly cool morning breeze blew in, causing him to shiver twice, finally fully waking up. The long sword was right before him, the blade shimmering as if rippling with light, ready to take his life at any moment. Chapter 56. A net for 8 fish, please, don't kill me. Gu Tianlin's voice trembled uncontrollably, as the sword was now merely millimeters from his neck, the sharp point seemingly piercing his skin. Truth be told, he was just a third-year student. Having never experienced such a situation, just the sight of blood made his legs weak, and not wetting his pants was already quite an achievement. Wang Sheng did not retract his sword, merely saying, "Get the breakfast ready, and take me to the place you were just about to go." Allah, you don't understand Mandarin? Wang Sheng's expression turned cold, causing Gu Tianlin to hurriedly agree, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Who on earth was this suddenly appearing swordsman? Just a glance made him lose all sense of resistance. It turned out that the TV dramas and movies he watched as a child were not lying. Wang Sheng flicked his wrist, using a clever force to send Gu Tianlin staggering back. He then casually swung his sword, slicing through the pocket of Gu Tianlin's shirt, nearly cutting the phone that had helped the special investigation team in half. Seeing this, Gu Tianlin's face went even paler, realizing that his life was now in the hands of the other party. Quickly lead the way. I have no intention of killing anyone. Your second uncle will naturally have someone to take care of him soon. Whether he can keep his cultivation intact will depend on luck. Glancing at Gu Gufeng, who lay bloodied against the wall, Gu Tianlin's voice continued to tremble. This, fine. Wen Yuan's sword was handed to his left hand and rested behind him. Wang Sheng calmly watched Gu Tianlin. The latter raised his trembling hand to wipe his forehead, turning around and walking deeper into the alley. Wang Sheng was not worried about him pulling any tricks, maintaining a distance of no more than a meter, ready to use him as a meat shield in case of emergency. As they exited the alley, Gu Tianlin tried to sit down to rest multiple times, but was deterred by the cold sword intent behind him. They wound through the old buildings that had been bustling decades ago for about 7 or 8 minutes, finally arriving at a shantytown, likely a remnant of the city's renovation process. Gu Tianlin pointed to a small courtyard not far away, trembling as he said, "That's the place. Big brother, can you let me go?" Wang Sheng replied indifferently, "Go deliver the food." Gu Tianlin finally couldn't hold back his tears. Turning to look at Wang Sheng, snot and tears streaming down his face. "Big brother, I'm just a student. I haven't done anything heinous. Please let me go." Wang Sheng silently watched him, his expression showing no sign of fluctuation, the long sword behind him emitting a soft sword hum. In a flash, Wang Sheng appeared beside Gu Tianlin, the hilt of his sword pressing against his neck, directly knocking him unconscious. "Now you realize you're just a student? How did you act like a lecherous director last night?" Wang Sheng sneered slightly, and under the astonished gazes of two heavily made-up older sisters, he charged towards the small courtyard pointed out by Gu Tianlin. His spiritual intent swept through. Taking in the scene in the courtyard, there were actually 6 elderly people with white hair, 4 men and 2 women, all of whom were at the early to mid-stage of gathering spirit, currently gathered around a square table eating porridge and pickled vegetables. The courtyard door was kicked open, and the 6 elders were momentarily taken aback, all looking toward the door. Wang Sheng approached with his sword, the chilling sword intent locking onto the 6 of them. Hostility evident. This morning was no different from usual. They had woken from their sleep, drinking the lotus leaf porridge made by a certain kind-hearted old lady, waiting for a few small steamed buns to arrive. Yet, unexpectedly, this tranquility was suddenly shattered when the young man with the long sword rushed in, standing in the courtyard. Exuding a sharp aura, Wang Sheng simply asked, "Elder of the super spirit?" An old woman with a headscarf shouted, "Which family's brat has grown tired of living? Don't underestimate him. His cultivation is above ours." "Dare I ask, sir?" Before the disordered voices of the group could finish, Wang Sheng ignored them completely and charged forward. There would be time to discuss these matters after capturing them. The gathering of supernatural practitioners in this city, with accents from all corners of the world, already proves their identity as the inheritors of the Tao who aim to profit by passing on their methods to university students under the Elder Council of the Supernatural Inspiration Society. Although Wang Sheng's sudden attack caught his opponents off guard, these individuals were not the weak ones like Gu Tianlin. Their age and experience far exceeded his. 2 elderly men skilled in martial arts flipped a table and charged at Wang Sheng from both sides. The other 4 quickly jumped back to create distance. "Get your weapons." An old woman pulled out a talisman and began chanting, while an elder snatched up an iron rod from the corner and rushed into the fray. Another person hurried back into the room, realizing they didn't have their weapons at hand. In the blink of an eye, the 2 elderly men confronting Wang Sheng were already in close combat with him, followed by 2 screams. The sword left a trail of light as Wang Sheng casually drew 2 overlapping diagrams of the Big Dipper, his figure swaying like willow catkins in the wind. The sword tip already sending forth 2 blood arrows. "Damn it, this kid's swordsmanship is impressive. Don't blame me for being ruthless." An old woman, seeing this, revealed a fierce expression, pulling out a tattered handkerchief from her bosom and tossing it out, releasing 3 or 4 venomous insects that flew towards Wang Sheng like hidden weapons. Wang Sheng scoffed. If it was a fight, then let it be a fight. Why resort to tricks? The sword light flickered, and several poisonous insects were severed. But the toxic mist still forced Wang Sheng to retreat to the side. Another fireball came crashing down from above, and Wang Sheng had to dodge again to avoid being burned by the fire talisman. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 elderly men, despite their injuries to the shoulder and wrist, still pressed forward, aiming their palms and fists at Wang Sheng's vital points. However, they completely failed to catch Wang Sheng's figure, directly missing their targets. The sword rose and the stars fell. Chaos erupted. "My apologies," Wang Sheng softly muttered, but he had already decided not to hold back. The sword light flipped, and the elderly man on the left was pierced through the shoulder, swaying left and right. Wang Sheng's body was horizontal, delivering a powerful kick that struck the other man squarely in the chest. True essence surged violently, and the 2 elderly men were almost simultaneously sent flying backward. The one injured by the sword was relatively better off, only suffering a surface wound, but the one kicked by Wang Sheng crashed into a wall over 10 meters away, spitting blood and losing consciousness, his internal injuries severe. Whoosh! A sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly approached, and an arrow's whistle pierced Wang Sheng's ears. His body's reflexes were already beyond his thoughts. Just as he intended to dodge, he had already completed the action of turning and swinging his sword. In a dangerous moment, the long sword struck the tail of the flying wooden arrow, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to his face as the arrow grazed his cheek. Even with Wang Sheng's considerable experience, he was drenched in cold sweat at this moment. With a cold snort, Wang Sheng charged towards the side room where the archer was located, not forgetting to swing the one-yuan sword and unleash several sword energies. The old woman holding the handkerchief let out a muffled groan, blood blooming from her shoulders as she fell backward weakly. Another wooden arrow shot towards him, enveloped in thick true essence. But having lost the advantage of surprise, how could it still pose a threat to Wang Sheng? The one-yuan sword was held level, its tip aimed at the arrow's head, directly splitting it in half. Inside the room, an elder gripping an iron bow stared wide-eyed at this scene as Wang Sheng crashed through the window, sword raised. Run. This person is not someone we can handle. Who are you? We have no grievances with you in the past or present. Why must you be so aggressive? Two shouts rang out in the courtyard. But Wang Sheng didn't even look at the elderly man he had knocked out. He swiftly lunged toward the two who could still move. The outcome was also without suspense. Under the one-yuan sword, these 6 elders, who could only be considered loose practitioners, had no room for resistance even when joining forces. Wang Sheng had no intention of killing, otherwise, it would have only taken a few more strikes. The members of the investigation team soon arrived to clean up, with more than 10 rushing in and a large number of police reinforcements following. By the time they reached the scene, Wang Sheng had already thoroughly inspected it. These 6 elders were precisely the 6 from the Supernatural Inspiration Society, hailing from 4 different regions, and their respective rooms contained Taoist robes bearing the society's emblem. Capturing 7 elders and 1 protector in less than 24 hours was enough to boost the morale of the special investigation team. However, Wang Sheng couldn't feel happy about it, for during the inspection, he discovered the old woman's phone that he had knocked unconscious. The phone interface was still on WeChat, and a message had already been sent out. There's a master, though it was just these simple 3 words. It was enough for the remaining members of the Supernatural Inspiration Society to deduce what had happened. At the very least, if someone came here to investigate, they would notice the abnormalities. Wang Sheng pondered for a moment and called for Daniel, instructing him, "Tell those police not to come near here, turn off the sirens, and have them take a detour to deal with some underworld gang." What? Daniel looked at this Taoist in confusion. Why does it feel like this young Taoist's thoughts are always so hard to grasp? Go do it, I'll explain later. With a sigh, Daniel turned and shouted a few strange commands to the busy public servants. Soon, the 7 elders and 1 protector were tightly bound and loaded onto a transport vehicle, and the investigation team members worked to restore the courtyard as much as possible before quickly retreating. Although some signs of the fight couldn't be concealed, if the other party didn't carefully investigate, they likely wouldn't find any results. As for the interrogation of these 7 elders and the protector, that was no longer something Wang Sheng would concern himself with. Keep an eye on this courtyard. If someone comes to investigate, follow them to see if we can uncover more. After sitting in the back seat of the off-road vehicle, Wang Sheng let out a light sigh of relief and said, "Also, ask your team leader if these people can be dealt with. Can I take Chi-Wen away from here directly?" "Leave." Daniel frowned, pondering for a moment, then suddenly understood Wang Sheng's intention. If Chi-Wen was indeed a high-ranking member of the Supernatural Inspiration Society, based on the evidence collected against the society, a few years in prison would be inevitable. Wang Sheng was naturally self-serving and quite straightforward. At this point in time, there was room for negotiation. It wouldn't be difficult for Wang Sheng to take Chi-Wen away unscathed. However, if the situation continued to escalate, and the Supernatural Inspiration Society truly incited the students to cause a ruckus, it would be very difficult for anyone to escape. "I'll go ask," Daniel whispered, letting out a quiet sigh, feeling somewhat drained even as he pressed the gas pedal. Chapter 57. Rain comes, wind grows strong. Thunder and lightning. Wang Sheng was very detail-oriented in his work. When he caught the ghost at the Li family, he arranged for himself and Zhou Yinglong to sneak back to the Li residence while having Li Shiwu drive back to Wudong Mountain, fearing that an insider from the Li family might install a tracking device in the car. Although it was later confirmed that the person, Li Shiqi, wasn't that clever and hadn't made such meticulous arrangements, being cautious was never a mistake. In this surprise attack on the elders of the Supernatural Inspiration Society, Wang Sheng instructed the police to deal with an underworld gang to mislead the leaders of the Supernatural Inspiration Society, so they wouldn't immediately realize that they had been targeted by official forces, facilitating the actions of the investigation team afterward. Before these 7 elders were captured, the only information that had been transmitted was those 3 words, "There's a master." How the other party interprets it, and how the leaders of the Super Spirit Society will arrange things, are all unknown and uncertain factors. Strangely, the members of the special investigation team responsible for this incident all felt a certain pressure. They are all ordinary people, and most of them have just graduated from police academy and undergone a period of intensive training, and they hurriedly took up their posts in the special investigation team. Even though they have guns and temporary authority to handle situations, they feel no sense of security when facing practitioners with various skills and spells. This time, they are only responsible for interrogating the 7 old practitioners captured by Wang Sheng, and they are already racking their brains, remaining tense throughout the process, utilizing all possible measures. The Madman's attire is a very practical piece of equipment that can effectively restrict the movements of practitioners, combined with anesthetics, stun guns, and water balloons. In short, the special investigation team must ensure that ordinary practitioners of the gathering spirit realm have no possibility of resistance or escape once they fall into their hands. Wang Sheng did not participate in the interrogation. Although Mu Yu and Din Yo hoped Wang Sheng could oversee it, he politely declined. He was just helping. He was not serving the government. He brought a Qin box and took his Wen Yuan sword with him to campus. He also remembered to buy breakfast for his senior sister by the roadside and arranged to meet her in a quiet corner. The two found a patch of grass under a willow tree to sit for a while. Wang Sheng briefly recounted his experiences from the previous night, and after Mu Wanxian listened carefully, she showed him a reproachful expression. How could he fight without bringing her, the senior sister? Wang Sheng smiled and said, "They are just some scattered practitioners who pose no significant threat. Those famous sects are unlikely to get involved in this matter, so there shouldn't be too many troublesome enemies." Mu Wanxian puffed her cheeks, but did not express much. "Let us try to interact with the junior sister today," Wang Sheng said, "and see how things develop next. I'm quite curious about who exactly created this super spirit society." Mu Wanxian looked a bit puzzled. Wang Sheng explained, "These elders clearly gathered from different regions to this city, from all corners of the world. According to the intelligence we have received, there are at least 10 more scattered practitioners in the gathering spirit realm holding elder positions in the super spirit society, most of whom are elderly. It seems there are even higher ranks above the elders, and there must be a supreme leader for this society. I'm just a bit curious about them. But we should focus on protecting the junior sister and help the teacher's wife resolve this trouble," he added. Mu Wanxian nodded solemnly, appearing to fully understand what her junior brother was saying, even though she was inevitably a bit confused. The two sat under the tree for a while, but Mu Wanxian hurried back, worried that there might be something unusual on Qi Wen's side. Watching his senior sister's long hair fluttering as she walked along the campus path, Wang Sheng felt a slight restlessness within him gradually calm down. He sighed softly, sat under the tree for a while longer, and then got up to return to the boys' dormitory. When he returned to the dorm, all 3 roommates were still fast asleep, and Wang Sheng quietly went back to his bed. He originally planned to lie down and meditate, but a little drowsiness hit him, and he fell into a light sleep. With 1/3 of the elders from the Super Spirit Society captured, there might be some retaliatory actions, so Wang Sheng didn't dare to sleep too deeply. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the vibration of his phone successfully woke him up. Mu Yu sent several documents. In such a short time, the interrogation records of the 7 elders plus Gu Tianlin, as well as the preliminary investigation results from the special investigation team, had already come out. This efficiency made Wang Sheng want to complain, but didn't know where to start. Who said public institutions have low efficiency? They were being slapped in the face by these enthusiastic, mission-driven young people minute by minute. As he opened these documents one by one, Wang Sheng gradually furrowed his brows and unconsciously shifted from lying down to sitting up, and then his brows began to relax. So it was like this. The reason these elderly people in their 60s or 70s chose to leave their homes and serve as elders in the Super Spirit Society was simply for something very common: money. It wasn't for some precious cultivation resources, nor was it related to the promotion of their teachings. It was just for the meager financial rewards. The 7 captured old practitioners of the gathering spirit realm all came from remote areas, and most of them had been poor their entire lives. Suddenly, with the influx of natural energy, the ancient methods passed down from their ancestors, and the farming techniques they practiced daily became paths to cultivation. Benefiting from decades of accumulation and their early hardships, these once ordinary old men rapidly advanced in their realms. However, limited by the completeness of their teachings, the quality of their teachings, and their lack of understanding of cultivation, they still had a certain gap compared to the Taoists from famous sections. But, even if they could cultivate, What would it matter? Young people yearn for the prosperity of cities and continue to travel far. Children unable to sustain themselves in the cities remain by their grandparents' side. The villages are gradually declining, even on the brink of losing the vitality and liveliness they had decades ago. With their cultivation, these old bones have only become a bit stronger and better at fighting. They remain poor and continue to live hard lives. Even if they want to pass down the teachings left by their ancestors to their descendants, it requires time and, more importantly, sufficient financial support. After all, cultivation is not something that can be achieved in a day or two. Raising 1 or 2 young people to cultivate is equivalent to feeding 1 or 2 mouths that eat without contributing. Cultivation families? Only those with money can be called that. Those like these, who have nothing but incomplete teachings passed down from their ancestors, can only call themselves scattered cultivators. Until 2 or 3 months ago, people began to come to them, asking them to come out of retirement. The people asking them were the core members of the Super Spirit Society. What Wang Sheng found incredible was that a monthly salary of only a few thousand yuan, along with some irregularly distributed benefits and rewards, could make these elders work tirelessly for the Super Spirit Society. Of course, this is only temporary. Once human desires are stirred, they will expand infinitely. Most of these low-salaried elders would gradually become discontent with their situation and strive for more benefits once the surrounding environment stabilized. The Super Spirit Society has over 20 elders, all recruited in this manner. Among them, a few, like Gagufeng, were invited to join because their children or nephews had joined the Super Spirit Society, and they were brought in to pursue their ambitions. After being captured, the 7 elders originally wanted to hold on for a while, as the Super Spirit Society had treated them well. It wasn't until Muyu made it clear that their actions were not just simple fraud, but also involved endangering public safety and other charges, which might implicate their families, that they lost their resolve. What they feared most were those 4 words, implicating family. These elders immediately gave up their resistance and divulged everything they knew. As a result, the entire structure of the Super Spirit Society was completely exposed to the Special Investigation Team. Since it is called a society, there must be a leader. The leader of the Super Spirit Society is a mysterious figure known as the Fire Saint, who is the soul of the society and the architect of its development blueprint. But he always appears wearing a mask to create an aura of mystery. Below the leader are the left and right protectors, the 4 messengers, 36 elders, and 72 protectors, with many vacancies among the elders and protectors. Coincidentally, an old man had seen Chi Wen and knew that she was one of the 4 messengers, but she did not manage affairs and merely held an honorary title. Chi Wen became a core member of the Super Spirit Society because she was the one who secured the first funding for the society during its early development. Showing great dedication, her own cultivation speed can only be described as average, which is also the reason she does not hold real power. The Super Spirit Society has 2 profit models. The first is to spread cultivation methods among several universities, establishing a membership system, and extracting money from these students who have just entered the world of cultivation weekly or monthly. This is a relatively long-term and stable profit model. The second is to cultivate trusted aides to form an external combat unit that engages in quick money activities like theft, robbery, and blackmail, rapidly accumulating funds necessary for the society's development. Currently, this combat unit consists of about 40 to 50 people, active in some dark corners of the city, and it is said they have already made a name for themselves in the underworld. Such an organization can be classified as a criminal gang, specifically a gang with a cultivation background. The fire sage, Wang Sheng, murmured softly, editing a text message to send some useful information to his senior sister. What is the goal of the Super Spirit Society? Is it merely to grow bigger for profit? If it weren't for Chi Wen's special identity, which fortuitously unearthed this society rooted in university students, it might have developed into a formidable entity that even the authorities would find troublesome in a few months. This fire sage is not simple. Choosing the university's student demographic as a target allows their organization to thrive in the relatively free and loosely regulated environment of universities, while also attracting many neglected loose cultivators. With such a clear profit development model, he must be a schemer looking to take advantage of the changing times. The Special Investigation Team has already begun tight preparations. They aim to make this incident a typical case, serving as their first battle to prove their worth since the establishment of the Special Investigation Team. However, within just a few hours of Wang Sheng's sleep, the Special Investigation Team suffered several setbacks, wasting the favorable situation he had created. It is unknown which link leaked the information. But when members of the investigation team led a large number of armed police to several gathering points of the Super Spirit Society elders, the society reacted quickly and moved all members in advance. The social media groups discovered earlier through Gutianlin were disbanded immediately after posting the same announcement. The content of the announcement consisted of just a few simple words. Rain is coming, the wind is tight, lightning flashes, thunder rumbles. The other side has skilled experts in networking, and the police departments monitoring the internet cannot obtain any effective identity information. The backbone of the Super Spirit Society must have long prepared hiding places, apart from those students who can be considered victims and a few recently promoted guardians. They completely vanished. In the end, matters of cultivators must still be resolved by cultivators. Wang Sheng decisively sent another message to his senior sister, containing only 5 words: arrange a meeting with Chi-1. This murky water cannot continue to be waded through. His master has no more concerns and can act freely now. Next, it is likely that the special investigation team will play cat and mouse with the Super Spirit Society. If they continue to accompany them, it might delay them for who knows how long. First, take Chi-1 away before discussing anything else. Chapter 58. Ambushed by the Lake 1-1. What is going on? Why did the group suddenly disband? Are we still going to cultivate tonight? Is some evil force targeting us? Regardless, we paid the membership fee. They shouldn't just abandon us like this, right? I feel a bit uneasy. At 10 in the morning, just before the 3rd class started, Chi-1 had just taken her seat in a lecture hall with not many students yet, when she was blocked by 2 or 3 female classmates. Don't worry, this matter will definitely be resolved quickly, Chi-1 said in a low voice. I'm just a nominal member and haven't received any other information, but everyone, please remain calm. We are now in a state of emergency. I believe the captain will handle it well. The girls exchanged glances and could only nod gently. Chi-1 continued, everyone, please disperse for now. Don't participate in any activities for the next few days. I will notify you as soon as I have news. One girl whispered, I've given all my pocket money. If there are any losses in the end, I'll bear them, Chi-1 said, pressing her lips together. Please trust the captain. The girls nodded lightly and quickly moved away from Chi-1, spreading out across the classroom. Chi-1 furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at her phone in the desk hole, feeling a bit anxious because she still hadn't received any contact calls. Rain is coming, the wind is tight, lightning flashes, thunder rumbles. This is the highest alert status for the society, which will trigger a series of contingency plans. What exactly happened? Was it, as the captain said, that those old order maintainers who looked down on them have shown up? Or, Chi-1's 3 roommates sat in the front row, which was designated for top students, where there was also a spot for Chi-1. However, today Chi-1 felt a bit restless and needed to be ready to contact others, so she sat a bit further back. As the class time approached, more and more students filled the classroom, arriving in pairs, exuding their usual vigor or yawning sleepily. Sister, sit here. A familiar voice suddenly came from beside her. Chi-1 glanced over and immediately saw the couple she had encountered 2 or 3 times yesterday. The girl was incredibly beautiful, and the boy with the ponytail had broken his phone screen in front of her, making it hard for Chi-1 to forget the impression. However, strangely, these 2 walked over naturally and sat down on either side of her. Chi-1's brow furrowed tightly as she turned to look at the girl on her left, hesitating to speak. Then her gaze shifted to the boy on her right, who had a pleasant, faint smile on his relatively good-looking face. Lowering her head to tidy up her things, Chi-1 chose to retreat. But just as she moved, a very serious voice came from beside her. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Sheng. I'm your father's disciple. Chi-1 was momentarily stunned. The term father was incredibly unfamiliar to her, leaving her a bit at a loss. Wang Sheng continued, that girl over there is my senior sister, who has followed your father in cultivation since childhood. I joined a bit later, just under 4 years. What nonsense are you talking? Chi-1 stared at Wang Sheng, her eyes filled with vigilance. My father died in a car accident 20 years ago. Who are you? A car accident? All right, that fits my master's style. Wang Sheng pulled out the broken phone and placed it in front of Chi-1, then took out his own phone and found 2 photos inside. These 2 photos were old pictures taken by his master during the Chongyang festival, showing some fine creases, marks left from being repeatedly viewed. That's right. These were secretly taken by me during the Chongyang festival. I originally planned to help my master find my master's wife and junior sister after I descended the mountain. I didn't expect them to come in handy today. This is what your mother sent over a few years ago. She must have wanted to reassure your master. Wang Sheng said calmly. We juniors have no way to explain what happened back then, when the master's wife was pregnant with you. She left in a fit of emotion, and from then on, it was a vast separation. The master cried 2 lines of tears every day facing the direction where the master's wife left. Sigh. Over the years, the master's eyes have almost cried blind. Mu Wanxian, who was beside him, widened her eyes. Wang Sheng secretly gave her a gesture to keep quiet. No, this is impossible. Qi Wen's small face turned somewhat pale as she stared at Wang Sheng's phone. The 2 photos were already quite persuasive. And as her mother's temper was well known to her as a daughter, she understood the situation. Although she shouted that it was impossible, Qi Wen knew deep down that if her parents had indeed had some conflict back then, her mother might very well have left home in anger, not contacting her father for over 20 years. But what did the master and senior sister have to do with this? And this? Just sent over by the master's wife. Wang Sheng revealed his trump card, fiddling with the broken screen phone for a while before pulling up a small video and handing the earphones to Qi Wen. This was a video Wang Sheng had just received a few minutes ago. In the video, Qi Wen's mother, their master's wife, was sitting in a car, looking very serious as she faced the camera. Little one, Wang Sheng and Wanxian are your father's disciples and young people I trust very much. You must leave the school with them immediately. I will arrive at your location in 2 hours. I still have dad? Qi Wen asked with her head down, but unfortunately, the video wouldn't provide an answer. Her bangs covered her face at that moment. A few tears trickled down her cheeks, which she kept wiping with the back of her hand. Then she raised her head to look at Wang Sheng, biting her lip, and suddenly shouted, "Liar." Her voice was somewhat sharp, attracting many gazes around. Qi Wen suddenly stood up, glared at Wang Sheng, and turned to walk towards Mu Wanchuan's position. Senior sister, feeling soft-hearted, instinctively stood up to give way, allowing Qi Wen to walk out. The little junior sister didn't forget to turn her head and shout at Wang Sheng. You are all liars. Wang Sheng bitterly smiled in his heart, knowing that the junior sister might react this way. Mu Wanxian smiled helplessly and quickly followed her, ensuring the little junior sister's safety. But Wang Sheng sat there for a while, his gaze sweeping across the lecture hall. Several of Qi Wen's roommates stood up, and a few people in the classroom also got up, but they were all intimidated by Wang Sheng's gaze. His spiritual sense slowly spread out, and a bit of sword intent pressed down ahead, causing the few students who were only at the initial stage of breath condensation, technically not even considered entry-level cultivators, to stand on end. Getting up, Wang Sheng also stepped forward. His pace seemed quite leisurely, but his speed was faster than an ordinary person's sprint. Qi Wen was indeed the only high-level super-spiritual being present without hiding. Although this so-called envoy of the 4 directions might not have any useful information, he couldn't let his guard down. After leaving the teaching building, Wang Sheng noticed the true essence marks left by his senior sister along the way and immediately followed them. The junior sister seemed to be running towards the small lake, but with her cultivation and speed, Wang Sheng wasn't worried about his senior sister losing her. Would a high-level super spirit come out to save her? Wang Sheng actually hoped the other side would jump out directly, but thinking about it carefully, he knew it was unlikely. If Qi Wen were that important in the super spirit organization, they wouldn't have failed to notify her when they retreated that morning. This little junior sister had clearly been deceived, but fortunately, it was just a matter of some money. By the lake, when Wang Sheng saw them, he found his senior sister was pulling the little junior sister to sit on a bench. The little junior sister was constantly wiping her tears, while the senior sister was anxiously trying to find words. Wang Sheng thought for a moment, made a gesture to his senior sister, and did not approach. It was easy for him to trigger Qi Wen's emotions, so it was best for his senior sister to persuade the little junior sister gradually with her charm. His gaze swept across, his mind slightly uneasy, and Wang Sheng slowly spread out his spiritual sense. The campus, nearing class time, was very quiet, and the noise from the nearby teaching building was gradually fading. Suddenly, Wang Sheng's expression changed, and he looked towards the woods by the lake to the left front. About 20 to 30 meters behind Mu Wanxian and Qi Wen, a shadow was sneaking behind a large tree, raising a hidden arrow. Mu Wanxian had clearly forgotten to use her spiritual sense to check the surroundings in a moment of panic. Wang Sheng shouted, and his true essence surged wildly, taking 2 or 3 steps and rushing towards that shadow. Senior sister. The person was startled by Wang Sheng's shout, looked up towards him, and then directly pulled the trigger on the hidden arrow in their hand. Whoosh! A sleeve arrow, over 10 centimeters long, shot towards Qi Wen's back with a surge of true essence. Sword energy. No, The sword isn't nearby. Wang Sheng felt empty-handed and suddenly found himself unable to exert any strength. But fortunately, his senior sister did not falter at the critical moment. Almost as soon as Wang Sheng shouted, at the moment the sleeve sword left the string, Mu Wanxian had already pulled the junior sister into her arms. And with a backhand, she struck towards the woods. The yin and yang energies suddenly gathered, and a whirlwind engulfed the swiftly flying sleeve sword, shattering it in the blink of an eye. Wang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief at the sight, but then felt some anger. He leaped and charged towards the person who had shot the arrow, slamming a palm towards their back. At that moment, Wang Sheng discovered that the person trying to silence Qi Wen in secret was a short-haired girl wearing loose sportswear. But he still showed no mercy. If that palm landed, the opponent would surely be seriously injured. The short-haired girl glared at Wang Sheng, her fairly delicate face showing a hint of seriousness. She lightly kicked against the tree trunk with her left foot and quickly floated back like a falling leaf. Movement technique? She swung the sleeve arrow towards Wang Sheng's face, and he dodged to the side, momentarily pausing. The short-haired girl revealed a cold smile, quickly opening a few meters of distance and immediately turning to flee. Senior sister. Protect the junior sister. Wang Sheng's heart ignited with anger. Right in front of him, his senior sister had almost fallen into danger. And what was the point of his cultivation? Stepping on the 7 stars, carrying the stars. Wang Sheng unleashed the power of the 7 stars step to its utmost, swiftly darting through the woods in pursuit of the short-haired girl. He felt that he had sensed this person's aura somewhere before. That's right. Last night, when he sent his senior sister back to the dormitory around 10, he had sensed a mid-stage gathering spirit cultivator with his spiritual sense on the west side of the 2nd floor of the girls' dormitory. It was this person. Chapter 59, A Strong Enemy Appears. The little woods were not very wide to begin with. After just a few leaps, Wang Sheng had chased that person out of the woods and onto an asphalt road. The short-haired woman turned her head to glare, and when she saw Wang Sheng was only about 7 or 8 meters behind her, the cold smile at the corner of her mouth instantly disappeared, revealing a hint of panic in her eyes. 7-star shift? Who are you? Humph. Wang Sheng only snorted coldly, his gaze icy, and targeted her with a palm from the air. Even though he had been practicing sword techniques on the mountain, with his half-step embryo formation cultivation level, he launched an attack with a shallow palm imprint made of true essence aimed at the woman a few meters away. The opponent was quite adept at short-range movement and leapt aside to dodge the palm imprint, quickly determining the direction and rushing towards the area concealed by the trees. Wang Sheng's palm struck empty, and his body inevitably paused slightly, but he continued to pursue relentlessly. Right before his eyes, this woman was about to kill someone with a sleeve sword, and the target was the master's only daughter. His senior sister had almost been harmed, which had already created a grudge. Wang Sheng's long hair danced in the wind, exuding an intimidating aura. If he had the Wenyuan sword, which he had left in the dormitory, that woman would probably have been severely injured and collapsed by now. However, the young woman fleeing ahead was clearly unable to hold on for much longer. Wang Sheng drew upon his true essence, performing the 7 stars shifting step, moving with such speed that it seemed he could fly. As he rushed into the woods, he had already caught up to the woman again, his left hand clawing toward her neck. Suddenly, a warning flashed in Wang Sheng's mind. He saw the woman crouch down, her true essence surging beneath her feet, and she darted forward diagonally, flipping her hand to throw out 3 silver needles at him. The needles glimmered with a chilling light, and Wang Sheng had no time to dodge, forcing his left hand up to guard his face. The robe's protective qualities were evident here. If he had been wearing his dark blue Taoist robe, he could have swept the needles aside with his sleeve. But now, wearing short sleeves, he could only use his bare hand to block. The needles pierced his palm, but could not penetrate further. Wang Sheng's true essence surged from his palm, forcing the needles away, and he followed with a powerful slap. A light sound echoed as his palm struck the woman's back, sending her slight frame flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood while airborne, landing 5 to 6 meters away, rolling a few times and struggling to get up. Wang Sheng would not let her off so easily. He immediately stepped forward to pursue her, but as he moved, he suddenly felt dizzy, and his left hand went numb. Were the silver needles poisoned? His true essence flowed like a river within him, rushing toward his palm and forcing out a wisp of black mist. Taking advantage of this brief moment while Wang Sheng was purging the poison, the heavily injured woman tilted her head back and swallowed 2 pills, gathering true essence around her, as if her injuries had healed in an instant. In reality, It wasn't that she had healed so quickly, nor were those pills any miraculous elixirs. Their effect was merely to suppress her injuries temporarily, while the other activated her potential and enhanced her true essence. But at this moment, those two pills were quite valuable and significant. Where would an ordinary loose cultivator find such pills? This short-haired woman in sportswear had a somewhat impressive agility, precious life-saving pills, and a poison needle capable of incapacitating even half-step pregnancy realm cultivators. She must have a considerable background. Taking a deep breath, she jumped off the ground, glaring at Wang Sheng, who was still feeling some numbness, determining her direction and sprinting away again. Want to escape? Wang Sheng's heart felt cold, as if bathed in moonlight, and a vague ancient sword shadow appeared in his mind. That was his sword intent, his sword path, though it was only in its infancy. It already set Wang Sheng apart from ordinary cultivators. His true essence circulated, and he stepped forward, the tingling sensation around him dissipating rapidly. Once the short-haired woman dashed more than 20 meters away, he had returned to normal, sprinting a few steps and deploying the 7-star step again. The short-haired woman turned to glare at Wang Sheng, her eyes filled with a hint of hatred, seemingly blaming him for pursuing her relentlessly. She had already attempted to kill someone. Could she still blame others for seeking revenge? Before long, another figure followed closely behind. This figure looked somewhat strange. With long flowing hair, resembling a beautiful fairy stepping out of a dream, cradling a delicate-looking girl with her eyes tightly shut, swirling with spirals of energy around her. It was Wang Sheng, who had forcibly carried her junior sister Qi-Wen, worried about her. Put me down. Let me down. Qi-Wen was on the verge of collapse, being rushed through the campus by her senior sister, the sound of the wind roaring in her ears. Although the university campus was large, there weren't many secluded spots for students to meet. Most areas were designated for teaching. The short-haired woman was trying to escape to a secluded spot, but quickly found herself in an area with students passing by. The swift figure of the short-haired woman had already drawn many curious glances. When Wang Sheng caught up, his fierce momentum and murderous intent left onlookers stunned. Was this a conflict between sports students? As Wang Sheng rushed in with Qi-Wen in tow, the scene became quite chaotic. It wasn't just the students who noticed something unusual. The investigation team, which had been secretly monitoring the campus, also caught sight of the brief chase. Immediately, 2 drones flew overhead, capturing the situation below. Who is Taoist Wang pursuing? That movement style belongs to a cultivator. He might have discovered high-ranking members of the supernatural society. Mu Yu, who had just awakened from a nap on the sofa, was still somewhat dazed. Upon seeing the footage from the drones, she made a quick decision. Quick, prepare for action. Immediately seal off all entrances and exits of the campus. We must not let that woman escape. After a few responses, the investigation team's elite forces quickly mobilized, gathering the members already stationed around the campus to rush toward all entrances and exits. The short-haired woman had no idea that by ambushing Qi-Wen, she had effectively exposed herself and lost all avenues of retreat. In her original plan or the orders she received, she intended to eliminate Qi-Wen and then swiftly withdraw, having enough time and opportunity to escape. Little did she expect that the seemingly harmless man and woman she encountered by the lakeside were actually cultivators, and their cultivation levels far surpassed hers, who was merely at the mid-stage of gathering spirit. It was far from being just the police. Although her first instinct was to flee, even using the precious 2 pills, she still found herself unable to escape. A sense of despair gradually filled her heart. On the originally lush campus path, under the watchful eyes of more than a dozen people, Wang Sheng once again caught up, his hand morphing into a claw aimed at the short-haired woman's neck. She attempted the same tactic again, throwing out 3 silver needles, but how could Wang Sheng stumble twice in the same place? This time, his claw was merely a feint. As the short-haired woman prepared to counter, Wang Sheng suddenly spun around, dodging her 3 poison needles, and directly seized her shoulder, pulling her forcefully to the side. Recalling how she had plotted against Qi-Wen by the lake, Wang Sheng felt no sympathy. Such malice aimed at taking a life, leaving no room for mercy. Crack! The short-haired woman felt as if an iron hoop had gripped her shoulder. Before she could react, the hoop tightened violently, and a surge of fierce, true essence rushed into her body, invading her meridians. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was excruciatingly loud, and the short-haired woman trembled all over, staring in terror at the man before her. Spare me, spare me. Wang Sheng's expression was emotionless as he stared at her closely, his gaze unwavering. The true essence flowing into her meridians without pause. Boom, boom. Continuous light sounds came from within the short-haired woman's body as her meridians were shredded by Wang Sheng's true essence. Though he harbored murderous intent, he also understood that he was merely a cultivating practitioner. Even if he had a good relationship with the special investigation team now, he had to be mindful of the consequences of his actions. At this moment, the most prudent course of action was to cripple her cultivation and leave her to his master to deal with. After all, this person had attempted to kill his precious daughter. How she was dealt with was up to them. There were many ways to cripple someone's cultivation, but Wang Sheng chose the most direct and irreversible method, to destroy her meridians completely. The short-haired woman at this moment had no trace of fierceness left on her face. Only fear and begging for mercy remained. However, the unbearable pain made her speech incoherent. If her meridians were completely destroyed, she feared that she would be even worse than an ordinary person in the future. Let me go. I'll give you the 3 volumes of the Medicine God. 3 volumes of the Medicine God? Not interested. It's not the 3 volumes of the Sword God. Just then, Wang Sheng suddenly felt a flutter in his heart. And this flutter did not come from the short-haired woman in front of him, who had already been half-crippling and could hardly lift a finger. A trace of malevolent aura on the side was still the kind of evil energy that clashed with Taoist practices. Wang Sheng turned his head to look, and saw a jeep that had just stopped and was still running. The door opened, and 2 men, one tall and one short, jumped out from the left side. The tall man had a face as dry as tree bark, while the short man wore a somewhat stiff smile. Both were wearing gloves and black suits, and the tall man held an unsheathed tang knife in his hand. The malevolent aura emanated from this tall man. They both seemed to be wearing disguises similar to human skin masks. "Young man," the short man said with a forced smile, "this woman stole something that should have belonged to us. Can we dispose of her? We definitely won't treat you unfairly." Wang Sheng casually threw the short-haired woman behind him and looked at the 2 men with indifference. He quickly spotted the small black and white taiji symbol on the short man's neck. The eyes of the taiji symbol were dark red and deep blue. Yin-yang sect? Wang Sheng's true energy within began to circulate rapidly, and he calmly said, "No." The short man did not expect Wang Sheng's response to be so brief, and he burst into a laugh, a faint killing intent flashing in his eyes. "You should know that we have been watching her for quite some time. If it weren't for your intervention, we would have continued to follow her. Which means you have disrupted our plan. If you don't hand her over, you might die here today. It's understandable for someone young to be impulsive, but to have reached the early stage of the embryonic realm at such a young age is commendable. Don't be self-deceptive." After saying this, the malevolent aura from the tall man seemed to condense into a sword, pressing toward Wang Sheng from afar. Wang Sheng merely let out a light grunt. His true energy surged around him. Even without a sword in hand, a sharp sword intent still burst forth from his body, standing proudly in place. Chapter 60. Fight. Beat her up. The sword intent pierced through his body, revealing a battle intent that needed no further words. The tall man clearly did not expect that the young man in front of him would possess such sharp sword intent. The malevolent pressure he released not only failed to overwhelm the opponent, but was instead split apart by this sword intent. The sword intent faintly broke through the malevolent aura, causing a surge of true energy to ripple back and forth among the 3. The chaotic wind blew, and 6 pairs of eyes gathered in the air. The tall man sneered and casually tossed the tang knife he had been holding back into the back seat of the jeep, revealing a hint of provocation in his eyes. His action was not hard to understand. He simply felt that using this knife to fight Wang Sheng would be too easy, and he intentionally wanted to see Wang Sheng display some of his skills. The short man beside him frowned slightly, but said nothing, only emitting a slight dissatisfied snort from his nose. The short-haired woman behind Wang Sheng was already in a semi-conscious state. Her eyes filled with despair as she looked at Wang Sheng's back. The meaning of the words master was now crystal clear to her. The tall and short men were not the first to appear before her. They were after the things she held, and when a stronghold where an elder resided was attacked, their first reaction was that these people were responsible. But now it seemed clear it was not them. Who was the man who suddenly stood up to protect Chi-Wan and crippled her cultivation? These things were no longer important. The short-haired woman had a hint of fierceness in her eyes. Although her lips trembled and she could not speak, she still gathered the last trace of true energy in her hand. Shaking her wrist, 2 silver needles shot towards Wang Sheng's back. Wang Sheng slightly turned his head. His spiritual sense had already reached its peak, and he could not miss the movement behind him. He slightly dodged and avoided the silver needles. Almost at the same moment, the tall man suddenly rushed towards Wang Sheng, lifting the hem of his suit jacket and drawing out two dark red daggers from his waist. Holding them in a reverse grip, his speed so fast that it left after images. Wang Sheng lost the first move and was also empty-handed, but he was not flustered. He took half a step back and used his toes to push off the ground, dodging to the side. If it were an ordinary opponent, it would be difficult to keep up with Wang Sheng's 7-star steps. However, the tall man, engulfed in malevolent aura, slightly swayed his feet, and his figure twisted in a somewhat unreasonable manner, following Wang Sheng like a shadow. Indeed, these tall and short men in suits were not just boastful. They had some real skills. Wang Sheng relied on the exquisite 7-star steps to continuously dodge, trying to circle behind the tall man, aiming to strike with his fists and palms. However, the tall man's movements became even more bizarre, vaguely resembling the 8 trigrams dragon step of Taoist practices. But the dragon step was not this strange. For a moment, the onlooking students were completely stunned, only able to see two figures moving and entangling within a 10-meter diameter circular area, seemingly without the possibility of linear acceleration, yet their speed was astonishingly swift. Suddenly, bloodlight flashed, as the tall man became increasingly frustrated with his repeated failed attempts to hit Wang Sheng. The daggers in his hands radiated 2 streams of bloodlight, and then his arms swung wide, sending waves of blade light towards Wang Sheng. In an instant, Wang Sheng was surrounded by shadows of blood daggers. Wang Sheng was also startled. If this person had used the long knife from earlier, he truly would have difficulty defending himself without a weapon. Forcing out a breath of true energy, Wang Sheng lightly tapped the ground repeatedly, his figure floating backward, while his right hand formed a sword finger. A vast true energy surged toward the streams of bloodlight. There was no other way. He could only use this clumsy method to block the enemy. In terms of true energy, Wang Sheng was not much different from a practitioner at the early stage of the embryonic realm. However, the tall man had cultivated a body full of malevolent energy, seemingly specialized in breaking Taoist practices. With just a slight wave of his daggers, he directly dispersed Wang Sheng's true energy. The tall man's eyes sparkled with intense battle intent, as if Wang Sheng had awakened his ferocity. The malevolent energy surrounding him became so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. With a stomp of his foot, the man charged forward like a ferocious tiger, and the 2 daggers became bloody fangs, pouncing towards Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, constrained by being unarmed and not having reached the level of condensing energy into a sword, could only temporarily evade the sharp edges. The 7-star steps once again displayed their might, as if there were 7 large stars continuously rotating beneath his feet, and Wang Sheng's figure transformed effortlessly upon them. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Wang Sheng spotted the short man quickly charging towards the short-haired woman. How could Wang Sheng allow that? He first feigned a sudden charge at the tall man, and as the latter prepared to use his dagger to take Wang Sheng's life head-on, Wang Sheng suddenly dashed to the side, carrying a hint of starlight, directly rushing towards the short man. "Wanna die?" The short man glanced over with a sidelong eye, raising his hand to strike out at Wang Sheng. A phantom of a dragon condensed in his palm, roaring as it charged towards Wang Sheng's chest. The tall man, who had been outsmarted by Wang Sheng, silently chased after him, the blood light in his dagger almost solidifying into blood. These were actually 2 practitioners at the embryonic realm. The Yin-Yang sect was still in a dormant stage, yet they could have so many experts. Their strength and power were indeed not comparable to ordinary evil cult organizations. Wang Sheng's thoughts flashed by in an instant. In front of him, a gust of wind rushed towards him, while behind him, a blood-red light chased closely, putting him in a rather precarious situation. Yet he remained completely calm, even showing a slight smile towards the short man, raising his hand and pressing down towards the ground. His legs bent slightly, and without losing momentum, he leaped forward. It was as if a kuan, a mythical fish, was leaping into the sky, like a dragon emerging from the abyss. Wang Sheng's figure hung upside down in midair, secretly using a set of wind-chasing palm techniques, unleashing dozens of palm shadows at the short man. At this moment, he thought to himself, if only he had a sword in hand. As he flipped and adjusted his position, he landed just right and took the opportunity to roll forward, standing up just in time to lift the short-haired woman who had already fainted on the ground with one hand. Without saying a word, Wang Sheng tossed the short-haired woman towards the direction he came from, throwing her over 10 meters away while skillfully dissipating the impact she would have faced. Now, Wang Sheng had completely calmed down. This short-haired woman was the key to taking down the Super Spirit Society, and he couldn't let her die so easily. Meanwhile, he saw his senior sister rushing over. This series of actions was as smooth as flowing water. The landing and forward thrust were so precise that even the two yin-yang sect experts were surprised, and Wang Sheng himself felt a bit astonished. He had simply entertained this thought in his mind and decided to take the risk, unexpectedly achieving good results. Turning around to block the two evil cultivators of the yin-yang sect, Wang Sheng smiled slightly, his expression still as indifferent as before. Quick battle, quick decision, the short man said in a deep voice. The surrounding university students had already taken out their phones, and the drones hovering above were capturing the scene. Although it didn't help much, it certainly added pressure to them. The tall man silently put away the two daggers, raised his left hand towards the open door of the jeep, and with a gentle grasp, a whistle sounded as a tang knife flew back into his hand. The knife was unsheathed, and the blood light surged. It seemed as if the murderous aura around him had been ignited in an instant, causing Wang Sheng to involuntarily feel a chill. What a fierce knife! The knife was 3 feet 8 inches long, single-edged, with a blade as thin as a cicada's wing. Featuring a long blood groove from the tip to the handle, the edge resembled a venomous snake with its mouth open, and the handle had fine snake scales. Wang Sheng felt a faint sense of disgust in his heart, as if this knife and its wielder were his natural enemies. Just as he thought this, the two men in disguised masks, one short and one tall, finally moved simultaneously. The knife wielder gripped the handle with both hands, and a 3-inch blade light shot out, making a straightforward, unadorned downward slash with a speed nearly 20% faster than before. Wang Sheng immediately dodged to the diagonal back, having thrown the short-haired woman to create more space for himself. As he adjusted his position with the 7-star step, just as his feet hit the ground, a thunderous explosion sounded, and 3 or 4 small black lightning bolts, as thick as a pinky finger, struck from the side. There was no time to evade. Wang Sheng could only condense a shield with his true essence to withstand the 3 bolts of black lightning, being blasted backward repeatedly, his true essence also shaken. The short man had somehow gripped a black wooden sword in his hand, his lips rapidly moving as he invoked incantations, continuously drawing in the surrounding energy to conjure more black lightning to strike Wang Sheng. The two seemed to have coordinated their attacks many times before. Just as Wang Sheng was about to focus on countering the man's black lightning spells, the bloodlight surged, and the knife wielder had already launched a fierce assault. The tang knife was adept at slashing, with speed, urgency, precision, and ferocity, showcasing exceptional straight-line lethality. Especially with this fierce knife complemented by the yin-sha energy cultivated by the tall man, Wang Sheng, with empty hands, found it quite challenging to deal with this man alone, not to mention having to split his attention to the black lightning strikes. In an instant, Wang Sheng found himself at a disadvantage, relying solely on the mysteries of the 7-star step to avoid injury from the fierce knife. But while the knife light was easy to dodge, the black lightning was truly difficult to defend against, and after taking a few hits, Wang Sheng's left arm had already become somewhat charred. Step back, step 3 back, step 7 or 8 back. Wang Sheng quickly retreated to the side of the short-haired woman. If he retreated any further, he feared he would hand over this big fish. Just then, a sudden whistling wind appeared behind Wang Sheng. His spiritual sense caught a glimpse of a black shadow rushing towards him, but the shadow suddenly lost all speed behind Wang Sheng, causing him to feel a surge of joy in his heart. Upon closer inspection, the black shadow turned out to be a freshly skinned wooden stick, wrapped in a layer of true essence that Wang Sheng was very familiar with. He reversed his hand to catch the wooden stick, and true essence surged from his palm, wrapping around the stick, subtly forming a sword shape. This was the result of using a wooden sword for 2 years. A sword descends from the heavens. The 7 stars summoned the Big Dipper. Holding the stick sword, Wang Sheng instantly unleashed dozens of sword lights, activating the 7-star sword formation, rendering the knife wielder unable to attack for a moment. He heard several clinks as sword lights struck the fierce tang knife from both sides. Although using the wooden sword consumed a terrifying amount of true essence, Wang Sheng didn't have to worry too much at this moment. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed another 10 sword lights, forcing the tall man back. More black lightning struck from the diagonal front, but Wang Sheng didn't even glance. as his spiritual sense clearly caught sight of a graceful figure arriving behind him. Fixing his gaze on the knife wielder, Wang Sheng prepared to charge forward. The black lightning came crashing down, aiming for Wang Sheng's forehead and face. However, a delicate hand reached out beside him, revealing a faint taiji pattern in the palm, gently drawing the black lightning and the short man's line of sight towards Wang Sheng's side. Beside Wang Sheng, a cascade of long hair flowed like a waterfall, her slender figure creating a serene atmosphere, and her face carried a hint of coldness, resembling an otherworldly fairy. But her eyes, which should have been pure and calm, now held a hint of anger. How dare they bully her junior brother? Attack! Mu Wanxian struck out a palm towards the short man from a distance, her palm containing two completely different yet intertwined forces, causing ripples to form in the surrounding air. At the same time, Wang Sheng's figure shot forward like an arrow, the wooden stick enveloped in layers of true essence. He was determined to determine the outcome with the knife wielder within a few moves, regardless of his own true essence consumption. Chapter 61. The Yin-Yang Tu Qi Hao Yuan Formation. Who plays the sword with a flick of the finger, as the wind rises and the water flows, performing taiji. If Wang Sheng was a different person after obtaining a wooden sword, then his sword momentum was powerful and fierce, completely unleashing his strength, leaving the two unexpected intruders of the Yin-Yang sect a bit surprised. As soon as Mu Wanxian made her move, she took control of the entire situation, suppressing the surrounding area with the Yin-Yang Tu Qi, causing the short man to feel the urge to retreat. But he didn't have time to back off. While Wang Sheng used the seven-star sword formation to continuously push back the knife wielder, Mu Wanxian had already assumed a simple starting posture. She stood firmly in a bow stance, slowly pushing her left hand forward while pulling her right hand back, her long hair flowing behind her. In that moment, her senior sister's pretty face was as cold as frost. The short man immediately began to chant spells, but he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, as the surrounding energy seemed to freeze for a moment. In the next instant, it was completely beyond his control. He felt a tremendous force pushing from both his left shoulder and right chest, causing him to uncontrollably spin in place, behind the stiff human skin mask. His eyes were filled with horror as he shouted in disbelief, "Taiji Quan?" Mu Wanxian seemed oblivious, as if immersed in her own world, gently pushing and pulling everything around her, every blade of grass, every flower and tree, every person and shadow, within her slowly moving palms. "I draw the universe. The universe enters my jar. Humph! How dare these youngsters deceive me like this?" The short man, his body swaying and being pulled from afar, roared hoarsely, suddenly tapping his own body several times. Instantly, pure true essence surged from all around him, pushing him back half a meter. Just half a meter. He seemed to break free from an invisible cage and immediately bounced back. Mu Wanxian, however, remained unhurried, continuing to perform Tai Chi at her own pace. Her right hand gently moved, forming a fist. Yin and yang, hard and soft. Suddenly, her right fist thrust forward half an inch. The extreme contrast from slow to fast left the onlookers feeling no sense of abruptness. It seemed just right, as if it were natural. With just one punch, the short man let out a low roar, and a small fist imprint appeared behind him, sending his body flying away. A practitioner in the early stage of the fetus formation realm, someone who would definitely be considered a master at this moment, was struck by Mu Wanchuan's distant punch, directly spitting out blood, looking utterly disheveled. The short man quickly got up, but the look he cast at Mu Wanxian was now tinged with a hint of panic. Could this be a master of the virtual Dan realm? Given her age, how could that be? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he found himself being pushed again by two forces. His back and chest were suddenly struck hard, causing him to fly horizontally, spinning like a top for 7 or 8 circles before crashing down, utterly dazed. Mu Wanxian slowly withdrew her stance, but she did not stop. Her long hair swayed gently as her slender legs moved forward. Each step seemed slow, yet with every footfall, the surrounding essence trembled like the surface of a drum. The Tai Chi energy field, or more accurately, the Yin-Yang dual Qi grand array, was the culmination of her senior sister's years of research into Tai Chi, a skill that even her master, Qin Yinzi, had not mastered. Wang Sheng was unable to spar with Mu Wanxian, completely helpless against her Tai Chi energy field, which she could casually unleash. Once the Tai Chi energy field was deployed, any prey caught in the trajectory of the Yin-Yang dual Qi would be tossed around like a puppet. Without a countermeasure, or if their strength did not exceed Mu Wanxuan's by at least 2 grades, they simply could not withstand it. This Tai Chi energy field could also be contracted around her body, forming an incredibly strong personal defense technique. This was Wang Sheng's confidence. He dared to engage head-on with the true essence of that knife-wielding master simply because his senior sister was here to hold the ground. Meanwhile, as Mu Wanxian advanced, the short man continued to cough up blood, struggling to crawl up from the ground, hurriedly retreating. He no longer had any intention to fight, looking at this beautiful fairy as if she were a monster. Who are you? Humph. Mu Wanxian merely snorted coldly, even if she wanted to answer. She couldn't articulate a coherent response. But her soft-hearted weakness was undeniably revealed at this moment, seeing that he had already spat out blood and was severely injured. Mu Wanxian hesitated and did not go for the kill. Instead, she slightly turned her head to glance at the position behind her. There. Qi Wen was kneeling beside the unconscious, short-haired woman. At this moment, Qi Wen, who still did not know that she had almost been killed by this short-haired woman, looked at Mu Wanxian with a dazed expression. What is this? Injuring someone from afar? Casually throwing a palm or punch to send someone flying? And there was an oppressive force that made her tremble all over. Can practitioners be this strong? Why is it completely different from what I know? Shouldn't our captain be the strongest? How? Qi Wen opened her mouth, only able to utter 2 words, when she was suddenly drawn to the burst of blood light nearby. In comparison, Mu Wanxuan's actions were too dreamlike and too mysterious, resembling some so-called Tai Chi master scam videos. Instead, the fierce battle between Wang Sheng and the knife-wielding man was far more captivating. With the 2 figures almost indistinguishable to the naked eye, the cold and domineering blood light, the ethereal sword intent, and the unpredictable phantoms, all of which had a more visually striking impact. The knife-wielding man showed no sign of panic in his eyes, nor did he glance at Mu Wanxian even once. His eyes were filled only with excitement and focus. He was thrilled to encounter Wang Sheng, a skilled swordsman, as it allowed him to showcase his knife techniques, providing him with space for expression and the possibility of breaking through. He focused on the blood blade in his hand. This Tang knife seemed to become his life, his everything, and all his beliefs. Without madness, how could one survive? Wang Sheng was engrossed in the sword path. Yet he knew that the sword path was merely a path he treaded on the journey of cultivation, not his entirety. But this evil cultivator before him was different. Everything was entrusted to the blood blade in his hand. Such a person was terrifying. If this evil cultivator truly grew stronger, he would undoubtedly become a formidable enemy in the future. However, Wang Sheng could not take him down in a short time. Although the 7-star sword formation was profound, the opponent's techniques were not simple either. With knife lights slashing and chaotic shadows in the air, both were engaged in a back-and-forth struggle. They were still lacking a divine weapon. Mu Wanxian also cast a worried glance in this direction, while Wang Sheng, from the corner of his eye, noticed that the short man had already gotten up and, seizing the opportunity when his senior sister hesitated, rushed toward the jeep. Wang Sheng shouted, "Senior sister, don't let them escape." Mu Wanxian immediately withdrew her gaze from this direction, following her junior brother's instruction, and her figure began to chase after the short man once more. However, that moment of delay had already given the short man a chance to catch his breath. This was the difference in experience in the martial world. Although Mu Wanxuan's strength was exceptional, her on-the-spot experience was still lacking compared to Wang Sheng, and she had never killed anyone before, truth be told. This was her first real battle. Not to mention, in terms of combat experience, she could not compare to the evil cultivators. The short man reached into his upper pocket and, channeling true essence, forcefully unleashed a series of dark lights around him. These dark lights almost instantly transformed into bolts of black lightning. These were the water thunder talismans he had prepared in advance, and they seemed to be hastily scattered, with not a single one aimed at Mu Wanxian. No, Mu Wanxian suddenly frowned, for the direction in which those more than 10 bolts of black lightning shot off was towards the onlooking students, all of whom had shocked expressions on their faces. Her first reaction was not to capture the short man. After all, her senior sister could not bring herself to disregard innocent people. She stomped her foot, and the asphalt road beneath her small foot shattered. With both hands forming a virtual circle, streams of pure true essence surged outward from around her. Yin and Yang together. The universe unclear. A shallow yin-yang Tai Chi diagram took shape with a diameter of 100 meters, then began to slowly rotate with the swing of Mu Wanchuan's arms. It was like a gigantic grinding wheel. Those more than 10 yin water thunders were simultaneously shattered by the overwhelming yin-yang dual qi, and the surrounding onlookers were all knocked down by the yin-yang dual qi. The short man, who had already rushed to the jeep, was pushed forward by this force, crashing into the front seat, and spat out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with rage, and he threw out another series of yin water thunders, still aimed at the surrounding fallen onlookers. Mu Wanxian could only stop and cast her spell again, forcibly shattering these black thunders. Meanwhile, taking advantage of this gap, the jeep had already started, the engine roaring as it charged directly toward the battle between Wang Sheng and the knife-wielding man. Inside the car, a short man had a mask with raised edges, revealing his somewhat wrinkled skin underneath. Looking at the wrinkles on his neck and the back of his hands, he seemed to be an elderly person. The jeep crashed into the battle group, aiming to knock both Wang Sheng and the knife-wielder away. Wang Sheng barely dodged, while the knife-wielder was instead pushed out by his own companion. The short man slammed the gas pedal and yelled at his companion, "Hurry up! If we don't leave now, we'll be done for. Want to escape?" Wang Sheng rushed forward with a wooden stick, but 12 streaks of blood light slashed from the side, blocking his path. The tall man who had been knocked away quickly dashed over and managed to jump into the back seat of the jeep. If he hadn't made it, the short man wouldn't have waited even a second. The jeep sped towards the school gate, and Mu Wanxian showed a hint of regret, striking out 2 palms towards the jeep from a distance. With a bang, the back window of the jeep shattered, and the vehicle accelerated forward. But this capable little car had already rushed far out, scaring the pedestrians on the road to scatter. Wang Sheng took a deep breath and shouted, his voice carrying far away, "Don't let them escape. They are evil cultivators." Just as he finished speaking, gunfire erupted at the school gate. But the jeep didn't stop at all, crashing straight through the still closing gate and heading onto the outer street. After that, it was the job of the special investigation team and the police. A city chase was naturally not within the realm of their senior brothers and sisters. Mu Wanxian knocked her forehead in frustration, glancing apologetically at Wang Sheng. There had clearly been opportunities to capture those two directly, more than once. Yet she had casually let them go. If the master were here, he would surely have scolded her. But Wang Sheng chuckled lightly, letting go of the wooden stick, which turned into sawdust and danced in the wind. Impressive. He gave his senior sister a thumbs up, and Mu Wanxian pouted, then smiled brightly. Meanwhile, Qi Wen seemed to lose all her strength, shifting from kneeling to sitting, covering her face, and starting to sob. This fierce battle must have made her realize something. But the trouble was just beginning. The college students who had fallen around had all gotten back up, each taking out their phones to snap pictures, with some clever ones starting live streams. This was a great opportunity to gain traffic. Chapter 62. The Divine Medicine Volume 3, 36 action teams, hundreds of armed police, chased through half the city only to let the other side escape inexplicably. Do you think this is a movie? This is the heart of the great Hua nation. It is a provincial capital with stable social order and millions of permanent residents. Deploy. You reported that the entire academy was fully deployed. Why were those two able to appear suddenly? Why was Wei Qiyu able to launch an attack from that position? If it weren't for Taoists Fei Yu and Bu Yu being here today, what would our special investigation team be worth? A joke. A big joke that has consumed countless resources in just 6 months. In the conference room of the city police department, the newly arrived leader of the special investigation team was demonstrating his skills, the Hedong Lion's Roar, to Mu Yu, Daniel, and a group of young team members. In the corridor outside the conference hall, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian sat quietly, listening to the frenzied voice of their master scolding, perfectly embodying what it means to be well-behaved and dignified. It must have been quite difficult for the master back in the day. Qi Wen was still silent in the interrogation room downstairs, and no one was questioning her. The short-haired woman named Wei Qiyu had been taken away earlier. According to information secretly relayed to Wang Sheng by a team member, they planned to use some high-tech methods to get her to confess everything in the shortest time possible. Now it was basically a race against time. Wei Qiyu's capture held extraordinary significance. The disparity in treatment was quite striking. What left Wang Sheng speechless, and also infuriated his master, was the appearance of those two men in suits. The current intelligence indicated that the jeep was registered to a 30-something physical education teacher at the academy, who had taken a month off. After the incident, the police rushed to the teacher's home immediately, but found no useful information. The teacher had gone abroad for vacation a month ago. and friends and family had no news. There was no need to elaborate on the process of Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian's battle. Mu Wanxian had learned the lesson that one cannot be distracted while fighting. It was a valuable lesson learned through experience. In the following 10 minutes of the chase, many things happened, including a stray bullet injuring a pedestrian, but fortunately, the injuries were not serious. When the two people from the Yinyang sect were escaping in the car, Wang Sheng didn't even need to remind them. The school gate was already prepared, and the team members acted decisively. However, the power of handguns was limited, and they still allowed the off-road vehicle to escape. Reality is not like a film. The police coordinated enough methods to take down that off-road vehicle. Drones tracked from the air, roadblocks were being set up urgently in various places, and even light armored vehicles were prepared to intercept at key intersections. To cope with such emergencies, the police forces in the Great Hua Nation had practiced extensively over the past 2 years. But due to the haunting incident at the Li family, and with Wang Sheng's reminder, they had noticed the Yinyang Taiji tattoo. This time, with the tattoo reappearing, the investigation team requested to capture them alive if possible, and at the very least, ensure the body was intact and the brain undamaged. An accident occurred half a minute after the off-road vehicle rushed onto the cross-river bridge. The tall, thin man jumped down, plunging into the river, disappearing without a trace. The recovery team was still hovering on the river, but that man seemed to have vanished into thin air, still without any sign. This was the power of the embryonic stage. One could hold their breath for hours, and that guy had abundant true essence in his body. So he likely escaped with the river's undercurrent. However, whether he could evade subsequent pursuit remained unknown. The fate of the short, stout man driving the car was quite tragic. He was severely injured and dared not jump into the river as he drove down the cross-river bridge. A sniper bullet pierced through his chest, shattering his back, and then Denyo crashed the off-road vehicle into his car from the side. In any case, when the body was taken out, it was already a mangled mess. Fortunately, as per the investigation team's requirements, the brain remained intact. It was unclear what methods the investigation team could use to extract information from this deceased brain, but Wang Sheng figured that soul-searching spells would be more reliable. Just thinking about it, a dignified embryonic stage cultivator was shot dead by a large-caliber sniper rifle from hundreds of meters away. Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The master always emphasized that cultivators should not rely on their powers to act recklessly. In today's rule of law society, this principle felt particularly profound. A large-caliber sniper rifle could indeed be considered a nemesis for cultivators. Wang Sheng didn't plan to get involved in what followed. Once his junior sister's emotions stabilized, he wanted to take her back to Wudong Mountain for a while and conveniently guide her cultivation alongside his senior sister. To give the master a surprise. Of course, this was just an ideal scenario. Whether it could be realized depended on the negotiations with his master. After waiting for another half an hour, the conference room door opened, and one by one, the members of the investigation team walked out, looking dejected. Mu Yu walked up to Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian with slightly red eyes, forced a smile, and said softly, "Next, we need to hold a rather important meeting. The team leader hopes that both of you can attend as professional technical personnel and correct our mistakes in a timely manner. Is that okay?" Wang Sheng hadn't nodded yet, but Mu Wanxian had already agreed. It was clear that the senior sister didn't want to make things difficult for this girl who seemed to be familiar with her and was feeling wronged. Buzz, buzz. Wang Sheng's phone vibrated a few times. He opened it to take a look. It was a message from his senior sister. "The master is quite fierce." Wang Sheng smiled and didn't say much more. The head of the special privilege department couldn't possibly be a gentle, soft-spoken aunt. The attendees of the meeting were big shots that Wang Sheng had a hard time meeting even once in his past life. There were a few composed government officials in suits, several older police leaders, and 2 middle-aged military officers with ranks on their shoulders, along with more than a dozen key members of the investigation team. Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian were seated at the front of the main table in the conference room, indicating how much importance the investigation team placed on them. The meeting was hosted by Mu Yu, starting with a routine report and analysis of the incident, followed by a self-reflection from the investigation team. After more than 10 minutes of meeting, the door to the conference room was knocked open by Denyo, who handed a few pieces of paper and a mobile hard drive to Mu Yu. The interrogation results of Wei Qiyu had already come out, taking more than an hour in total. Mu Yu glanced at the contents of the papers, her brows furrowing slightly, and whispered, "What exactly is the super spirit?" "Today, I hope to answer 80% of it based on what Wei Qiyu has disclosed." Wang Sheng immediately became interested, and his senior sister also looked on attentively. Muyu connected the mobile hard drive to the computer and played the slideshow prepared by the investigation team. The first page was Wei Qiyu's identity information. She was not a student, but one of the core members of the Super Spirit organization hidden in the university campus. Her exposure was actually a result of a misjudgment of the situation by the Super Spirit. This girl was 21 years old, born in Shaanxi, had dropped out of school 5 years ago to work, and later, due to her father's illness, found some mountain doctors in the Taiyang Mountains and became their apprentice by chance. She was merely an apprentice, doing odd jobs in the mountains and learning some basic medical skills for the future. Later, as the vitality of the world restored, the mountain doctors, who had originally lived in village-like formations, transformed into the legendary medicine god valley from 1,000 years ago. The once famous alchemy sect had also been glorious for a time. In the 1,000 years without spiritual energy, the medicine god valley produced many renowned doctors who did good deeds everywhere. With the support of these famous doctors, the medicine god valley preserved its relatively complete inheritance of Taoism and continued to this day. After the restoration of vitality, the medicine god valley quickly contacted several Taoist sects, such as Longhu Mountain and Laozhan, gaining protection from them, with each sect sending experienced Taoists to serve as guardians of the medicine god valley. Wei Qiyu, originally doing odd jobs in the mountains, also received many benefits and underwent a transformation, stepping onto the path of cultivation. However, she was not satisfied with that. Half a year ago, someone secretly approached Wei Qiyu, promising her a fortune that her family would never spend in a lifetime, asking her to do just one thing: steal books. According to Wei Qiyu's own confession, she stole the 3 volumes of the Medicine God from the Medicine God Valley. But when it came time to trade with the other party, she was discovered by the elders of the Medicine God Valley. The situation was chaotic at the time. She escaped with the 3 volumes of the Medicine God, and the Medicine God Valley pursued her relentlessly. When she was severely injured and on the brink of death, she encountered the leader of the Super Spirit organization, who was the Holy Fire. The Holy Fire saved her life and did not want her 3 volumes of the Medicine God, but after understanding her situation, led her to escape the Taiyang Mountains and come to this city, establishing the Super Spirit organization with 3 other accomplices. Muyu knew that the big shots present were not very interested in the grievances of the cultivation world. So she simply summarized a few points and got to the main topic, starting to discuss the internal structure of the Super Spirit organization. Wang Sheng said, "Let me see the confession." "Okay, Taoist Wang," Muyu said, jogging over to hand him the papers, which Wang Sheng read carefully. Wei Qiyu had never seen the true face of the Holy Fire, only knowing that he was probably a young man with cultivation close to the conception realm, skilled in using talismans. The Holy Fire always appeared wearing a mask, with a small piece missing from his little finger, which was the only distinguishing feature. The Super Spirit organization had just been established, and the group that bribed Wei Qiyu to steal the 3 volumes of the Medicine God, namely the Yin-Yang sect, approached her to complete the transaction. However, Wei Qiyu claimed that her family had lost contact and did not know whether they were alive or dead, so she did not hand over the 3 volumes of the Medicine God. Conflicts erupted at that time, and it was still the Holy Fire of the Super Spirit organization who stepped in to save her. The Holy Fire stated that the 3 volumes of the Medicine God had already been sealed by methods only disciples of the Medicine God Valley possessed, and if they wanted the 3 volumes of the Medicine God, they had to return Wei Qiyu's family and fulfill the agreements made that day. After a chaotic battle that night, Wei Qiyu vanished, and how could the Yin-Yang sect let Wei Qiyu's family go? Where could they go to find Wei Qiyu's family again? Thus, the Yin-Yang sect and the Super Spirit organization remained in a quiet stalemate. This was also why, when Wang Sheng took down an elder of the Super Spirit organization, the first thought of the Super Spirit organization was that this sinister force was plotting after the Medicine God Valley classic texts, and they could no longer hold back from taking action against them. After several contacts, the core members of the Super Spirit organization were very clear that this sinister force was too powerful and far beyond what they could counter. After studying the situation, the Holy Fire and others quickly decided to abandon the Super Spirit organization in this location and choose another place, intending to make a comeback. The order given to Wei Qiyu was to eliminate one of the core members of the Super Spirit organization, the rich young lady Qi-1, who knew too many secrets but was already of no use to them. As soon as Wei Qiyu succeeded, the core members of the Super Spirit organization would immediately flee thousands of miles away, and they might even develop abroad. The complexity of this matter had already made Wang Sheng feel a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, Wei Qiyu was captured alive, otherwise, this matter would probably have really sunk into obscurity. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Yu's narration was interrupted again as the door of the conference room was knocked open, and the out-of-breath Dinyo came in to report. Team leader, according to Wei Qiyu's confession, the 3 volumes of the medicine god have been retrieved from the school. How should we handle it? Mu Yu glanced at Wang Sheng, saying, blatantly abusing power, send the original to the Research Institute for record-keeping, and make a separate copy for Taoist Wang to see if it is indeed a genuine cultivation classic. We should always consider the opinions of professionals. Wang Sheng blinked. He had no interest in the Medicine God Valley's classic texts and wanted to refuse. But thinking of how angry Mu Yu could get and that he had an infertile father at home, he coughed. A gift from the elders should not be declined. He considered it a reward for his hard work this time. Anyway, when the Medicine God Valley pursued him in the future, he could just say he had only identified it at the time and somehow remembered a bit of content. That would be easy to explain. Chapter 63. The difficulty of being a senior brother. The team leader placed great importance on efficiency, and meetings were no exception. After Mu Yu finished introducing the internal structure, methods of accumulating wealth, and the crimes of the combat department of the Super Spirit Organization, the team leader tapped the table, drawing everyone's attention to her. Let's not discuss the additional emergence of evil sects for now. That will be a separate study. The cult organizations that intend to disrupt social order persist despite repeated bans. And this will be a challenge we have to face in the future. Next, let's talk about the Shaolin Society, which is quite representative. Over the past 2 years, we have had numerous discussions about the impact of cultivators on social security. The handling of this Shaolin Society incident can serve as a model for dealing with similar events in the future. Half an hour later, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian watched a group of big shots leave one after another until only the group leader and their senior brothers and sisters were left in the conference room. The preliminary investigation of this incident was largely thanks to you two, the teacher said with a gentle smile. I don't even know how to thank you. If you have any requests or ideas, feel free to tell me directly. Mu Wanxian tugged at Wang Sheng's sleeve, and Wang Sheng said, no need, teacher. It's enough that we could help, and the true core of the Shaolin Society hasn't been caught yet, so it's a bit early to say thanks. Well, that being said, teacher, Wang Sheng spoke up first, saying, Xiao Shimi has been saved now, and my senior sister and I want to return to the mountain to cultivate. Destroying criminal organizations is ultimately the police's job, and we are considered outsiders now, so it's not appropriate for us to get too involved. The group leader frowned slightly, her gaze showing a hint of helplessness. Wang Sheng just smiled at her, his eyes clear and calm. All right, I respect your thoughts, the teacher said with a complex expression. Sighing slightly, let's go meet Xiaowen first. I don't know how to face her. Wang Sheng was determined in his heart that once he saw Qi Wan, he would find an opportunity to suggest taking Xiao Shimi back to the mountain to avoid the storm. When they left the interrogation room, the teacher called over 2 team members to help Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian retrieve their personal belongings. When they went to the classroom to block Xiao Shimi, Wang Sheng hesitated and didn't bring the Wen Yuan sword, which was a bit underestimating the situation. After all, Wang Sheng didn't expect that the high-ranking members of the Shaolin Society would risk a sneak attack. He also never would have guessed that Wei Qiyu would still have the Medicine God Volume 3, which led to the involvement of 2 masters from the Yin-Yang sect. In the interrogation room, Qi Wen sat alone, occasionally fiddling with her hair, wiping her tears from the corners of her eyes, and occasionally letting out a quiet sob. When the door opened, the group leader walked in with a frosty expression, and Qi Wen immediately broke down, crying out loud as she ran towards her only family. But what greeted her was her mother's raised left hand. Smack! With that slap, 5 clear handprints were immediately left on her face. Not only was Qi Wen stunned, but Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian were also taken aback by the slap. And the investigation team members outside fell silent. Mom, now you know I'm your mom? What have you done? The group leader shouted hatefully, raising her hand again to strike. But before she could, her vision blurred, and the space in front of her was suddenly empty. Qi Wen was hugged by Mu Wanxian, who rushed in from the side, quickly taking her to a corner. At the door of the interrogation room, several investigation team members immediately rushed in to protect the group leader. Wang Sheng quickly stepped forward to stop the teacher, who was still wanting to chase after and take action. Calm down, teacher, please calm down. Junior sister was also deceived by evil people. She was deceived? Using the money I gave her to support these nefarious criminals. The emotions that had been building up in the teacher finally erupted, her eyes red as she pointed at Chi-Wan and scolded. How could I have given you such a name? Are you really stupid, or just doing this on purpose? All these years of study wasted, huh? Have you become foolish from reading too much? If it weren't for those two, you would be dead now, do you know that? Chi-Wan cried out loud, overwhelmed by her mother's scolding, while Wang Sheng was anxious but couldn't find the words. Wang Sheng actually wanted to scold his junior sister as well. But once the teacher spoke, he, as the second senior brother, could only stand by and persuade. Junior sister was just an ordinary person before. She knew nothing about cultivation and could easily be deceived. Teacher, please calm down. Wang Sheng secretly gestured to the older investigation team members outside, who also began to speak up in support of Chi-Wan. Sister Chi, if it weren't for Xiaowen's matter, we wouldn't have noticed this Ling society. And we wouldn't have this opportunity to achieve results. Xiaowen has credit here. Group leader, please don't scare the child. She is a victim and was deceived. Amidst these words defending Chi-Wan, a somewhat discordant voice spoke up. It was a calm-faced uncle who said, we can't say that. Although Xiaowen is a victim, she is also one of the core members of the Ling society. If she actively reports and exposes them now, she might be able to mitigate her guilt. If she remains silent, someone immediately interrupted this uncle's speech. Old Zheng, Chi-Wan is a crucial clue for us to solve the case. We are a privileged department and should understand the serious consequences of abusing privilege. Old Zheng, however, continued stubbornly, saying, we must handle this according to the system. We can slightly relax the evaluation of meritorious deeds due to the group leader's connection, but that's all we can do. As others were about to speak again, the group leader waved her hand and coldly said, Old Zheng is responsible for Chi-Wan's matter. I want the interrogation results within 2 hours. Wang Sheng furrowed his brows slightly, but the teacher had already turned to walk towards the door. Before leaving, she glanced back at Chi-Wan, her eyes filled with pain. But she quickly looked down and left. Between public and private, the teacher chose public. Wang Sheng felt a bit disappointed in his heart, watching the teacher leave quickly, as if she wanted to escape from there. Her somewhat frail figure seemed like it could be blown over by the wind at any moment. Somehow, Wang Sheng thought of his master standing on the courtyard wall, gazing into the distance. Perhaps he was still not mature enough and didn't fully agree with the teacher's actions. The student is not taught. It is the father's fault. Chi-Wan could be deceived, and the teacher was not without responsibility, of course. His master also bore part of the responsibility. As a disciple, if he could help his master repay some of the debts, it would do him no harm. So he should help as much as he could. Outside the interrogation room, the uncles exchanged glances. Old Zheng slowly exhaled, mumbling somewhat guiltily, I was just stating the facts. You, the group leader, only has this one daughter. Old Zheng, you handle it. Several of them. Wang Sheng stood at the door looking outside. Softly said, can you give me 10 minutes? I want to talk to Chi-Wan. It might help with the case. Taoist Wang, please go ahead. If you need our assistance, just let us know. Thank you. After closing the door of the interrogation room, Wang Sheng turned to look at Chi-Wan, who was squatting in the corner and crying, and said to his senior sister, Senior sister, help her sort out her spiritual thoughts and true essence. Let her calm down first. Wang Sheng nodded gently. She hummed a little tune she had heard someone sing on the mountain and began to pat Chi-Wan's back continuously, sending gentle energy into her body. Sure enough, Chi-Wan quickly calmed down and was helped over by Wang Sheng to sit across the table from Wang Sheng. The scenes of their conversation were clearly transmitted to the monitoring room next door. Wang Sheng pondered for a moment, and when Chi-Wan looked up at him, he began, I want to tell you some things you might not imagine, Chi-Wan. Your school has nearly 300 students who are members of the Ling society, right? Chi-Wan bit her lip, her delicate appearance making it hard for people to bear. She nodded slightly. Do you know what awaits them? Chi-Wan shook her head, her gaze filled with confusion, clearly intrigued by Wang Sheng's words. Wang Sheng's voice was somewhat low, and he hadn't fully determined a course of action yet. He had been listening in on the meeting with his senior sister. The mildest outcome would be to assign someone to closely monitor them. From their university days to their entry into society, they would be unable to escape such surveillance. The more severe consequence would be that various methods would be used to strip them of their cultivation. However, both of these options posed certain difficulties in implementation and required substantial human and material resources, so someone proposed to centralize their management. Do you understand this implication? Chi-Wan was taken aback, ultimately biting her lip and shaking her head, looking at Wang Sheng with a complex expression. That won't happen. You must be lying to me. What benefit would I gain from lying to you? I'm merely your nominal senior brother. We're not that familiar, and I have no ulterior motives towards you. Wang Sheng shrugged. Continuing, perhaps you don't have a clear understanding of the criminal activities of the supernatural society. Let me give you a simple example. Do you know what regulated knives are? Qi furrowed her brow, thought for a moment, and then nodded gently, cooperating. Wang Sheng said, the reason the state regulates dangerous weapons is that when someone picks them up, they can easily harm others and threaten their lives. Right now, the techniques you are spreading are like weapons, equivalent to regulated knives. A cultivator who practices these techniques for a year can easily possess the strength to kill ordinary people. And you are passing these techniques to members who pay fees without considering their character, temperament, or even checking for personality defects or mental illnesses. Can you imagine the consequences? You are recklessly passing on these weapons that threaten the stability of society. What does that behavior signify? It's like putting a knife to the throat of ordinary people outside your society. This is the true crime of your society, far beyond ordinary financial fraud. Therefore, even if the methods for dealing with these social instability factors are extreme, they can easily be adopted by them. Wang Sheng paused, observing Qi face, which clearly showed some hesitation and added more pressure. Yu wants to kill you. You have experienced this firsthand. What hope do you still have for them? Speaking of loyalty, moreover, she took the risk of exposure to kill you, which means you have secrets about yourself that threaten the core members of the supernatural society. If you reveal these secrets to the police, it will promptly stop the activities of the supernatural society. Qi, you need to save not just yourself, but also your mother and those classmates who only want to cultivate and have committed no sins. Taking a deep breath, Wang Sheng stood up, saying, I will go talk to your mother again. If you come to your senses and clarify the issues, I want to take you to the mountains to experience what true cultivation is, and, by the way, meet your biological father. Qi lips trembled as she gazed at Wang Sheng's figure, then covered her mouth and nose as she began to cry. Wang Sheng gestured to his senior sister to stay with her, then turned and left the judgment room. Once outside, Wang Sheng let out a bitter laugh. Wanting to take the little junior sister away from the master's wife's side was not something that could be decided with just a few words. Chapter 64. The three returned to the mountains saying they would centralize the management of university students involved in the supernatural society was merely Wang Sheng scaring Qi. How could they casually imprison over 1,000 students who had done nothing wrong? If the news leaked, it would be a huge scandal. And the characterization of the students could only be that they were victims. But Qi was indeed frightened. Qi personality was quite simple, although she appeared weak. She was very stubborn at heart. If too much abstract reasoning was thrown at her from the start, it would only backfire. Thus, Wang Sheng approached it from Qi perspective of loyalty and emotions, letting her bear the weight of the future destinies of over 1,000 innocent students, and then waited for her to make a simple choice. As soon as Wang Sheng left, Qi, accompanied by Mu Wanxian, provided the investigation team with a few key pieces of information she had. The most valuable piece of information was a side profile photo of the flame bearer. Although the photo was somewhat blurry, it gave the police a general direction for their search. Next were several secret bank accounts of the supernatural society, which could be used to track the flow of funds and freeze most of the fees they had collected. This was a heavy blow that could lead to significant losses for the supernatural society's upper echelons. In addition to these two pieces of information, there was also the flame bearer's intention to establish the supernatural society. Gathering wealth was only the first step in the flame bearer's plan. Once enough funds were accumulated, he aimed to unite various scattered Dao inheritances to form a massive loose cultivator organization to stand against the so-called righteous and evil paths. This was the ambition of the flame bearer. Qi had been captivated by the few talisman techniques displayed by the flame bearer. Initially, she firmly believed she was a cultivation genius and could achieve immortality. She sold various luxury bags, clothes, and jewelry, repeatedly asking for money from her family and borrowing from friends, using various means to provide the initial development funds for the supernatural society, all on her own. The little junior sister's extravagance was truly unparalleled. The information Qi provided was indeed valuable, but it was still somewhat forced to clear her of guilt. Therefore, Wang Sheng, her second senior brother, stepped up once more. There was no other choice. The master had gone to the mountains for gallstones, and the mistress couldn't defend her daughter due to her position, so it fell to him, the beloved disciple of Qi father, to worry about the junior sister. Wang Sheng had actually already thought of a way to exonerate Qi. He found several deputy leaders of the investigation team to discuss, and they quickly reached a decision. They would have Qi, who already had cultivation, give up her studies and join the investigation team as a frontline member. Reporting and denouncing while switching sides could both offset Qi guilt and prevent others from gossiping, while also adding a slight strength to the investigation team. This course of action also inspired the special investigation team. At that time, the investigation team was composed entirely of ordinary people with limited actions against cultivators. For example, this time, the team leader's hired bodyguard for his daughter was injured by cultivators using talismans. If the investigation team could cultivate some true cultivators as main combat forces, their future operational effectiveness would surely improve significantly. Conveniently, there were over 1,000 university students with basic cultivation experience here, from which they could directly select those with good qualifications for training, through the means of the special investigation team. Sending them to famous mountains for cultivation or acquiring some cultivation techniques was not difficult. It would be easy to cultivate the first batch of cultivator police. The special investigation team wanted to coordinate between the cultivation world and the secular world to investigate cultivator crimes. They would have to train cultivators loyal to the country and their own duties. In Wang Sheng's memory, the emergence of the first batch of police cultivators occurred in the 6th year after the revival of Qi. Now, because of Qi matter, it had come much earlier. All of this was within the expectations of the second senior brother, but what followed was something he did not anticipate. He truly managed to settle the matter with the River East Lioness with just a few words. At first, Wang Sheng was also a bit dazed by the outcome. He merely approached the mistress and asked, "Can I take the little junior sister back to the mountains for a while?" The mistress nodded in agreement without much hesitation. Probably. The mistress also wants Qi to temporarily stay away from the vortex of the Super Spirit Society. It's only when they can capture the core members, elders, and key figures of the Holy Fire and other super spirits that the investigation team will likely stop. However, Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian cannot just stay here and delay their own cultivation. There's no need to worry about Qi life on the mountain. My senior sister and I will ensure she doesn't go hungry, Wang Sheng said. As for Qi cultivation matters, it's better to wait until Master returns to the mountain to decide. During this time, my senior sister and I will help her open her meridians and improve her physical condition. The mistress seemed to age a year in just half an hour, with more wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. After guarding her daughter for 20 years, she now has to send her to the side of the husband she once left behind, which isn't a pleasant feeling. I'll trouble you all a lot. It's our duty. Wang Sheng took a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on the mistress's desk, gently pressing it down twice, smiling at her before turning to leave. The paper had Master Qing Yinzi's phone number and social media account written on it. In fact, if the mistress wanted to contact Master, she wouldn't need Wang Sheng to provide these, but it can be seen as a little hope from a disciple. The departure time was set for 2 p.m., and Qi needed to sign some agreements and pack her luggage. Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian had already organized their belongings. And Dinyo and Mu Yu also took time to come over to say goodbye to the two Taoists who had helped them a lot. Although they didn't interact much and the time spent together was short, Dinyo and Mu Yu were considered acquaintances of their senior sister and brother. During lunch, Wang Sheng summed up the gains from this trip: a new copy of the Divine Doctor Volume 3 from the sect, 2 special investigation group communication phones, one of which had a broken screen, and a junior sister, who, although she didn't seem very reliable. Besides that, there were various clothes and shoes that had been prepared for them, all arranged by Mu Yu to be brought back to the mountain for use. They had come here with Dinyo and Mu Yu, but now, due to the investigation group's manpower shortage, they were sent back by a police officer. Qi was forbidden from contacting her roommates, and after packing her luggage, she left the school under Mu Yu's supervision. However, Wang Sheng had someone to say goodbye to: his senior sister from high school, Shen Qianlin. After lunch, the sun was shining brightly. On a shaded path near the school gate, a young girl in a long dress and sandals was jogging, attracting the attention of many restless boys. It wasn't until she saw the familiar figure sitting on a bench, seriously reading a book, that she relaxed a little. Senior sister, Wang Sheng closed his book, stood up and looked at her, silently praising her beauty. "Are you leaving now? Why are you in such a hurry?" Shen Qianlin asked repeatedly. "I've finished my business." Wang Sheng glanced down at Shen Qianlin's small feet. She seemed to have been doing her nails before rushing over after receiving his message. "Sit down and take a break. You're all sweaty from such a short run." Shin Qianlin stuck out her tongue a bit shyly. I'm a bit lazy. And I usually don't have time to exercise. I'm busy with other things during PE class. The two sat back on the bench, neither deliberately getting closer nor further away, sitting naturally like two old friends. Wang Sheng said, there must have been a lot of rumors circulating in school today? Yeah. I saw the video of you fighting with someone, but later I couldn't find it again. Now the country has policies that temporarily prevent ordinary people from accessing these things. Wang Sheng hinted, speaking softly. Actually, I consider myself lucky. I initially went to Wudong Mountain to learn martial arts, but unexpectedly found a high-level master and started cultivating. Shin Qianlin blinked. Cultivating? Wang Sheng saw no one around. Waved his hand over the grass beside the bench, and a few fallen leaves floated into his palm, spinning in the air. The commotion around the Super Spirit Society had stirred up a lot of attention. Even though the school had issued several statements, the students could not control their curiosity. Cultivators fighting, police shooting, pyramid schemes, and supernatural spirit societies had become keywords that students repeatedly mentioned throughout the day. Shin Qianlin had naturally heard a lot, and a few people she knew were members of the Super Spirit Society. But hearing about it was one thing. Seeing such a magical scene with her own eyes caused Shin Qianlin to gasp in surprise. Really? Wang Sheng looked at Shin Qianlin, casually throwing the leaves away. If you also want to cultivate, I can introduce you to a few female Taoist cultivators. Me? Shin Qianlin blinked, her eyes showing a hint of struggle but quickly turning to acceptance. She smiled and said, I'll pass. I definitely don't have the talent for that. And I'm not dissatisfied with my current life. If you let me give up everything and go to the mountains to cultivate, I might not have the courage for that. Yeah, Wang Sheng nodded with a smile. It's best to let things happen naturally. But senior sister, you shouldn't be fooled by those money-making schemes. How could that be? I'm more likely to trick others, Shin Qianlin said proudly. I've brought many juniors into the student council. It's not just because you're good-looking and charming, Wang Sheng teased, glancing at the police car parked outside the school gate, and said, All right, I came to ask you about this matter. Comrade Shin, remember to keep this conversation confidential. My senior sister is still waiting for me. I'm heading back now. Senior sister? Shin Qianlin blinked. Isn't she your girlfriend? Wang Sheng shrugged. Cultivation emphasizes a pure heart and few desires. My senior sister and I walk the path together. Calling each other boyfriend and girlfriend is too mundane. Shin Qianlin scoffed, clearly seeing through him. It seems like unrequited love on your part. Your senior sister doesn't seem to have as many thoughts as you do. You might want to pursue her, but can't find the opportunity. Wang Sheng immediately put on a bitter face. How could this senior sister be so sharp-eyed? Truly deserving of being someone who has been an officer for 2 years. You can understand it, as everyone's simply cultivating without those low-level pursuits. Wang Sheng sighed deeply. Shin Qianlin beside him kept laughing, looking at him with a suspicious expression, sighing at the sky, lamenting a lifetime of fame, waving goodbye, carrying away a piece of tired cloud. I'm leaving. Let me see you off. No need. The sun is so strong outside. Be careful not to get tanned. Wang Sheng waved his hand and gradually walked away in the sunlight. Shin Qianlin stood there, her smile gradually fading as she watched Wang Sheng get into the police car, observing it merge into the flow of traffic outside the school gate. He has gone. Sigh, Shin Qianlin sighed softly, looking at the few fallen leaves beside the bench. She squatted down to pick them up, pinching them between her fingers. The fallen flowers drift away with the water. Why bother to consult the green on the branches? Inside the police car, Wang Sheng rummaged through his backpack and took out a pair of bracelets gifted by the Li family, turning around to hand the brocade box to the back seat. Senior sister, this is for you. Mu Wanxian blinked in surprise, opened the brocade box to take a look, and immediately smiled with delight. Then, she noticed Qi Wen beside her. The junior sister was leaning against the car window, staring blankly at the passing streets, her eyes still red and swollen. Here, the senior sister handed one bracelet over, waving it in front of Qi Wen. Good things should be shared, although she, as the eldest senior sister, isn't as reliable as the second senior brother, she must still have this grace. Wang Sheng in the passenger seat couldn't help but support his forehead with one hand, only able to smile and say nothing more. Chapter 65. Casual conversations on the way back. On the road back, Wang Sheng received a document sent by Miao Yu, which included a photo of a young man captured by a roadside camera, along with his basic information. This was the profile picture provided by Qi Wen. And after several hours of data comparison by the investigation team, they finally confirmed the appearance and identity of the holy fire cultist. Wang Sheng had Qi Wen identify the man, who still showed some hesitation but eventually nodded in agreement. It's him. Wang Sheng quickly messaged Miao Yu back, making sure not to delay their operations. He then carefully examined the man's identity information and was somewhat surprised. The Super Spirit Society was actually created by a 24-year-old. The holy fire cultist's real name was Guofeng Lin, and there was a gap of 7 to 8 years in the available records before the age of 16. He was just an ordinary high school student, nothing remarkable. He ran away from home at 16, severing contact with his family. And the police records still contained information about his family's missing person report at that time. This was the only information they had at the moment. However, now that the man's appearance had been confirmed, as long as he appeared in any monitored area within the Great Huagua, the police would be able to determine his location within 2 minutes. This was much more convenient than the search methods that only powerful beings in the tribulation stage could perform, with a coverage area that couldn't compare. After uncovering the mystery of the holy fire cultist, the tension within the investigation team eased considerably upon discovering that the opponent was just a young man. Wang Sheng chatted with Miao Yu about the progress of the case. She mentioned that they were preparing for a thorough search, aiming to capture the group within the next 48 hours. The team leader had temporarily transferred a dozen snipers from the nearest military district. Realizing that large-caliber sniper rifles were indeed a powerful weapon against cultivators at this stage, as they caught sight of Wudong Mountain in the distance, Wang Sheng put these matters out of his mind. This body is far from home, no need to worry. He thought it would be more reliable to consider how to advance to the embryonic stage. When returning to Wudong Mountain, they encountered a light drizzle, and as dusk approached, the mountain roads were empty and quiet, occasionally revealing a few figures meditating in serene spots. The evening was shrouded in misty rain, with the mountain house showing its dilapidated tiles and green bamboo groves. The rich and pure spiritual energy here was refreshing, making one feel at ease. Just a whiff could lead one to become intoxicated. On the way up the mountain, Mu Wanxian held Qi Wen's arm, while Wang Sheng carried various bags and had tied 4 suitcases to his shoulder, still moving swiftly with his true essence. Throughout the journey, Mu Wanxian continually used expressions to cheer Qi Wen up, and her mood noticeably improved. After experiencing such a significant change in just one day, Qi Wen felt as if she were in a dream, unable to return to reality. The abundant spiritual energy of Wudong Mountain gradually alleviated her worries. Qi Wen turned to Wang Sheng and said, "Let me help you carry some." Wang Sheng simply waved his hand, advising her to be careful on the slippery road. Qi Wen nodded lightly, but seemed somewhat distracted. After walking halfway up the asphalt road, they began to ascend the steps. Over the past 2 years, Wudong Mountain had gained various rare flowers and plants, and soon, Qi Wen was captivated by the misty mountain scenery, her gaze lingering in the tranquil surroundings. This was indeed a prime location for cultivating immortality. The higher they climbed, the more Taoists they encountered. As they approached Zixiao Palace, they could see young disciples scattered in the woods, either meditating, practicing swordplay, performing spells, or chatting merrily. Fortunately, Li Shiwu had previously arranged for someone to repair the mountain road back to their residence, or else, judging by Mu Wanxuan's anxious demeanor towards Qi Wen, she would have insisted on carrying her up the mountain for reassurance. Just after crossing the height of Zixiao Palace, they heard a voice calling from a distance behind them. "Wang Shidi, Bu Yu Shimi, why are you back so soon?" Wang Sheng didn't need to turn around to know this was Zhou Yinglong, a disciple of the Wudong Taoist lineage, as they had fought ghosts, crossed beams, and shared rooms together. The three waited on the mountain path for a while, and Zhou Yinglong, lifting his Taoist robe, quickly rushed over. "Hey, who is this?" "Our junior sister," Wang Sheng replied with a smile. "The kind that doesn't need to enter the sect." Zhou Yinglong was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized. Anyone called junior sister who doesn't need to enter the sect must be a descendant of Qin Yanzi. "Nice to meet you," Zhou Yinglong said. Cupping his hands and standing tall, "I am Zhou Yinglong, a third-generation disciple practicing in Wudong Mountain. I am familiar with Bu Yu Shidi and Bu Yu Shimi. We are all fellow disciples now, so let's get to know each other." Qi Wen merely nodded and introduced herself. "I'm Qi Wen." Wang Sheng winked at Zhou Yinglong, who immediately understood something and raised an eyebrow at Wang Sheng. Mu Wanxian frowned slightly, unable to comprehend the unspoken communication between her junior brother and Zhou Yinglong. "Come, let me help you," Zhou Yinglong offered, taking half of Wang Sheng's burden. while also sending a message in a small group of only 3 or 4 people. Wang Shidi brought back a little junior sister. Come welcome her. Wang Sheng observed silently, not saying anything. When they arrived at the small courtyard, Hao Ling and Meng Hong came together, bringing some food and fruits, which was quite thoughtful. The small courtyard looked just as it did when they left. And Wang Sheng still couldn't reach his master's phone. It made sense. Gallstones couldn't form in a day. And if one could condense a virtual pill into a golden pill in just a few days, it would truly be a disservice to the prestigious reputation of the golden pill realm. When Meng Hong and Hao Ling saw Qi Wan, they greeted her. But upon noticing her vacant gaze, they didn't engage her much, only asking Wang Sheng what he had been doing on this trip down the mountain. Seeing that Qi Wan was too exhausted, Mu Wanxian took her to the main house to rest, while Wang Sheng accompanied the other 3 to drink tea under the shade outside the courtyard. Wang Sheng didn't hide anything from them and briefly explained the matter of the Super Spirit Society, which astonished Zhou Yinglong and the others. They were only practicing on the mountain, knowing little about the changes in the secular world, and were puzzled by the evil cultivators Wang Sheng mentioned. Hao Ling said, "Isn't cultivation a personal matter? Everyone should just focus on their own cultivation on the mountain. If one can achieve immortality someday, it would not be in vain. So why harm others for profit?" Zhou Yinglong and Meng Hong couldn't help but laugh, while Wang Sheng replied, "Everyone's pursuits are different." Meng Hong frowned and asked, "Since such an organization has already been discovered, why doesn't the police just take them down directly? Over 1,000 cultivators, it's hard to imagine. The ones truly guilty are just those 10 or 20 people selling techniques. The others are victims to varying degrees." Wang Sheng shook his head. In the flourishing secular world, among the vast sea of people, those few culprits have already made various preparations in advance. Even if we now have photos of their leaders, they might easily disguise themselves or undergo plastic surgery, making them difficult to capture. Wang Shidi, Zhou Yinglong clearly showed interest in other matters. What's this special investigation team about? It feels like the ancient Jinhui. Hao Ling couldn't help but comment, "Good thing you didn't mention the Eastern Factory or Western Factory. Shi Xiang, you seem quite knowledgeable about these things while cultivating." I studied it before, Zhou Yinglong said, feeling embarrassed, and quickly changed the subject. Wang Shidi, what exactly is this special investigation team? Please tell us in detail. Wang Sheng saw that those present were not outsiders and thought to give them a reminder. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice and said, "What I'm about to say next must not be spread. Just the 4 of us knowing is enough." Meng Hong and the others nodded in unison, leaning in to listen. Wang Sheng continued, saying that what he was about to share was actually information he knew from his previous life. In a few years, this information would become semi-public intelligence. And there was nothing particularly secret about it. He was just intentionally creating an air of mystery. He picked up his teacup and, with the light rain falling, spoke leisurely. The Great Hua country has made many arrangements to cope with the impact of the revival of the cultivation world. The Special Investigation Team is an organization that is out in the open, responsible for handling some simple matters, mainly establishing contact with the cultivation world and coordinating various relationships within it. But as the name suggests, this is just an investigation team. There are also several research institutes specifically studying cultivation and cultivators. Those who have committed crimes and fall into the hands of the investigation team will be sent there for dissection and so on. Dissection? Zhou Yinglong's eyes widened, and Hao Ling beside him pursed her lips. Yes, dissection. Wang Sheng shrugged. That captured Li Qiran is in for that fate. Meng Hong sighed and said, "Isn't this approach a bit extreme?" Zhou Yinglong retorted, "The state's power is meant to protect the greatest interests of the people. We are actually a minority of unstable factors, so we can't blame them for being so cautious. By the way, since there is an investigation team, is there a combat team?" Wang Sheng nodded. "Of course there is, and they are not to be trifled with." Zhou Yinglong laughed. "Now that needs clarification. Why can't we provoke them?" Wang Sheng continued leisurely. "If the investigation team encounters problems they cannot solve, such as cultivators causing trouble collectively, or if evil cultivators target the special investigation team, it is highly likely that a group known as the Special Combat Ready Team will be mobilized. This combat team is a true national weapon, but their role is to handle national defense and international conflicts. They won't easily act domestically, and even when they do, it won't be on a large scale. Just think about it. Tens of thousands of well-trained soldiers, operating under strict orders and with cultivation, could flatten our Wudong Mountain in just a couple of hours with their various high-damage firearms. Hao Ling's little face turned pale, as if she could see Wudong Mountain being bombed, and quickly said, "Then we should hurry and inform Master and the others." The three men exchanged glances and all chuckled lightly. Zhou Yinglong sighed. "These matters don't need us to say anything. Surely Master and the elders have known about it for the past 2 years. Anyway, in the future, just practice honestly and don't commit any crimes or harm others, and it will be fine." "Where would they get any techniques?" Meng Hong said. "Just summon a few elders to go to the military as instructors. In short, everyone should remember to keep a sense of proportion when acting heroically in the future," Wang Sheng cautioned. "Of course, if we encounter evil cultivators harming people, killing them is fine. The special investigation team won't make things too difficult for us." Zhou Yinglong chuckled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect there to be so many considerations. I was thinking of traveling around after my cultivation improved. But now it seems better to just stay on the mountain and cultivate in peace." "Indeed," Hao Ling nodded. "The mountain is often carefree, while the outside world is hard to find peace." Just as they were talking, a frantic scream suddenly came from the main house, and the four who were chatting jumped up almost simultaneously. Wang Sheng was the fastest, leaping over the courtyard gate with his sword pointed and rushing into the main house, his true essence surging. Zhou Yinglong and Meng Hong quickly followed, some preparing talismans and others readying their palms, while Hao Ling even grabbed a stool in her hand. Inside the room, in the corner of the Kong, Qi Wen, who had just changed into a pink nightgown, was curled up with a pale face, while Mu Wanxian was protectively shielding her, as if facing a great enemy. Wang Sheng frowned immediately, suspecting that someone might have used dark magic to plot against them. "What happened?" Qi Wen, with trembling little hands, pointed at a grasshopper on the quilt and stammered, "There's a bug, a bug." The other 5 cultivators in the room immediately felt a wave of helplessness and wanted to complain. Chapter 66. The Sword Summons the High Ones. Wang Sheng, as a senior brother, had done quite well. He even went down the mountain late at night to buy 2 mosquito nets, which he hung up for his senior sister and junior sister that very night. Before, only his senior sister was there, and Wang Sheng had gotten used to sleeping in the inner room. Now that Qi Wen had joined, he felt embarrassed to sleep in the same room with them. So he simply moved a mat to the courtyard gate to meditate and cultivate. Meditating could replace sleep. And Wang Sheng was also worried that Qi Wen might sneak away in the middle of the night. After going down the mountain twice, it indeed affected his cultivation a bit. Wang Sheng had previously reached the threshold of the embryo formation stage, and now he spent the entire night just barely finding the state he had comprehended during his time at the Li residence. The so-called embryo formation refers to the formation of an inner embryo. The pursuit of cultivation is for the unity of heaven and man, merging with the Tao. But that is a rather profound realm, not something that can be easily touched upon with just a few insights. In the condensation stage, cultivators begin to absorb the essence of the world and transform it into their own true essence according to their respective methods. When they reach the spirit gathering stage, their spiritual consciousness perceives the traces of the Tao in nature, allowing them to begin merging with heaven and earth. However, if true essence and spiritual consciousness continue to grow, setting aside the bottlenecks and the potential limits of each cultivator, the ultimate result is merging into heaven and earth, returning dust to dust, soil to soil, becoming part of the essence of heaven and earth. Thus, this does not count as completing the foundation establishment. Cultivators engage in cultivation and seek to comprehend nature, fundamentally to elevate themselves, pursuing their own transcendence and the Tao. Therefore, forming an inner embryo, autonomously controlling the connection between oneself and heaven and earth, means being able to merge with heaven and earth when the time is right, and to sever ties when necessary. This is the significance of the embryo formation stage in cultivation. So what is the inner embryo? It is actually a more abstract term. It does not mean literally forming a little person in one's belly, but refers to the completion of the Tao body's circular movement, claiming to cycle through the inner circular path. Before reaching the embryo formation stage, Wang Sheng absorbed the essence through surrounding acupoints. After stepping into the embryo formation stage, it connects the inner circular path with the outer circular path to draw in essence from heaven and earth. In the condensation stage, cultivators absorb essence as if drinking from a small cup. In the spirit gathering stage, it's like guzzling from a large bowl, while in the embryo formation stage, cultivators immerse themselves in a vat of essence, absorbing from all over their bodies. How to complete a perfect and seamless inner circular path is the direction Wang Sheng is currently striving for. The Pure Yang Celestial Classic has 4 verses corresponding to this realm. The mysterious female conceals treasures, movement, and stillness are natural. The celestial veins are sealed, and the essence returns to the original. Simply put, it emphasizes the importance of maintaining a pure yang body. Indeed, for someone like Wang Sheng, who has been cultivating on the mountain since his rebirth and has nurtured his masculine energy for 4 years, it is easier to enter the embryo formation stage and reach a complete realm. In contrast, someone like Shi Qianzhong, who frequently goes to salons to have their feet curled or washed, would find the embryo formation stage quite a significant hurdle. Suddenly, the sound of a rooster crowing broke the silence, waking Wang Sheng from his meditation. As he opened his eyes, the world was clear. The morning sun rose between the mountains, and white clouds rolled freely. Wang Sheng's spiritual consciousness swept across, sensing his senior sister sitting on the Kong, and Qi sleeping soundly in the mosquito net. He quietly returned to the room to fetch a Dao robe, changed his shorts into long pants for practice, and quietly left the room, closing the courtyard gate as he went to Zhixiao Palace for breakfast. In the small courtyard, one could dress more casually, but while moving around the mountain, one still needed to pay attention to their demeanor, so as not to bring shame to the master. Zhou Yinglong seemed to have anticipated Wang Sheng's return, waiting in the dining hall. Upon seeing Wang Sheng, he quickly approached. Wang Shidi, good morning. Wang Sheng was a bit puzzled. He hadn't felt Zhou Xixiang so warm before. Could it be that he had intentions towards his junior sister? Good morning, Xixiang. Wang Sheng replied with a smile, noticing Zhou Yinglong was a bit shy to speak, so he took the initiative to ask, is there something you find hard to say? Zhou Yinglong coughed softly, glanced aside a few times, and unconsciously lowered his voice. I thought about it all night last night and finally understood the principle of the capable come first. Wang Shidi, I have a serious question. Could you give me some guidance on my swordsmanship? Wang Sheng blinked, hesitating slightly. Zhou Yinglong quickly added, it won't take too much of your time. Just send me a WeChat message when you're practicing, and I'll come to observe. No need to be like that. Let's just set a time and practice swordplay every other day, Wang Sheng said with a smile. Having someone to practice swordsmanship with is not a bad thing at all. Zhou Yinglong readily agreed, feeling a heavy stone in his heart finally drop, and enthusiastically offered to treat them to breakfast. Then awkwardly remembered that the meals at Zhixiao Palace were already provided for free, carrying 2 bowls of congee and a few vegetarian buns. Wang Sheng floated back to the small courtyard. Qi had already woken up, having slept from around 8 or 9 last night until now. She looked much more spirited, standing by the door in her nightgown and continuously sizing up Wang Sheng, who was dressed in a Dao robe. Sister, junior sister, come over for breakfast. Wang Sheng called out, and a faint fragrance wafted over. Singing a little tune, Qi emerged from the bathroom with her damp hair tied back, and her face lit up with joy upon seeing breakfast. Life is only happy when you can eat without cooking. Qi stood there with pursed lips, her long hair somewhat disheveled, and her small face a bit pale. Wang Sheng called out again, come over and eat something. The food on the mountain is quite simple and won't accumulate too much oil and impurities, which is beneficial for early-stage cultivation. Mu Wanxian, however, took the initiative, walking over to pull her junior sister out and seating her at the low table. Wang Sheng smiled lightly and went to sit in front of the courtyard gate to meditate. Just as he entered a state of serenity, he heard Qi sobbing from behind him. Sister, I am. Mu Wanxian, although a bit helpless, could only patiently comfort her. Wang Sheng did not do much, letting things flow naturally without forcing anything. After another day of meditation and comprehension, Wang Sheng gradually grasped the key to forming the inner cycle. While Mu Wanxian spent her time cooking for her junior sister, doing laundry, and even took Qi for a stroll nearby to help her relax. The elder sister was gentle by nature, and even knowing her junior sister was carrying a burden, she still hoped to help her cheer up sooner. In the evening, Wang Sheng stood up, held the Yuan sword in front of him for a moment, and then drew the sword, performing a quick sword dance. He only stopped when the stars of the universe appeared, standing still, carefully sensing something. This feeling was extremely mysterious. All things coexisted with him but did not share his essence, and heaven and earth coexisted with him but did not empathize with him. He casually swung out a sword, creating a sword Qi that severed a branch dozens of meters away. It seemed he had found that state of forming the fetus and understood his path to forming the fetus. The next step was to carefully experience and cautiously take this step forward. With a casual flick, the Yuan sword accurately landed in the sword sheath a few meters away. standing steadily on the ground. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause came from behind him. Wang Sheng turned to see his elder sister and junior sister sitting in a row at the courtyard gate, with Qi Wen's small face full of amazement. Feeling a bit better? Wang Sheng came over with his hands behind his back, smiling as he asked. Qi Wen's small face was somewhat dim, but she did not ignore him, nodding in response. Has your elder sister shown you where Master lives? Wang Sheng pointed to the side room. Master has gone to break through his realm for this period. I don't know when he'll be back, so just rest easy here. If you need anything, just tell me. There's no need to be polite. Qi Wen bit her lip. Tears streamed down her face again, leaving Mu Wanxian a bit at a loss. Why? Even though we just met, you all are still so nice to me after I made a mistake? Why is it like this? Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of helplessness in their eyes. Take it slow. Junior sister has encountered some hardships in life and can only wait for her to take this step herself. Another day passed, and Zhou Yinglong arrived with a sword. This guy had even dressed up specially, wearing a silk Dao robe, with his hair styled into a Dao bon, and in his hand was an ancient sword radiating spiritual light. Wang Sheng also changed into his training clothes, tossing over the wooden sword he had prepared beforehand, saying, "Let's just exchange sword techniques. We can't infuse true essence into the sword. If this wooden sword gets damaged, you can carve another one yourself, senior brother." All right. Zhou Yinglong laughed, then hurriedly assumed a sword stance, his gaze fixed on Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng relaxed his entire body, treating this purely as an exchange of sword techniques. His 7-star sword formation was heavy on changes and adept at trapping enemies, while Zhou Yinglong practiced the Tai Golden Immortal Sword, which leaned more towards the intricacy of techniques. Listening to Zhou Yinglong's light shout, he advanced with his sword, initiating with a move called Immortal, gazing at the moon. Wang Sheng slowed his 7-star footwork, facing Zhou Yinglong directly. As soon as the wooden sword came out, shadows of the sword followed, engaging in techniques with Zhou Yinglong. In front of the courtyard gate, the two figures continuously rose and fell, clashing swords, with every intricate move creating a clear, yet blurred exchange of sword intent. While pondering the Tai Golden Immortal Sword, Wang Sheng reciprocated with his own sword intent, helping Zhou Yinglong refine his sword intent. Before long, Qi Wen was drawn over by the commotion, standing by the door, staring blankly at the two sparring outside. As she watched, the little junior sister began to cry again. In the main room on the Kong, Mu Wanxian, who was meditating, could only smile wryly. This little junior sister was quite the crybaby, which was really giving her a headache. After half an hour of sparring, Zhou Yinglong found it hard to keep up, jumping back and sinking into layers of comprehension. Simply sitting down to close his eyes and think. Wang Sheng stood with his sword, also closing his eyes to deduce a complete set of Tai Golden Immortal Sword techniques, verifying it against his own 7-star sword formation, and suddenly felt that his sword path had broadened a bit. Wang Sheng had no impression of when Zhou Yinglong left. He then naturally entered meditation and cultivation, feeling he had taken another step closer to closing the inner cycle, leaving no time to care about Zhou Yinglong's whereabouts. However, 2 days later, Zhou Yinglong brought Wang Sheng an unexpected surprise. Of course, it wasn't the kind of surprise that involved joy. That day, Zhou Yinglong brought a Taoist priest to spar with Wang Sheng. And this Taoist priest was none other than the esteemed master Wang Sheng had wanted to apprentice under when he first came to Wudong Mountain. Taoism of Wudong, Gao Shishing. It can't be said to be a pity, had he successfully apprenticed under this Taoist priest that day. Wang Sheng would have missed the chance to become a disciple of Qing Yanzi. Such is life. Between gains and losses, there is more than just a clever word. Chapter 67. Meeting friends with swords. Taoist Gao was not very tall, somewhat dark and thin, with a Taoist bun on his head, wearing a somewhat loose Dao robe. And on his feet, he wore cloth shoes, with his pant legs tied tightly with hemp rope. His shoulders slumped, his body like a bow. And his eyes were quite spirited, resembling two quiet ponds. This Taoist, in his 40s, upon seeing Wang Sheng, immediately asked, "Can you let me see your sword?" Wang Sheng respectfully cupped his hands, knowing that this Taoist was a master of swordsmanship and did not dare to show any neglect. "Please guide me, Uncle Master." Gao Shishing gestured for him to proceed, moving aside with Zhou Yinglong, quietly observing Wang Sheng perform his swordplay. Wang Sheng held nothing back, revealing his current realm of swordsmanship in a set of 7-star sword formation. After a set of sword formations was performed, Wang Sheng felt a bit of difficulty in expressing his emotions. He casually executed a few moves from the Tai Golden Immortal sword technique, leaving Zhou Yinglong stunned. When did you learn this set of sword techniques, junior brother? I noted it down during our last sparring session, senior brother, Wang Sheng replied with a smile, and then turned to Taoist Gao, cupping his hands and saying, please guide me, Uncle Master. I have a deep understanding of swordsmanship, but it's not the same path as yours, so I can't really guide you. Taoist Gao shook his head and slowly approached. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Zhou Yinglong's sword flew from his grasp into Gao's hand. I have a set of Wudong's 7-star sword technique, which has many differences from your 7-star sword formation. Pay close attention. Wang Sheng's spirit was awakened, and he watched Taoist Gao intently. Taking a deep breath, Gao seemed to transform into a heavenly sword radiating brilliant starlight in an instant, as streams of heavenly energy gathered around him, forming a faint sword shape. Next, this Taoist demonstrated a rather exquisite sword technique, the authentic Wudong 7-star sword, which shared some commonalities with the 7-star sword formation, but was by no means the same technique. The footwork that accompanied this sword technique was also quite different from what Wang Sheng practiced, making him take note in secret. After more than 10 minutes, Gao sheathed his sword, and the sharp light in his eyes gradually faded as he forced a somewhat awkward smile at Wang Sheng. What do you think, Uncle Master? Your swordsmanship is far above mine, Wang Sheng said solemnly. This was no joke, after all. This Taoist would soon become one of the top 50 experts on the heavenly ranking, and he was one of the few masters in the ranking who specialized in sword techniques. Master Qing Yanzi was certainly a scholarly genius, but his learning was too extensive, and he hadn't focused on a singular path. However, this Taoist Gao specialized in sword techniques and walked the pure path of sword cultivation. After seeing this master who had immersed himself in swordsmanship for 2 or 3 decades, Wang Sheng realized how shallow his understanding of swordsmanship was. Thus, he earnestly requested, please guide me in my swordsmanship practice, Uncle Master. Our sparring is just that. Your current swordsmanship may not be beneath mine. Gao still said this, while Zhou Yinglong beside him could only smile wryly. It should be noted that it was Zhou Yinglong who initially proposed the sparring. After their last session, Zhou had gained some insights into sword intent and had been showing off to several junior brothers when he happened to run into this Uncle Master Gao. Gao had been interested in Wang Sheng, who had made quite an impression at the previous Maoshan exchange meeting, but due to their differing ranks, he hadn't visited Wang Sheng before. Coincidentally, with Zhou Yinglong and Wang Sheng agreeing to spar the next day, Gao also came along to see if this young disciple from Wudong had any real skill. Upon first meeting Wang Sheng, Gao noticed that the sword intent within this outer disciple was almost about to break free. After Wang Sheng demonstrated the 7-star sword formation, Gao felt quite emotional. Recalling that at Wang Sheng's age, he had not yet reached such a level of swordsmanship. However, soon, Gao detected some shortcomings in Wang Sheng's Big Dipper sword intent, and he immediately recognized the limitations of the Big Dipper sword formation. This formation was actually half sword technique and half formation, too focused on changes and lacking the original decisiveness of sword techniques. Gao intended to help by using the authentic 7-star sword technique, which shouldn't be lightly passed on to disciples. With Wang Sheng's current understanding of swords, as long as he practiced it once, the essence would be hard to forget. When Wang Sheng respectfully asked him to guide him again, Gao said, come, let us exchange a few moves. Wang Sheng did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. They proceeded to the courtyard, setting their stances. The area in front of the courtyard was somewhat small, but the courtyard itself was relatively spacious. Wang Sheng held the Wenyuan sword, while Gao used Zhou Yinglong's treasure sword, standing about 10 meters apart. As their gazes met, it was as if the sound of clashing swords echoed and the surrounding energy surged. Gao's eyes lit up again, forcing a somewhat awkward smile as he remarked, you're almost breaking through to the embryonic stage. Such high talent and comprehension. Zhou Yinglong rubbed his nose, thinking it was best not to draw attention to himself at this moment. Inside the house, 2 pairs of eyes watched curiously. During the upcoming sparring between Wang Sheng and Gao, Mu Wanxian would gain some insights, while Jiwen would be fortunate to see half of their movements. Uncle Master, I'm coming. Wang Sheng called out lightly, his true energy surging, a faint glow emanating from his body, and the Wenyuan sword in his hand sparkled with brilliant starlight. Gao reined in his smile, simply taking a step forward and raising his sword, his whole being seeming to merge with the sword in his hand. Both full of flaws, yet seemingly flawless. A gentle breeze blew by, and both figures charged forward simultaneously. Although it was a spar, Wang Sheng intended to give it his all, otherwise, it would be disrespectful to this uncle master. Gao's cultivation and sword techniques were still above Wang Sheng's. But he felt that Wang Sheng was a sword cultivator similar to himself, so he did not hold back too much. However, Gao only used the 7-star sword technique, countering Wang Sheng's 7-star sword formation. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with sword shadows, and starlight sprinkled everywhere. Wang Sheng relied on the formation, while Gao utilized the sword's edge. Occasionally, they heard the sounds of swords clashing, but more often, they were changing techniques, seeking each other's flaws. Inside, Jiwen was stunned for half a minute before murmuring, "Is senior brother really this powerful?" Mu Wanxian nodded gently, her eyes glued to the fighting scene, a tender smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Jiwen sighed softly, not crying this time. The incident with the super spiritual society had struck her deeply. In her understanding, she was a child raised by her mother, a standard strong woman who controlled a large corporation, ensuring her future life was worry-free. Jiwen was nothing like her mother. She was more like a dim-witted Qin Yanzi, lively and active, but had always been under her mother's protection before university. Completely inexperienced in the world, joining the super spiritual society was Jiwen's way of seeing the opportunities brought about by the changes in the world. Funding the society was an investment in her life. However, it had almost led to a major mistake. Her mother's slap shattered not only Jiwen's pride, but also her recently formed dream of rising to prominence. Yet, she had inadvertently stepped onto the path of cultivation, made mistakes, and after being intimidated by Wang Sheng, felt she had harmed thousands of classmates, her guilt accumulating like a vast ocean. At this moment, being able to distract herself somewhat helped her break free from that guilt and pain. This sparring lasted nearly 10 minutes until Gao found the gap in Wang Sheng's sword moves, instantly breaking the 7-star sword formation. Wang Sheng retreated gracefully, as if he had encountered sweet dew after a long drought, his insights bubbling up. Gao gestured for Wang Sheng to comprehend on his own, then sat down cross-legged in the small courtyard, entering a meditative state. Wang Sheng did not hesitate, sitting cross-legged as well, the Wenyuan sword gently vibrating beside him. Sparring with a master of a similar realm was the best way to identify one's shortcomings and learn from the other's strengths. Not only did Wang Sheng benefit, but Gao also gained considerable insights. The two of them meditated for an hour, then got up to discuss their experiences in sword cultivation for a few minutes before starting to spar again. On that day, Gao Shishing and Wang Sheng practiced together 4 or 5 times. Later, seeing Zhou Yinglong standing awkwardly aside, they pulled him into the training session as well. It was essentially a simple case of dominance and submission. As the sun set, Wang Sheng reluctantly sent Gao Shishing and Zhou Yinglong down the mountain. Although he wanted to ask when they would meet again, he never found the words. He was afraid that by asking for guidance on his own practice, he might delay Gao Daozhang's own cultivation. However, the next day, Gao Shishing came again with Zhou Yinglong, and this time, 3 or 4 of Zhou Yinglong's close junior brothers and sisters followed him, making the small courtyard lively. After a week back on the mountain, Wang Sheng's swordsmanship had made remarkable progress. He and Gao Daozhang seemed to be like Bo Ye and Zi Qi, exchanging insights through their swords. Acting as both teacher and friend, Wang Sheng had already thoroughly understood the 7-star sword technique, but he still needed to put in considerable effort to integrate this technique with his own 7-star sword formation. The small courtyard also gained a reputation on Wudong Mountain, becoming a desirable place for disciples who liked sword cultivation. By the time Gao Shishing came for the 4th time, there were already 20 to 30 disciples following him. Everyone jumped onto the courtyard walls to watch Wang Sheng and Gao Shishing spar, spending half a day doing so. Zhou Yinglong felt quite helpless about this. He had wanted Wang Shidi to guide him in swordsmanship, but it turned out that he had become a mere backdrop, perhaps due to the lively atmosphere. Jiwen gradually perked up while watching the senior brothers and sisters in Taoist robes and ancient skirts in the courtyard. When Wang Sheng's custom-made 2 sets of silk skirts arrived, she tried on the long skirt like Mu Wanxian and twirled in front of the mirror, unable to help but smile. Seeing this, Wang Sheng could only secretly curl his lips. Buying goods can indeed bring joy to women. The ancients were not wrong. Chapter 68. The so-called fire seed. On the 8th day after Wang Sheng returned to the mountain, Jiwen was at her university. In one corner of the campus, in a very ordinary 4-person male dormitory, 3 boys were battling fiercely in a gaming world, occasionally shouting excitedly or groaning in pain. It was no different from other dormitories. College students are the main group for esports, pouring their youth and passion into these virtual lands, all in pursuit of that deep satisfaction and the thrill of victory. After several rounds of games, it was time for dinner. The three boys stretched lazily after an afternoon of continuous defeats and began to decide who would go to the cafeteria to fetch food. After several rounds of intense psychological warfare, one boy sighed deeply, accepted the red envelope from his buddies, changed his clothes, and shuffled off to the nearest cafeteria in his slippers. I'm going to take a nap. Laonyo, are you still playing? At the window seat. A boy wearing glasses replied, I'm going to play one more round. A few gaming friends were just waiting for me. All right, go ahead. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Call me when it's time to eat. Sure. The boy nicknamed Lao Nyo responded readily, glanced at the time, clicked on a compressed file, and after extracting it, it turned out to be a relatively old battle platform. He logged in, created a room, set a password, and waited a moment. At 5:45, two system messages appeared on time. Player, Holy Fire, entered the room. Player, Impartial Person, entered the room. Lao Nyo frowned slightly. Noticing that it was just the boss and the impartial person left, he glanced at a classmate playing on the opposite bed, then calmly typed a few words on the keyboard, and a line of small text appeared in the room's chat box. Neo Ergenren, boss, any instructions? Holy Fire. Continue to lie and wait. No other instructions. Is there any situation at school? Neo Ergenren. Any student with a cultivation technique is still under surveillance. The school is forbidding discussions about this, but some videos we've released are still circulating privately among them. Holy Fire. Good. Everything is proceeding step by step. Don't rush. We have plenty of patience. Impartial Person. Boss, given the current situation, how can we continue to collect fire seeds? Holy Fire. The evil cultivation organizations that have contacted us before are very interested in our plans. They have specific personnel who have reached out to me. And with the fire seeds we purchased from the elders, there's no need to worry too much. The glasses-wearing boy's eyes suddenly lit up, his breathing becoming inexplicably heavy. Neo Ergenren. Boss, since we have enough fire seeds, what are we waiting for? Holy Fire. Timing. Impartial Person. To achieve the greatest spread in the shortest time, we still need more preparation. We must not underestimate the means of the cyber police. They have the authority to manage local networks. Holy Fire. All right, time is up. We will meet again in 3 days at 9:25 in the evening. Holy Fire. I will encrypt the contact information and send it to your emails in advance. Holy Fire. If you want to withdraw, just don't show up. Room information. Player, Holy Fire, has left the room. Player, Impartial Person, has left the room. Lao Nyo let out a slight breath, quickly closed the room, exited the battle platform, deleted the installation files and directory for that platform, and switched back to the game he was playing earlier. At the same time, in another part of the city, in a cozy bedroom, a young man in front of a computer screen was also performing the same deletion operation. Knock knock. The sudden sound of knocking on the door made the young man jump, and he quickly kicked the power cord of the host off, then sat back, releasing a long breath. From outside the bedroom door came a somewhat nagging female voice. Dinner's ready, Li Ping. You only know how to play your stupid game after work. I don't know when I can hold my grandchild. The young man relaxed slightly and answered impatiently, Coming, Mom. How many times do you have to nag in a day? If you would just put in the effort to find a partner, would I need to nag you? He opened the bedroom door, and the light from outside shone in, illuminating a coat and cap hanging on a rack by the door. The police uniform jacket and cap, with the badge in the center, reflected the light from outside, looking somewhat glaring. At Wudong Mountain, in the small courtyard, as dusk fell, the weary birds returned home. Mu Wanxian was busy at the stove with Qi Wan, while Wang Sheng was sitting outside meditating when he received a simple message from Mu Yu. She was asking Wang Sheng if there were any methods to trace a person's whereabouts. Has that Holy Fire not been caught yet? This special investigation team, is it really the same one as I remember? It's a bit underwhelming. Wang Sheng thought for a moment and called Mu Yu back. You haven't caught Holy Fire yet? Wasn't it a carpet search? The other party sighed. They may have already left the city by some means. We couldn't find any trace of Holy Fire during the search. Mu Yu sighed. Our work is currently at a standstill. The team leader holds 9 meetings a day and gets angry 90 times. All right. Did all the high-tech methods not work at all? Mu Yu replied weakly. They used ultra-high precision satellites, brought in a large number of police forces from nearby, and even the research institute. I can't say that. Wang Sheng was also at a loss for words. So, there has been no progress at all? There has been. We caught the remaining 16 elders and 2 other core members. but holy fire and the other two are still at large. The interrogation results from these two core members captured are basically of no value. The holy fire figure had made very tight arrangements, and their contact methods were constantly changing. However, that Wei Qiyu should be considered the second in command of the supernatural society, but the intelligence on her has already been exhausted. Mu Yu's voice was filled with exhaustion. It was as if the holy fire figure had disappeared into thin air, and the identities of the other two could not be determined at all, leaving everything shrouded in mystery. Isn't this still some achievement? There are only 3 left in the upper echelons of the supernatural society. The difficulty in capturing the holy fire figure was actually within Wang Sheng's expectations, even if they had never met or fought. Wang Sheng could vaguely sense that this was not a simple character. The 2 words holy fire seemed to imply some deeper meaning. Mu Yu asked on the phone, Taoist Wang, are there any spells in Taoism for tracking people's whereabouts? Wang Sheng pondered for a moment and replied, as far as I know, there seems to be a tracking talisman in the talisman arts. But I don't have any talisman experts here. It would be better to ask the Taoists from Maoshan or Longhushan. Is there really such a method? Mu Yu suddenly perked up on the other end. Great, I'll go ask right away. Thank you, Taoist Wang. Before she could say anything else, the line went silent. It seems they are really anxious. Just a scammer with a background in cultivation has caused the investigation team to be delayed in that city for so long. Fortunately, the cultivation world is generally stable at this time, with most cultivators practicing in the mountains. The previously active Yin-Yang sect has gone deeper into hiding after leaving a trace, and the special investigation team doesn't have other major cases to handle. If the holy fire figure were to escape in the end or create a big commotion, the special investigation team would probably really have to apologize from top to bottom. For this, Wang Sheng had no intention of helping them further. He had no ability to track people and would rather focus on cultivating in the mountains. Second senior brother, what's wrong? Qi Wen's voice came from behind. Wang Sheng put away his phone, turned around, and smiled at her. It's nothing, just a small matter. Oh, it's time for dinner. Qi Wen weakly pointed to the courtyard, where Mu Wanxian had already prepared dinner for the day. Wang Sheng nodded with a smile, entering the courtyard with hands behind his back, adopting the demeanor of a senior brother. Fortunately, his junior sister's emotions have been gradually returning to normal. If she really developed some kind of depression, he wouldn't know how to explain it to their master. These past few days, Mu Wanxian had started helping the little junior sister to clear her meridians. Originally, this task was supposed to be done together with Wang Sheng, but Qi Wen was too shy to let Wang Sheng touch her, so he could only enjoy his leisure. For this matter, Mu Wanxian had secretly sought Wang Sheng to discuss it. The senior sister discovered that Qi Wen's qualifications were not particularly outstanding. Even if she helped Qi Wen clear her meridians, her qualifications would at most be considered average among cultivators, worrying that Qi Wen would lag behind them in the future. Being in the middle tier is actually quite good. If she works diligently in her cultivation in the future, she might still be able to form a golden core and step onto the true path of ascension. With their master, a powerful Taoist, around, Wang Sheng felt that this matter posed no difficulty. He simply told his senior sister not to worry too much. Dinner consisted of several vegetarian dishes and 3 bowls of rice, a bit more refined than before the junior sister came to the mountain. Qi Wen must have been raised with a ladylike education instilled by their master. When eating, she took small bites, making Wang Sheng unable to help, but want to remind her to eat faster and not waste time on matters outside of cultivation. Never mind. He couldn't ask too much of his little junior sister. While cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, Qi Wen quietly asked, Senior sister, second senior brother, when will my dad come back? That's hard to say. He might be back tomorrow, or it could take 3 to 5 months. Wang Sheng shook his head. Master went to break through to the Golden Core realm. This is a significant barrier in cultivation, and it's not easy to cross. Oh, Qi Wen responded, appearing thoughtful. Wang Sheng asked, what's wrong? If you have something to say, just tell me and the senior sister. Mu Wanxian nodded gently beside her. I want to learn some skills quickly. Qi Wen bit her lip and looked up at Wang Sheng. She had come to understand that the senior sister was the most capable, but everything depended on the second senior brother. Wang Sheng was the backbone of the family. Qi Wen said, I am now trying to redeem myself. I don't want to make things too difficult for my mom, and I don't want to affect her work. If possible, I want to learn some skills quickly and work in that special investigation team. Wang Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. It was not in vain for them to go out of their way to protect her this time. However, he felt that her going back would likely cause more chaos. It would be better for her to stay peacefully on the mountain. Even if she couldn't cultivate for the time being, she could still enrich her character. Chapter 69. The previous sect master, upon hearing Wang Sheng say it would take at least 2 to 3 years to achieve something, Qi Wen pursed her lips and looked somewhat disappointed. She quietly asked, "Is there no quick method?" Quick methods are mostly crooked paths. Cultivation emphasizes first cultivating virtue, then the heart, followed by the Tao and the law. Wang Sheng took on the demeanor of a senior brother and seriously educated her. If you want to walk the path of cultivation, you must understand the essence of cultivation. Cultivation is the pursuit of the realm of the Tao, not just powerful spells. Swordsmanship, talisman arts, incantations, and the like are all merely protective means. Your own Tao is fundamental. Do not confuse the essential with the trivial and lose sight of what is important. After a pause, Wang Sheng added with a smile, "These are things your father taught me. When I went up the mountain to become my master's disciple at 17. My master taught me this lesson right away." Qi Wen nodded with a smile, but her eyes showed that she hadn't changed her underlying thoughts. Wang Sheng changed the subject. "Did you not know your mother's real job before?" I just knew she was very busy. When I was in middle school, sometimes I wouldn't see her for a week. She never told me about these things." Their master also had her own difficulties. Wang Sheng thought silently, feeling somewhat speechless. He had become so out of touch with human emotions while cultivating that he inadvertently brought up a topic that could cause more distress. "I know everything," Qi Wen said, raising her hand to adjust her hair by her ear. She had lost quite a bit of weight during this period, giving her a very delicate appearance. "It was my fault. I don't blame my mom." Wang Sheng frowned slightly. He felt that his junior sister's current cheerfulness was somewhat strange. Being overly normal was rather abnormal. Perhaps she was hiding something deep inside her heart. After all, Wang Sheng was just her senior brother, not a biological brother, and he had no position to interfere too much. Taking her back to the mountain and away from that vortex had already been his filial duty to their master. At this moment, he could only hope that their master would return soon to see her daughter, using his steady yet affectionate love to warm the tortured little heart of his daughter. After chatting with Qi Wen for a while, Wang Sheng went to remind his senior sister not to casually impart the Tao methods to Qi Wen. It wasn't that he was afraid Qi Wen could learn any Tao methods, but he was worried she might be too eager for quick results, which would delay her future path of cultivation. Teaching someone to cultivate and one's own cultivation are completely different matters. He and his senior sister still couldn't gauge the balance between them. Just over half a month after returning to the mountain, Wang Sheng had completely become popular among the young disciples of Wudong. Now everyone knew that among the third-generation disciples, the one who wielded the sword best was this Taoist Wang Sheng. Many people would take advantage of the gaps between Wang Sheng and Gao Shishing's sparring to ask him some questions about swordsmanship. Wang Sheng did not place himself in a position of a master. He remained humble, engaging in more exchanges with others, which was beneficial to himself. Making friends and discussing the Tao while sitting was one of the joys of cultivation in the mountains, and at least he wouldn't worry about being too lonely. As long as it didn't interfere with his meditation and understanding of the Tao. Wang Sheng and Master Gao have had several sparring sessions recently, attracting many disciples to come and watch. Due to the popularity of martial arts in the past, there are quite a few sword cultivators on Wudong Mountain. Although they can't be called the mainstream, they still make up a significant proportion. What makes Wang Sheng even more delighted is that during his recent sparring with Master Gao, several elderly Taoists with white hair came to observe and even offered advice to both Wang Sheng and Master Gao, which gave Wang Sheng a sense of enlightenment. He felt like a sponge, eagerly absorbing the precious swordsmanship experiences of these seniors who had cultivated for most of their lives and practiced swordsmanship for decades before the revival of spiritual energy. Although the three disciples of Qinjianzi's sect are not from the same lineage as Wudong, Wudong's sect did not treat them as outsiders. Apart from needing the approval of the sect leader to view Wudong's classics, they could come and go freely around Wudong Mountain. The cultivation techniques are considered the foundation of a sect's teachings and are of utmost importance. Even if they are personally taught, they cannot be casually revealed. While practicing swordsmanship, Wang Sheng did not forget the lesson he taught Qi Wen, spending most of his time comprehending the mysteries of the fetal formation stage. He has already grasped the method of closing the internal circulatory system and has made several attempts, each time getting closer to success. If everything goes smoothly, he will officially enter the third realm of the foundation establishment stage in about half a month. He doesn't dare to rush, preferring to let things happen naturally. If breaking through the fetal formation stage is so troublesome, One can only imagine how challenging it will be for his master to break through to the golden core stage. He wonders when his master will return and how surprised his junior sister will be when she sees him. His master will probably cry. Just thinking about Qinjianzi's increasingly youthful face streaming with tears brings Wang Sheng an inexplicable sense of comfort. After a day of cultivation, Wang Sheng feels that he might form his internal circulatory system at any moment. He reminds himself not to be too impatient. So he relaxes and quietly waits for that moment to arrive. As the sun rises and the moon sets, and the stars fluctuate, it is soon time for Master Gao to come for their sparring session again, which will be their 8th match. During the 7th sparring session, when several Taoists came to observe, Wang Sheng was already able to spar with Master Gao for half an hour without falling behind, which left Zhou Yinglong feeling powerless to complain. After all, who was the one who sought guidance first? How did he end up as the audience? Serving tea and handing towels? Such rapid progress in such a short time is not because Wang Sheng's strength has leaped forward. Strength typically comes with an increase in Dao realm. This is simply because Wang Sheng's understanding of the sword has deepened, with the 7-star sword formation and the 7-star sword technique starting to merge, and his Bear Dipper sword intent becoming more complete, allowing him to spar with Master Gao for half an hour without losing ground. However, if both were to fight with all their might, Wang Sheng estimates he wouldn't last more than 100 moves. Looking back on the years since he ascended the mountain, he sometimes feels as if he has been living in a dream. Thinking about the life goals he set when he first became a disciple, he originally just wanted to get by and make it onto the newcomer ranking, but now, Wang Sheng has gained a bit more confidence. He wants to work harder so that when the rankings are officially announced, his sect can have 3 members on the heavenly rankings. This ranking rate would definitely stand out in the cultivation world, although it has little practical significance. In the early morning, Wang Sheng hears laughter coming from the wind as he wakes from his meditation. A few young disciples have already come together along the winding mountain path in front of the courtyard. Qi Wen is sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard, while Mu Wanxian is meditating in the nearby woods. Mu Wanxian has little interest in swordsmanship and has intentionally avoided the last few sparring sessions. With too many family members around, she feels a bit lost about where to stand or sit, so she simply hides away. Wang Sheng sits on a large stone in front of the door, closes his eyes to cultivate, and gradually adjusts his state to the best condition. In a vague manner, Wang Sheng falls into a peculiar state. Looking inward, he seems to see an illusory scene, surrounded by darkness, but in the center of the darkness, there is a blurred ancient sword emitting a faint green light. The sword body and hilt do not yet have specific shapes, but within the sword body, 7 stars are arranged in the positions of the Big Dipper. This is the manifestation of his sword Dao, and the sword intent originates from this. The surrounding darkness represents the internal circulatory system and is also the place where his spirit platform has yet to solidify. At this moment, the internal circulatory system is close to complete closure, just lacking the final tiny gap. Gradually, more than 30 young men and women dressed in Taoist robes gather in front of the courtyard, each holding their own swords. Wang Sheng senses a sharp sword intent emanating from below the mountain, so he opens his eyes and indeed sees Master Gao and Zhou Yinglong ascending the steps. Standing up, he is immediately greeted with a chorus of greetings. Good morning, Brother Wang. Good morning, Junior Brother Wang. Is Brother Wang about to break through? Wang Sheng cupped his hands in response to the greetings, smiling as he replied a few times. When Master Gao arrives, he turns and gestures for him to enter the courtyard together. Qi Wen, who is boiling water on the stove, quickly goes inside to bring out freshly brewed tea, placing it on the windowsill for the senior brother and Master Gao to drink. He initially thought everything would proceed as usual today, but unexpectedly, this thin and dark Taoist revealed a slight smile to Wang Sheng and said, "Today will be my last time sparring with you." Wang Sheng was taken aback and then deeply bowed to Master Gao. He did not ask why, but simply said, "I will never forget the guidance you have given me." Master Gao shook his head, saying, "There's no need for that. We are merely sparring, mutually beneficial. But your understanding of the Tao has already had quite an impact on me. If I continue to spar with you, I fear I will stray from my own path." "What you said, Master, I have also considered," Wang Sheng replied with a smile. "Today, I must spar well with you to affirm my own Tao." Hearing this, although Master Gao's smile appeared a bit stiff, it conveyed that he was indeed very happy. The two drew their swords and stood 10 meters apart. Knowing that this was a rare opportunity for their last few sparring sessions, both Wang Sheng and Master Gao were prepared to give their all. hoping to find insights under each other's swords. The Wen Yuan's sword tilted, and Wang Sheng felt a resonant sword sound emanating from within, with true essence surging inside him. Master Gao held his sword high, his originally low stature now radiating a fierce and imposing sword intent. Many Wudong disciples around closed their eyes to use their spiritual senses, faintly perceiving the blurred shapes of the two ancient swords. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out from outside the courtyard. "You too, sparring is fine. But don't hurt anyone in this fierce competition." As the first word was spoken, the speaker was still some distance away, seemingly on the winding mountain path. However, by the time the last word fell, the person had already appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, hands behind his back, smiling and examining Wang Sheng. "Another old senior has come?" Wang Sheng did not dare to be negligent. Although he could not sense the specific cultivation level of this elderly man with completely white hair, nor feel any pressure from him, he could tell from that previous sentence that this was definitely not someone at the fetal formation stage. Moreover, the feeling this elder gave Wang Sheng was quite similar to that of his master before going to Zhongnan Mountain. Just as Wang Sheng was about to step forward to greet him, he saw Master Gao respectfully perform a Taoist bow and say, "Master, why have you come?" The elder replied, "Your master and uncle said that Qinjianzi got lucky and picked up an extraordinary famous sword. I have practiced swordsmanship all my life, so naturally, I must come to see and appreciate it." Wang Sheng laughed dryly. How did he become a sword? Wait a moment. Is that the master of the Taoist priest Gao Shishing? He has heard Zhou Yinglong mention him. Isn't he the previous generation's sect master with the highest status in the mountains? Chapter 70. The Clash of Twin Swords. A heavenly ranking list. Though it claims to include all the experts in the cultivation world, some masters who do not interact with the world and whose life and death are unknown, naturally cannot be included. This Wudong sect's previous sect master, the Taoist Yuan Pu, is such a person. He rarely shows himself and only practices in the mountains. When the heavenly ranking was announced, no one could say for certain how profound this Taoist's cultivation was, hence he was not ranked. It is indeed not easy to meet this senior expert before he forms his golden core today. Wang Sheng stepped forward to pay his respects, and a group of young disciples hurriedly bowed to this former sect master, each calling him ancestor, regardless of whether they were direct disciples or not. They all used the same title. However, Qin Yinzi is not a disciple of Wudong, so Wang Sheng could only call out, "I've met the master." "All right. No need for formalities," Taoist Yuan Pu said with a laugh, waving the wide sleeves of his robe as he floated into the courtyard. With a casual gesture, a grandmaster chair from the main house floated out and landed in front of the door. This old senior sat down by himself, every movement exuding a sense of peace and detachment from worldly matters. If one were not excessively irritable by nature after practicing in the mountains for a while, most would become this calm and untroubled. This is what Taoism emphasizes about natural disposition. Wang Sheng knew that this old senior's true Tao realm was far beyond mere cultivation. After the recovery of the world's vital energy, what limits the rapid advancement of younger cultivators is their shallow understanding of the Tao. However, what restricts these senior masters is their aging bodies and insufficient vitality. Yet, the Tao realm requires time to comprehend and accumulate little by little, while lost vitality and aging bodies can gradually be replenished through the nourishment of vital energy. Therefore, senior masters remain senior masters, and your esteemed elder remains your esteemed elder. Among the younger generation, those with outstanding talent and astonishing comprehension, like Mu Wanxian, are truly favored by heaven, making it easy for them to achieve hidden accomplishments. Pushing the previous generation aside, like waves on a beach, Taoist Yuan Pu then began to admonish Gao Shishing and Wang Sheng. "You two are too obsessed with the sword. Do not neglect the Tao. Today's sparring is for practice, but do not injure each other. Being too rigid can lead to breakage, and one misstep could harm each other's Tao realm." The phrase "being too rigid can lead to breakage" had also been heard by Gao Shishing from his master. Taoist Yuan Pu's reminder was naturally for their benefit, and Wang Sheng, knowing better, lowered his head and said, "Disciple is grateful for your teachings." "Master," Gao Shishing shook his head. "It's not to this extent. Otherwise, it would be difficult to reach the peak. The peak of the sword is still the sword," Taoist Yuan Pu sighed. "I devoted my life to the sword path and understood this principle only after 50 years. I never expected that with the recovery of vital energy in this world, this old man, who has half his body in the ground, would have another chance to continue cultivating. Alas, I've told you so many times. Yet you still do not listen. Daoist Gao could only smile helplessly, feeling more natural in front of his master. Wang Sheng gestured to the dazed Qi Wen beside him, who blinked and looked a bit flustered at her second senior brother. What does she need to do? Should she step forward to massage this Daoist's shoulders? Quickly serve the tea to the master. Oh. Qi Wen hurriedly picked up the tea and cautiously walked to the old senior, presenting it with both hands. Daoist Yuan Pu examined Qi Wen for a few moments, then looked away, smiling and nodding as he took a sip of the tea, holding it in his hand without further comment. Come on. Gao Shixing turned to Wang Sheng and said, and Wang Sheng nodded gently. This Daoist Gao also specifically reminded them, let us still do our best as we did earlier. All right, Wang Sheng replied, and the two resumed their stances. Daoist Yuan Pu, having no way to change his stubborn disciple's nature, did not insist further and simply sat nearby with a smile, his gaze lingering on Wang Sheng for a long time. The old man had come out of the deep mountains to see Wang Sheng's sword. If he felt that Wang Sheng was promising, he would naturally not hesitate to give guidance. In the courtyard, the young disciples standing around held their breath and watched intently as the two swordsmen once again displayed their opposing sword intents. Wang Sheng and Gao Shixing slowly raised their stances, both searching for flaws in each other's aura, their forms seemingly frozen, yet their respective momentum continued to rise. When one of them reached the peak of their aura, the sword intent could no longer be suppressed, and they would have to strike. The first to strike would easily reveal flaws. Wang Sheng, still focused on his cultivation, had a slightly inferior mindset. Sharp light flashed in his eyes, and with a sound of sword ringing from the Yuan sword, he stepped forward. Just a single step broke the standoff between the two sword intents. Wang Sheng's momentum diminished by nearly half, while Gao Shixing's sword intent suddenly surged, his eyes shining brightly as he struck eastward. This strike, the sword gleamed with brilliant radiance, containing pure true essence, interpreting the words swift and precise into another realm. Wang Sheng seemed to have anticipated this. He swiftly stepped sideways, his long sword shaking as several sword shadows rushed towards Gao Shixing. The sound of clashing weapons echoed continuously, and Wang Sheng retreated, moving calmly while employing the seven-star step, his retreating steps leisurely. Gao Shixing closely followed, his strikes as fast as the wind, the sword shadows pouring down like a sudden rain, exuding a compelling might. The exchanges between the two were constant, and Gao Shixing's sword techniques had long surpassed the confines of the seven stars sword technique, now effortlessly drawing upon all he had learned throughout his life. Wang Sheng, however, remained calm and composed. He knew he could only respond with change. He continued to execute a sword formation, creating numerous phantoms. Gao Shixing's sword techniques grew increasingly fierce, his long sword producing sharp whistles. Yet Wang Sheng's sword techniques maintained their continuous rhythm, the seven-star sword formation still operating according to Wang Sheng's control. Achieving this was already quite remarkable. Amidst the shimmering sword lights and shadows, the two figures rose, fell, charged, and turned, seemingly attacking each other without defense, each move displaying exquisite mastery. During the 36th move, Gao Shixing executed a flat thrust that brushed past Wang Sheng, quickly taking 3 steps forward. As he turned, he leapt into the air, left hand forming a sword finger, right hand gripping the long sword, rapidly pouncing towards Wang Sheng. It was akin to a white crane spreading its wings, like a hawk swooping for prey. Wang Sheng's steps remained steady. The Yuan sword angled upward as he employed a move from the Tai golden immortal sword, drunken immortal gazing at the moon. Then came a series of clashing sounds as the two swords collided multiple times in a fleeting moment. Wang Sheng's body leaned back, flying backward about 7 or 8 meters before rolling over and stabilizing himself, actively attacking again, engaging Gao Shixing in another fierce battle. In the 109th move, as Wang Sheng trapped Gao Shixing within the sword formation, he suddenly changed his tactics, quickly retreating 2 steps. Gao Shixing followed closely, and with a flick of his wrist, Wang Sheng struck at Gao Shixing's wrist with 3 exceptionally tricky angles, forcing Gao Shixing to retreat. At that moment, Wang Sheng pushed off with his legs as if chasing stars, his long sword sweeping out rays of sword light, quickly enveloping the vital points around Gao Shixing, aiming to gain the upper hand in one fell swoop. However, Gao Shixing merely smiled faintly, his long sword transitioning from extremely fast to remarkably slow, slowly drawing a circle in front of him. Once Gao Shixing completed the circle with his sword, All of Wang Sheng's sweeping sword shadows were drawn into that circle. A strange pulling force came from ahead, causing Wang Sheng's body to turn to the left, guided by the Yuan sword. However, the Taoist priest Gao Shixing remained steady as a mountain, thrusting his sword towards Wang Sheng's shoulder. This was the Wudong's ultimate skill, the Taiji Liangyi sword. In the blink of an eye, Wang Sheng immediately made a judgment, twisting his body along with the pulling force, with the Yuan sword perfectly blocking Gao Shixing's strike. Wang Sheng was sent flying by the force of the blow, but he quickly tapped his toes lightly, stepping out a complete 7-star position, and attacked Gao Shixing once again. Unknowingly, the two had exchanged over 300 moves, both using their full strength. In terms of the intricacy of their sword techniques, the years of sword training gave Gao Shixing a significant advantage over Wang Sheng, and when it came to the complexity of their moves, Gao Shixing surpassed Wang Sheng tenfold or more. Yet, Wang Sheng was able to match Gao Shixing blow for blow. Their exchanges were equally fierce. The reason for this was that Wang Sheng had a slight advantage that Gao Shixing did not possess. Gao Shixing, having cultivated his swordsmanship before the cosmic energy of heaven and earth had fully restored, had too many traces of Taoist martial arts imprinted in his techniques, making it difficult for him to fully express his current cultivation level. In contrast, Wang Sheng had only recently started his sword training when the cosmic energy descended from the heavens, allowing him to treat his sword techniques as a form of cultivation, perfectly integrating them with his own cultivation. Moreover, Wang Sheng's adaptability in battle was somewhat superior. Whenever he found himself constrained by Gao Shixing's sword techniques, he often executed an unexpected strike that caught Gao Shixing off guard. In just a short while, they had exchanged countless blows. This battle truly opened the eyes of the young disciples of Wudong, and even the previously calm eyes of the real person Yuan Pu sparkled with excitement. After a moment of fierce combat, Wang Sheng still showed no signs of decline, and both were becoming increasingly engaged in the fight. The two swords trembled, their sword intents clashing as they each retreated after a series of strikes, locking eyes as if thunder and lightning flashed between them. Wang Sheng took a deep breath, his true essence surging. Gao Shixing's eyes sparkled with brilliance as their long swords simultaneously shimmered with layers of light. Despite being over 10 meters apart, they both swung their swords in unison, like ink splattering on paper, unleashing waves of sword energy towards each other. The sound of explosions echoed throughout the courtyard as both moved swiftly from side to side, their figures kicking up clouds of dust wherever they passed. The surrounding young disciples turned pale with fear, worried that the errant sword energies might affect them. Unexpectedly, the previous exchanges focused on sparring between Wang Sheng and Gao Shixing turned into a fierce duel, as if they harbored deep-seated grudges against each other. The sword energies appeared to fly chaotically, but in reality, both were under their precise control. However, it was a tough time for Qi, who was responsible for cleaning the courtyard, as the ground became pockmarked, and it would take considerable effort to restore it to its original state. Suddenly, several sword energies collided in midair, producing a series of explosive sounds, causing the cosmic energy within hundreds of meters to boil. Wang Sheng and Gao Shixing charged towards each other almost simultaneously, both employing straightforward thrusts without any embellishments. Wang Sheng's thrust was surrounded by the faint outline of 7 large stars, the phantom of an ancient sword overlapping with the Yuan sword, scattering starlight all around. While Gao Shixing's thrust embodied profound Taoist principles, as if illustrating the transition from complexity to simplicity, from martial to Tao, his form resembling a sword imbued with Tao. In a flash, they both condensed their sword intents and released them, almost simultaneously shifting their energies, their bodies intertwining as they passed by each other. With their backs turned to one another, Wang Sheng's Yuan sword trembled continuously, a strand of hair gracefully falling over his forehead as he closed his eyes to sense something. Gao Shixing's Taoist robe tore open a long slit on his shoulder, but did not harm the inner layers, as he lowered his head to observe his long sword, quietly contemplating. Chapter 71, Breakthrough, the embryonic stage. In this sparring session, if one were to discuss victory and defeat, it was clear that Wang Sheng lost. However, at this moment, no one cared about that. The young disciples were immersed in the rhythm, intent, moves, methods, and forms exhibited by the two, finding it increasingly hard to extricate themselves. This group of young cultivators dared not even breathe, fearing to disrupt the residual Tao rhythm in the courtyard. Meanwhile, The elder sipping tea shook his head with a sense of emotion, stroking his beard with a light chuckle, lost in his thoughts. Behind the elder, Chi-Wen was also deeply moved. Initially, she thought cultivation was simply a matter of obtaining methods and spending time training to achieve success. But she gradually understood that cultivation requires not only methods and resources, but also innate talent, mentorship, and various limitations like the Tao realm, Tao methods, and Tao heart. Those who began cultivation with incomplete foundational methods could not truly be considered genuine cultivators. Looking at the arena, Gao Shishing lightly sighed, his voice carrying a hint of satisfaction as he turned to look at Wang Sheng. Real person Yuan Pu felt that Wang Sheng had comprehended enough and was about to call the nearby disciples to listen to him speak about the Tao. Today, the elder was in a good mood and wanted to guide the younger generation in their cultivation. However, just as Yuan Pu was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something and looked in surprise at Wang Sheng's standing figure. Streams of cosmic energy swirled around Wang Sheng, seemingly attempting to enter his body but being repelled at the threshold. Wang Sheng was enveloped by a spirit thought that contained a sense of completeness, standing quietly as if a small world belonged solely to him. At that moment, he unexpectedly broke through, stepping into the embryonic stage. In the world, there was no self. One finds a space to reside within a small area. The world should have me, merging this body of heart, soul, essence, and spirit. This is the embryonic stage. Wang Sheng felt the true essence surging through his meridians, endlessly flowing, yet disconnected from the outside world. Looking inward at the spiritual platform that was beginning to reveal its nature, sensing the profound Tao rhythm circulating within, his spirit thought continuously grew, and his true essence became increasingly pure. It was as if he had pushed open a door that had blocked him for a long time, revealing a smooth path ahead. That sensation of comfort, that feeling of satisfaction, even a sense of pleasure made it hard for one to awaken from it. It was as if someone was whispering softly in his ear, like a celestial being from the horizon or a lonely soul from the underworld, until the sound of a sword ringing echoed deep within Wang Sheng, making that whisper fade away. The inner was now complete. In the embryonic stage, Wang Sheng could continuously cleanse himself, allowing his Tao body to gradually revert to its innate state, preparing to ascend the path of the golden elixir. From now on, with this inner, Wang Sheng could drink dew and temporarily refrain from breathing, relying solely on a mouthful of true essence circulating within his body. From this moment on, Wang Sheng's experiences regarding the Tao realm would become completely obsolete, as he had entered the realm he had desperately pursued in his previous life, but never attained. Everything felt so natural, everything was so satisfying, yet he yearned to stand on tiptoe to gaze at even higher mountains. Perhaps, this is the charm of cultivation itself. At this moment, Wang Sheng truly could not care about the surrounding environment. He simply sat cross-legged, experiencing the various changes within himself. Each breakthrough for a cultivator is an opportunity for transformation, and if one can seize it, the benefits are immense. Wang Sheng felt reassured about the surrounding environment. While real person Yuan Pu walked to Wang Sheng's side, casually waving his hand to create a protective dome of true essence around him, shielding him from the surrounding disturbances. Afterward, the elder gently gestured, and all the disciples bowed and left. Gao Shishing looked at Wang Sheng a few times, then performed a Tao salute to his master and exited the courtyard with the young disciples. The Taoist priest seemed to have no lingering feelings, holding his sword as he walked down the mountain with a light and brisk pace, clearly in a good mood. After today, Gao Shishing would be focusing on closed-door cultivation and would no longer come to spar with Wang Sheng. Meanwhile, due to his own breakthrough, Wang Sheng had no time to thank this Taoist priest again. Over the past half-month, Wang Sheng had gained a lot, which would have a significant impact on his future cultivation path. Soon, only the Taoist master Yuan Pu, Qi-Wen, and Zhou Yinglong remained in the courtyard. Taoist master Yuan Pu closed his eyes and said nothing more, while Zhou Yinglong stood guard at the courtyard gate, and Qi-Wen seemed a bit dazed, unsure of what had happened. Had the second senior brother been injured? She felt somewhat nervous, but only hoped that her senior sister would finish her practice and return soon. Not daring to make loud noises, Taoist master Yuan Pu stayed not to leave, but intentionally to guide Wang Sheng. Just like the Taoists who had come to observe Wang Sheng's sparring with Gao Shishing the other day, he had developed a fondness for talent. Although Wang Sheng was not a direct disciple of Wudong, he was still a practitioner on Wudong Mountain and would have an inseparable relationship with it in the future. Most of the younger generation of Wudong's direct disciples were quite conventional, although there were many with excellent talent. There was a distinct lack of a prodigy who could stand out as a representative of the third generation. Taoist Master Yuan Pu saw not only a swordsmanship genius in Wang Sheng, but also the rare quality of spirituality. As long as he did not pass down the Taoist teachings, but merely shared his insights with Wang Sheng, it would not violate the rules set by the founder. Wang Sheng was unaware that another opportunity awaited him outside. He was immersed in the Tao realm. He entered upon reaching the embryonic realm, experiencing the various mysteries of the inner. The embryonic realm was actually the third step to opening the Tao body as treasures and a crucial step in the formation of one's own Tao. The ancient sword's phantom in his spiritual platform had already begun to solidify. Although it had not yet formed a blade or edge, it had taken on a rough shape. His internal meridians continuously expanded as his true essence flowed. Simply entering the embryonic realm had increased Wang Sheng's strength by more than 30%. Coupled with his advancements in swordsmanship over the past half-month, his power had indeed surged significantly. After a period of closure, Wang Sheng felt that his body was gradually adapting and began to attempt to establish a connection between the inner and the heavens and earth. He operated the pure yang immortal technique, slowly opening the portals of his body, when suddenly a roaring sound erupted in his ears, and streams of heaven and earth's essence rushed into his Tao body. It was as if a dam had burst, and within minutes, Wang Sheng's entire being was overflowing with true essence. His spiritual consciousness expanded on its own, instantly covering hundreds of meters around the small courtyard. As if he were about to soar through the air above the courtyard, he saw his senior sister practicing in the woods, Zhou Yinglong meditating on a large stone outside the courtyard, and the old predecessor standing beside him, which startled him slightly. He quickly reined in his spiritual consciousness and calmed his mind. Wang Sheng opened his eyes, and the layer of true essence enveloping him dissipated. He stood up and bowed to the Taoist beside him, saying, "Thank you, Master." "It's no trouble," Taoist Master Yuan Pu chuckled lightly. Turning back to his armchair and sitting down again, Wang Sheng glanced at the sky. It was already late afternoon, and he had spent half a day in his breakthrough. "Fei Yu, come closer, don't stand too far from this poor Taoist." "Yes," Wang Sheng replied, and walked over to Taoist Master Yuan Pu's side. The Taoist conjured a mat from the corner of the main room and placed it at Wang Sheng's feet, indicating for him to sit. Wang Sheng sat down calmly, looking up at the Taoist. Taoist Master Yuan Pu then said, "The disciples outside can come in too." Zhou Yinglong, who was meditating outside, was immediately startled awake. He hesitated for half a second before running in with a joyful expression. He had waited since morning and had indeed reaped unexpected rewards. Zhou Yinglong did not bother with formality and sat directly on the ground next to Wang Sheng. Chiwen quickly brought over a small stool, but was waved off by Zhou Yinglong's gesture. Taoist Master Yuan Pu slowly said, "Shixing is my most beloved disciple. He is passionate about swordsmanship and has achieved remarkable results. However, he is also my most worrisome disciple, fearing that he is too obsessed with swordsmanship and will end up trapped by it. Fei Yu, you and Shixing are somewhat similar, which is why I waited for you." Wang Sheng nodded slightly and said softly, "I will remember Master's teachings. With your master beside you to teach you these things, I shouldn't really be worried." Taoist Master Yuan Pu said, a hint of emotion in his gaze. The old predecessor continued, "Your master is also half my disciple, so your calling him master is not unreasonable. You are cultivating swordsmanship, but your master only dabbles in this area. I truly fear he doesn't understand and may ruin this rare gem you have. Therefore, today I will share more about sword cultivation with you, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Wang Sheng bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Zhou Yinglong quietly asked, "Master Ancestor, what about me?" Taoist Master Yuan Pu smiled and said, "You can ask questions freely, but if your questions lack substance, I will have to punish you." Zhou Yinglong immediately smiled wryly, really wanting to ask who between him and Wang Sheng was actually the direct disciple of this Taoist. Since we have time to spare, let me share more with both of you today. First, let's talk about the well-known sword cultivation sects in the cultivation world. Taoist Master Yuan Pu spoke off the cuff. He had just mentioned guiding the two in sword cultivation, but now switched to discussing famous sword cultivation sects in the Taoist world. Sword cultivators have existed since ancient times, but it is not a unique cultivation method. It is merely a term that has gained popularity in recent years. A few thousand years ago, everyone was a cultivator, and there was no difference between using a sword or a knife. If we talk about the current sword cultivation sects, the Shu sword sect is the first to mention. When I was young, I visited Shu, and although the miraculous sword control techniques have fallen into disuse due to the depletion of heaven and earth's essence, there are still many sword practitioners within their mountain gates. Following that, we should mention Huashan, Laojun Mountain, and Qingqing Mountain. In my generation, a considerable proportion of my peers dedicated their lives to sword cultivation. Zhou Yinglong quietly asked, "Master Ancestor, where do we rank among Wudong?" Taoist Master Yuanpu laughed and scolded. "Look at you. That question is quite lacking in substance. Go fetch me a cup of tea." Just as Zhou Yinglong was about to stand up to serve tea, Chiwen was already running over with a teapot. She was about to leave when Wang Sheng called her to stay and prepare to run errands nearby. In fact, this was also a small opportunity for Chiwen, allowing her to listen to the teachings of such a high-level figure, although it wouldn't be of much use to her. "Fei you answer Yinglong's question. The master said that the focus is on sword cultivation." Wang Sheng smiled and replied. "But our Wudong integrates the strengths of various sects and is not simply a sword sect, so we can't be easily compared to these sections." Taoist Master Yuanpu immediately chuckled. "Indeed, this child Fei Yu truly possesses spirituality." Zhou Yinglong couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling the melancholy and depression of life. He wanted to go back and ask his own master if the master ancestor still remembered what his name was. Chapter 72, The 6 Realms of Swordsmanship. The old Taoist sat in front of his door, with his 3 disciples waiting on either side. As soon as he spoke, his words flowed endlessly. Zhou Yinglong listened and didn't hear any guidance related to cultivation. This master ancestor had been talking about various topics related to sword cultivation. Wang Sheng, on the other hand, was listening with great interest. In his previous life, not to mention hearing stories from such a transcendent figure, just witnessing someone of such high cultivation in the Tao world was incredibly rare. Actually, to put it another way, Wang Sheng doesn't feel that he has changed much from his previous life. He is still the same self, only with a bit of prophetic advantage. He has altered his fate and gained opportunities, which has led to earth-shattering changes. In his previous life, when he was engaged in online cultivation, he was almost possessed by it, even abandoning everything for it. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that heaven showed him mercy, allowing him to have another chance. As one grows older, one tends to talk more. The Taoist Master Yuanpu immediately began to speak about everything, starting from the sect, then discussing schools of thought, moving on to experts, and even mentioning some Western and Eastern sword masters that his teacher's teacher had talked about. When he brought up the Western world from 150 or 60 years ago, which is now known as Europe and America, Zhou Yinglong became curious and asked, "Are there cultivators abroad?" Master Yuanpu immediately laughed and handed over the teacup, which Zhou Yinglong quickly filled. The old Taoist gently replied, "Is there no school beyond the Taoist gate?" Wang Sheng smiled and said, "The Buddhist school originated in ancient India." Indeed, Master Yuanpu nodded slightly and said, "According to my research of ancient texts, cultivation was most prevalent over 2,000 years ago to 1,000 years ago. Many of the schools during the spring and autumn period were actually cultivation sects, but the Tao Te Ching transmitted by Laozi, Lier, is the most profound and mysterious. The Taoist school flourished later and has continued to this day, becoming the orthodox path of cultivation. 2,000 years ago, although the Western world was not flourishing, there were still many practitioners, but they had little contact with our land and were somewhat unfamiliar. However, the Buddhist school that was introduced to central China had a significant conflict with the Taoist school. The two schools of practitioners had disputes for hundreds of years. But for some reason, ancient texts did not record any direct confrontations between the two, and the Buddhist school also entered the Central Plains, continuing to spread to this day. It seems that at that time, there were immortals who mediated this matter. I used to think that the concept of immortals was just nonsense. But now it doesn't seem so far-fetched. Perhaps those who had achieved cultivation did not wish to see bloodshed and thus stepped in to mediate. Zhou Yinglong then asked, "What about the East, Master Ancestor?" Upon mentioning this, a smile faded from Master Yuanpu's face, replaced by a serious expression as he said, "During the Qin dynasty, there was Peng Zhu who went to sea, taking 500 young boys and girls with him and never returned. This is not a fabrication. Later, a small country arose in the East, stealing the superficial aspects of our Taoist cultivation, yet they do not consider themselves outside the Taoist gate, instead taking pride in what they have stolen, which is truly laughable. Alas, not long ago, I heard disciples in the mountains say that the wind, fire, mountain, and forest are things from another country, not realizing that these are actually the words of military strategists, swift as the wind, slow as the forest, raging like fire, immovable as a mountain. Every time I mention this, I feel a deep regret. Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong exchanged glances, both sensing a change in Master Yuan Pu's emotions when he mentioned that island nation to the east. Upon reflection, this Taoist master must have experienced the invasion of foreign enemies during his youth or adolescence, when many Taoist practitioners went out to save the country, suffering heavy casualties. At that moment, Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong nodded solemnly, unsure of what to say. Master Yuan Pu sighed lightly, his slightly agitated emotions quickly returning to calm. Forget it. Discussing this is not timely. Where was I? Yinglong, don't interrupt again. Yes, Zhou Yinglong replied, lowering his head, not daring to put down the teapot he was holding. They then listened as the old Taoist continued to speak slowly. Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong heard many amusing anecdotes from the past, as well as the helplessness and bitterness of those predecessors who had guarded their Tao in solitude for a lifetime during the millennium when the world's vital energy had not yet returned. Finally, after more than an hour of casual talk, Master Yuan Pu began to talk about swords, instantly invigorating Zhou Yinglong, who had been feeling drowsy. Wang Sheng listened attentively, not missing a single word. Master Yuan Pu had previously mentioned that he had spent decades immersed in the sword path. If he were not a sword path master, who would dare claim such a title? Returning to the sword path itself, the sword is essentially a weapon. Even though it is often associated with gentlemen, it is still a tool for killing. All weapons are dangerous, and any violent act using a weapon will inevitably impact one's Tao heart and nature. If there is too much bloodshed, it will surely affect one's cultivation, leading to inner demons. Therefore, I will first say this to both of you. Practicing the sword path is possible, but the true path to enlightenment lies within you, not in the sword you hold. Wang Sheng nodded earnestly, and Zhou Yinglong beside him also appeared contemplative. The Taoist master stood up, clasping his hands behind his back, and began to pace slowly. His white hair and beard fluttered gently in the wind, as if he were about to transcend and fly away at any moment. In my view, there are 6 realms in the sword path. The first is the realm of the sword having moves. This realm is not merely about knowing a few sets of sword techniques, but about integrating the sword moves so that they can be effortlessly executed in battle, which indeed requires considerable effort. The second is the realm of the sword having no moves, also known as the realm of sword intent. Every sword technique has its intent. Practicing its routines and moves is to comprehend its sword intent. I say this, and you should understand. Wang Sheng nodded immediately, as he was currently in the realm of sword intent, but due to his shallow cultivation, he was still unable to achieve the state of having no moves. This classification of sword path realms is not entirely precise, but it can save Wang Sheng from many detours. The third realm is known as the realm of sword momentum, which is an extension beyond the realm of the sword having no moves. The realm of sword momentum is actually the same as the concept of unity with heaven and man that we often discuss. You simply stand there without needing to make any movements, yet you can merge with the heavens and the earth, using sword momentum to pressure others and harm their spirits invisibly. Sword momentum? It seems that the first 3 realms are not a simple progression, and sword intent can vary in degree. The more sword techniques one practices, the more sword intent one can master, and there is no concept of limit. Wang Sheng, who has not yet achieved the state of having no moves, has already condensed the 7-star sword intent, and sword momentum also emphasizes the connection between oneself, the sword, and the heavens and the earth, depending on one's understanding of the sword path. Indeed, Master Yuan Pu said with a smile, these 3 realms are not simply about mastering one before moving on to the next. Form, intent, and momentum are all foundational elements of the sword path. However, most sword practitioners who have achieved a certain level of cultivation first comprehend the sword having no moves, then understand sword intent, and can finally appreciate the realm of sword momentum, which is why I have categorized them in this order. Wang Sheng felt much relieved. What the teacher had said was exactly what he wanted to know. The 6 realms of the sword path. The first 3 realms are form, intent, and momentum. What about the last 3 realms? Master Yuan Pu stroked his beard and smiled contentedly, waiting until Wang Sheng's gaze became somewhat eager before continuing in a gentle voice. The 4th realm is known as control. Zhou Yinglong blurted out, sword control technique? Ha ha. Master Yuanpu laughed heartily. The technique of controlling the sword is actually an extension of the technique of controlling objects, which requires a separate discussion. So-called sword control. Master Yuanpu's words took a turn, and he began to discuss the similarities and differences between sword control techniques and the sword path. Wang Sheng immediately shot Zhou Yinglong a slightly annoyed glance. Zhou Yinglong smiled awkwardly, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip with his head down. Although he remembered his own master mentioning that master ancestor had become particularly talkative as he aged, he didn't expect it. However, learning about sword control techniques is quite good too. Sword control techniques arose from the Taoist school in Shu, flourishing about 1600 years ago. Sword control is an extension of the technique of controlling objects. To practice this technique, one must first enter the gathering spirit realm, then select a sword embryo, nurturing it day and night with one's own spiritual intention. After nurturing it for 3, 5, or 7 years, the sword embryo will undergo a transformation, after which the practitioner must slowly refine it into a flying sword. On the flying sword, specific restrictions must be inscribed, and the wielder must also possess swordsmanship. In addition, there must be a sufficiently strong spiritual consciousness to support it. However, this is a necessary process in the entry-level practice of swordsmanship. The real person Yuanpu smiled and said, "If you can step into the 4th realm of the sword path and are fortunate enough to obtain the method of sword control, you will achieve twice the result with half the effort, or even say you will grasp it with just a word." Wang Sheng smiled and said, "Please clarify, Master. What is the realm of sword control? Do not be impatient. Let me explain slowly. The 6th realm of swordsmanship, sword control, is considered a profound level in the sword path, referring to the cultivator's ultimate mastery over the sword. Another name might be more easily understood as the unity of man and sword. From the beginning of sword practice to reaching the realm of sword control, it is naturally easier with spiritual energy, as entering the Void Dan realm significantly extends one's lifespan. However, during this 1,000 years without spiritual energy, how many people have turned gray-haired and exhausted, ultimately buried in the yellow earth with regrets? The first 4 realms are all related to the sword, while the last 2 realms are somewhat mysterious. For a moment, Wang Sheng found it hard to comprehend. In fact, when you eventually form your primordial spirit and can be called a great cultivator, you will not need any other protective methods for the sword path. With a sword in hand, you can roam freely in the cultivation world. The real person Yuanpu sighed lightly and continued, "The 5th realm. I have recently begun to grasp some insights. This realm is called the realm of the sword heart. I am currently limited by my cultivation and cannot fully enter this realm. Just observe." As he spoke, the real person Yuanpu raised his left hand, and white light continuously gathered in his palm, forming a small 3-inch sword that slowly rotated and ascended, but it only vaguely resembled a sword. In an instant, a profound sword intent spread out, sometimes gentle and endless, like a mountain spring. At other times, it was incredibly sharp, as if it could cut through the dark sky. The shock in Wang Sheng's heart was beyond description. This was the heart sword that the real person Yuanpu had spent countless years cultivating. He had moved from the realm of the tangible sword to the realm of the intangible sword. At this moment, Wang Sheng felt quite fortunate. He had chosen Wudong Mountain and encountered the renowned Master Qing Yanzi, and the first set of Taoist techniques his master taught him was the 7 stars sword formation, which set him on the path of swordsmanship. Otherwise, he would not have been valued by the real person Yuanpu, nor would he have received such extensive teachings on cultivation matters, or witnessed the demonstration of the intangible sword. The real person Yuanpu, sweating on his forehead, quickly retracted the heart sword and let out a long sigh. This is what it means to put down the sword. Chapter 73, the 6th realm. Forging the sword, putting down the sword. That heart sword truly left Wang Sheng in awe of this master. As the real person Yuanpu continued to elaborate on the realms of swordsmanship, Wang Sheng's admiration for him grew deeper. Now that he possessed spiritual energy, he could continually break through his cultivation realm, thus extending his lifespan. The path of cultivation became a smooth road, and practice became relatively simpler. However, thinking about this Taoist master, who, in an era without spiritual energy, could only rely on the potential of his physical body to cultivate a weak internal breath, spent his time cultivating in the mountains, practicing the sword. Even if the path ahead was filled with loneliness and desolation, he still adhered to the path. A word of admiration is only natural. The guidance he received from this master today had a profound impact on Wang Sheng. allowing him to avoid countless detours. After the real person Yuan Pu revealed the heart sword, he took a deep breath, paced a few steps, and continued discussing the sixth realm of swordsmanship. Since we have come this far, it is only reasonable to finish the discussion. Fei Yu, Yinglong, let me ask you, what does the sword path pursue? Wang Sheng was momentarily at a loss for words. The real person Yuan Pu chuckled lightly, exuding an otherworldly charm, truly resembling a living immortal in the mortal realm. He stroked his beard, glanced at Wang Sheng's sword, Wen Yuan, which, with a clang, unsheathed 3 inches, its cold light striking fear into the heart. The real person Yuan Pu shook his head, realizing he had inadvertently digressed. This sword is merely a low-grade mundane artifact, not worth mentioning. Yinglong, tell your master to find a decent one for Fei Yu. He truly needs a good sword by his side now. Yes, the disciple will remember. Zhou Yinglong quickly replied. Previously, the current sect leader had bestowed a treasure, likely considering that although Wang Sheng had remarkable comprehension in swordsmanship, he was not an inner disciple of the Taoist lineage, and thus did not part with the sect's sacred texts, giving him this mediocre Wen Yuan sword. However, once the real person Yuan Pu had spoken, the current sect leader, being a disciple himself, naturally dared not disobey. Wang Sheng did not think much of it, and did not refuse the good intentions of the real person Yuan Pu. After all, even Zhou Yinglong could see that the real person Yuan Pu's guidance today was not only out of love for talent, but also had some long-term considerations. Such an elder typically would habitually think about their legacy. Even though their lifespan had increased, they still felt they might grow old and die soon. Moreover, no one knows if the frail bodies of these elders can withstand the backlash of failing to break through to the Golden Dan realm. Qing Yanzi at this time was in the prime of life, ready to break through to the Golden Dan realm, having left a letter and gone into seclusion at Mount Zhongnan. In contrast, someone like the real person Yuan Pu had to be cautious, as the opportunity might only come once. Today, this elder not only guided but also instructed his disciple to fetch treasures for Wang Sheng, all to secure a promising individual for the next generation. The nature of Wang Sheng could already be sensed by the real person Yuan Pu from his sword. For Wang Sheng, compared to the favor of this elder guiding him in swordsmanship today, a magical artifact was truly insignificant. Since debts do not burden the body, he simply accepted it calmly. After waiting for a while, the real person Yuan Pu smiled and asked, "What, can't you answer? Fei Yu, you have delved deeply into the sword path. Do you not know what you are pursuing?" Wang Sheng pondered for a moment and asked, "Is it to protect the path?" The real person Yuan Pu slowly shook his head. "There are countless methods to protect the path. The sword is merely one of them. Think again." Then, Zhou Yinglong said softly, "Is it for self-cultivation and nurturing one's character?" The real person Yuan Pu looked at his disciple with a hint of helplessness. Zhou Yinglong chuckled awkwardly and quietly poured out the cold tea from his master's cup, replacing it with warm tea. Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong thought for a while longer. This question is akin to asking why 1 + 1 = 2. How should it be answered? Why did they practice swordsmanship? It was naturally the path their master had imparted to them, so they followed the teachings. Then, both shook their heads simultaneously. The real person Yuan Pu immediately broke into a slight smile, a faint aura radiating around him, and spoke with a light shout. "The sword is a weapon. With a double edge, a straight body, and a pointed tip, it can pierce armor and slash. It is even hailed as the king of all weapons. Even if the sword is adorned as a gentleman's accessory, it is still an instrument for killing and harming. I often hear people say that no matter how high the sword path is revered by cultivators, it is still a path of killing." Seeing Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong's startled expressions, the real person Yuan Pu relaxed his tone and continued, "However, this is not the case. I have pondered for 10 years to arrive at this conclusion. The fundamental pursuit of the sword path is indeed to engage in combat. If the sword path is regarded as one of the paths of killing, from this perspective, it cannot be argued against. However, nothing in this world is absolute. No matter what, one cannot simplify things with a single statement. Talismans can also kill, formations can also kill, and those inexplicably powerful magical artifacts can take lives. Should we then say they are all paths of killing? The path of killing originates from the heart, and the sword path is merely a means for practitioners. If we say that the sword path is the path of killing, it is better to say that the one holding the sword has a heart for killing." As soon as these words fell from Master Yuan Pu, both Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong couldn't help but nod and ponder. What this Taoist said was indeed not wrong. In fact, The reasoning was quite simple, yet it allowed Wang Sheng to gain many insights in a short time, resolving some doubts in his heart. The sword is fundamentally a weapon, but it is not the sword that kills, but the person wielding it. Master Yuanpu slowly paced, his voice becoming more ethereal. Therefore, the same sword in different hands can become a sword that saves lives or a sword that kills and harms. The same applies to the sword path. Master. Wang Sheng looked up at Master Yuanpu and asked softly, what exactly is this sixth realm? You've said so much, but my cultivation is shallow, making it difficult for me to comprehend. This realm, I call it the realm of sword forging. Sword forging? Both Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong were somewhat confused. But Zhou Yinglong reacted quickly this time and blurted out, does it mean that one has to forge oneself into a sword? Wouldn't that make one a sword person or something? Ha. You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? Master Yuanpu laughed heartily, and Wang Sheng also chuckled lightly. The master of Wudong Mountain said, I tell you all this just to make it easier for you to understand the sixth realm of the sword path. In simpler terms, every person has their own path. For example, my Wudong Dao is based on various methods derived from true martial true explanation, like what Qinjianzi's disciple and Feiyu practice. Both are based on pure yang, immortal art. Even if the sword path reaches the realm of the heart sword, the heart sword is merely your means of dealing with and defeating enemies. The essence of the Tao still lies in the cultivation methods you practice. Therefore, even if your heart sword can slay immortals and demons in the future, that is merely external. Your Tao realm is ultimately determined by your cultivation method. And that is the internal aspect. The sword path can assist you in breaking through cultivation realms, but it cannot determine your foundation. Zhou Yinglong immediately showed a confused expression, while Wang Sheng nodded in understanding, continuing to wait for Master Yuanpu's further words. What exactly is the sixth realm? The old Taoist seemed very serious, as if afraid of making a mistake, and thus explained so much. Master Yuanpu continued, the path of practitioners can only be similar, never identical. The so-called realm of sword forging means integrating the sword path with your own path. What needs to be forged is not you as a person, but your Tao. For example, if you practice pure yang immortal art, then when your heart sword reaches great success and you want to advance further in the sword path, you need to forge the Tao obtained from your practice of pure yang immortal art into a sword that is bound to your destiny, with the heart sword as the sword soul and the Tao body as the sword bone. Once this sword is drawn from its sheath, it will be the day you soar into the clouds, the moment your Tao looks down upon the world. Only after that can your Tao be said to be the true sword path. Do you understand? Disciple is enlightened. Wang Sheng deeply bowed while sitting there, feeling somewhat dry in the mouth. This is the path he would have to take in the future? Cultivating the heart sword is already incredibly difficult, let alone forging his own Tao into a true sword path based on the great success of the heart sword. But a doubt also arose in Wang Sheng's heart. Was the last realm of the sword path really the end of the sword path? Ono emerged in his heart. That was merely the opening of a new world. Although this door still felt so distant from him, Zhou Yinglong could only nod beside him. Although he wanted Master to elaborate more, he feared being underestimated by the Master. Anyway, these realms are probably about this meaning. He would slowly comprehend them in the future. If the sword of the Tao could truly be forged. He really didn't know what kind of realm that would be, but at least it could only be achieved after becoming an immortal. Master Yuanpu's eyes carried a touch of loneliness, not knowing whether he would have the chance to cultivate the heart sword to great success and forge the sword bone in his remaining life. Zhou Yinglong hurriedly said, Master, you will definitely become an immortal. Your magical power is boundless. Master Yuanpu's mouth twitched slightly, ignoring him, and continued, naturally, these 6 realms are also passed down from predecessors. And there may be omissions or inaccuracies. Perhaps there are even more profound realms beyond this. You should ponder over it yourselves and not take it as a dogma. Feiyu, Yinglong, relax your minds. I will grant you a portion of sword intent. Granting them a portion of sword intent. Wang Sheng thought he had misheard, but as the master spoke, he gently waved his sleeve, and a mysterious Tao realm enveloped him, Zhou Yinglong, and Qi went simultaneously. Then, their eyelids grew heavy, and the 3 of them fell directly into sleep, their thoughts being drawn into a dim world. In the courtyard, Master Yuanpu chuckled lightly, watching his 3 young disciples who were sprawled all over the place. Teaching disciples is also a kind of joy. As one gets older, it's essential to find some fun for oneself. The method he used was actually quite exhausting. But Master Yuanpu didn't care at all. and directly led the three into a dream state to impart sword intent. The deeper their understanding of the sword intent he transmitted, the longer they would sleep, and the more benefits he would gain. Conversely, Chi-Wen rubbed her eyes, not knowing how she had lain down, and slowly got up. Master Yuan-Pu's face immediately darkened. He had intended to give this girl some benefits. But how did it feel like his spiritual thought and effort had been wasted? Chapter 74. The Sword Intent of Two Instruments on the Mountain. Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong fell into a meditative state, not moving until night fell. It seemed that once Master Yuan-Pu noticed that Wang Sheng and Zhou Yinglong were stable in their state, he nodded with satisfaction and instructed Chi-Wen. Don't let anyone disturb them. Okay. Chi-Wen quickly responded, watching as the old immortal, who had been chattering for most of the day, walked away. Unable to suppress a yawn. She was exhausted today. Not long after Master Yuan-Pu left, a graceful figure slipped into the courtyard. It was the senior sister who had been waiting for the courtyard to be empty. If Wang Sheng knew that Mu Wanxian was deliberately avoiding such an opportunity, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was no other way. Master Yuan-Pu said he would bestow sword intent upon them and casually pulled him and Zhou Yinglong into a dream, without any preparation at all. However, it must be said that Mu Wanxian didn't love using swords, so it wasn't much of a loss. Seeing Chi-Wen's little face full of sleepiness, Mu Wanxian arranged for her to go inside to sleep, while she took Wang Sheng's special cushion to the door and sat quietly in meditation. Around 8 o'clock, Zhou Yinglong slowly woke up, sitting there for a long time without moving. The surrounding vital energy was slightly chaotic, but it quickly calmed down. He fished out his phone to take a look, estimating that he had been in meditation for 3 or 4 hours. And then he began to reflect on the various insights he had gained, echoing the constantly dancing sword shadow he had seen. A sense of satisfaction, having heard this Tao without regrets, arose within him. Just as Zhou Yinglong was about to speak, a figure flashed in front of him, signaling him to be quiet and pointing behind him. Wang Sheng was actually lying on the ground behind Zhou Yinglong, his breathing barely perceptible. Zhou Yinglong quickly held his breath and kept silent, trying to minimize any noise as he carefully got up, afraid of disturbing Wang Sheng even slightly. He tiptoed out of the courtyard. Before he could say anything, Mu Wanxian was already standing behind the courtyard door, smiling and waving, which made Zhou Yinglong, who had planned to wait here to discuss insights with Wang Sheng, feel a bit awkward as he cupped his hands in farewell, feeling as if he had been driven away. However, what Zhou Yinglong did not expect was that when he returned the next morning, Wang Sheng was still sound asleep in the courtyard. Last night, Wang Sheng was carefully carried to the reclining chair by Mu Wanxian and covered with a thin blanket. The precious scene of the senior sister princess holding the second senior brother was cleverly captured by Chi-Wen. However, Zhou Yinglong felt a bit frustrated. Why hadn't Wang Shidi woken up yet? Could it be that he fell into a deeper sleep? However, from the reply he received from Mu Wanxian, Wang Sheng indeed hadn't woken up, and starting from the second half of last night, several different Tao rhythms began to emerge continuously around him. At times, there were points of starlight surrounding him, and at other times, two familiar auras belonging to Mu Wanxian intertwined around him. The dual energies of yin and yang. This situation left Mu Wanxian both surprised and unsure of what to do. Zhou Yinglong could only smile wryly and take his leave, muttering a few times about being abnormal. Wang Sheng slept for a whole day and night. On the morning of the third day, as the sun rose in the east, the vitality of the world once again took on a hint of heat, and Wang Sheng slowly opened his eyes while still peacefully asleep in the reclining chair. His eyes lacked focus for half an hour, and then, gradually, rays of brilliance began to bloom within his pupils. Suddenly, the sound of clashing swords echoed within Wang Sheng's body, as if his body were a sword sheath, with two sharp swords about to burst forth from his eyes. Following that, two sword intents rippled out from within him. One was vast and cold, the other long and continuous. Wang Sheng frowned in thought, unconsciously pushing his left hand forward, and a wisp of true essence surged from his palm, transforming into a phantom of a long sword, with 7 large stars constantly changing within the blade. Then, Wang Sheng's right hand also slowly pushed forward, and similarly, another sword shadow emerged from his palm. But within this sword body was a small Taiji yin-yang fish, slowly chasing and rotating. He dispersed the sword intent from his left hand, carefully experiencing the sword shadow in his right hand, and suddenly felt an impulse to dance with a sword rising from his heart, so he casually summoned the Yuan sword. As he held the sword, Wang Sheng instinctively wanted to perform the 7-star sword formation, but after he initiated the first movement, he suddenly froze. It was as if he had been struck by a binding charm, standing there for a full quarter of an hour. At the courtyard gate, Mu Wanxian frowned as she stared at Wang Sheng, genuinely worried that her junior brother had been led astray by that old man with the white beard. He had been practicing swordsmanship smoothly, and now he had stalled for so long. At the window, the younger junior sister, who was reading an ancient book, was also curiously looking over, not understanding why her second senior brother was standing there motionless, striking a pose. It was quite a stylish pose, after all. Finally, Wang Sheng moved. The sword he pointed out moved very slowly, and his limbs felt somewhat uncoordinated with the Wenyuan sword, as if he had just practiced swordsmanship for a few days. Wang Sheng was closing his eyes and experiencing something. The sword moves seemed to be improvised, becoming slower and slower, yet there was an endless rhythm to them. After 10 moves, that sense of uncoordinatedness dissipated. After 20 moves, Wang Sheng's movements flowed like clouds and water, naturally smooth, and the sword moves were neither hurried nor slow. Wang Sheng suddenly thought of the last time he sparred with Taoist Gao Shixing, who drew a circle with his long sword. It was also when inspiration struck, and Wang Sheng's long sword also drew a circle, within which appeared a faint Taiji dual fish diagram. At the courtyard gate, Mu Wanxian blinked in surprise, while Wang Sheng stood still, closing his eyes in contemplation. The master casually mentioned wanting to impart a sword intent to Wang Sheng, but unexpectedly, he directly transmitted a duality sword intent to him. What is duality? The meaning of duality is quite extensive, but all its meanings are interconnected, emphasizing the naturalness and balance, opposition and transformation that Taoism advocates. Hard and soft, dark and light, yin and yang, heaven and earth, spring and autumn. Permanence and change can all be considered interpretations of duality. This duality sword intent takes the essence of yin-yang and hard-soft. Master Yuan Pu only transmitted the sword intent, not the sword moves, precisely because Wang Sheng himself had already condensed the Big Dipper sword intent, equivalent to stepping into the realm beyond sword moves. She Wen couldn't grasp even the superficial aspects, limited by her shallow understanding of the Tao. Zhou Long, too, was far from Wang Sheng in comprehension. Constrained by his swordsmanship realm, he had previously only vaguely sensed his own sword intent, but had not yet condensed the first sword intent. However, Zhou Long had also been planted with the seed of duality sword intent, and when his swordsmanship realm reached Wang Sheng's current level, he too could have an epiphany. Wang Sheng understood the sword for a day and a night in his dreams and practiced swordsmanship in silence for 2 days in the courtyard. When he could no longer maintain his mental state, he slowly exhaled. This favor owed was quite substantial. In fact, he had already become akin to a half-disciple of the Wudong Dao. If Wudong were to face any calamity in the future, he would rush back to help, no matter where he was. When he broke free from his state of practicing swordsmanship, both the younger junior sister and the senior sister were not in the courtyard, and he didn't know where they had gone. Wang Sheng jumped onto the courtyard wall, standing in the position where his master often stood, gazing into the distance. Just in time to see a distant sky between 2 peaks. There, the white clouds floated leisurely, presenting a unique artistic conception. No wonder his master liked to stand here and gaze into the distance. The scenery was indeed beautiful. Sigh. This was a comfortable sigh, and Wang Sheng felt no sense of regret or lack. Within a short span of 20 days, he had made significant progress in his swordsmanship, gaining an incomparably profound duality sword intent, sufficient for him to delve into for a long time. And he had also understood the path he would take in swordsmanship in the future. He needed to figure out how to break through his own cultivation level, surpassing the various realms on the path of cultivation, with the pure yang immortal technique as his guide. From now on, the sword would be his treasure, his method for protecting the Tao, his support in standing between heaven and earth. The Wenyuan sword let out a tremor and was held tightly in Wang Sheng's hand. One person and one sword stood on the wall, watching the clouds roll in the distant sky, waiting for the jade person returning with big and small packages along the mountain path. The mountains were tranquil, the streams babbled, and in the distance, palatial eaves rose from the mountains, forming a picturesque landscape. However, Wang Sheng hadn't checked his phone in these few days. Almost every 2 hours, a message would come through, and except for the first one that Mu Wanxian helped to reply to, none of the subsequent ones had been opened. The senior sister was afraid of disturbing Wang Sheng, so she simply put the phone on silent. The sender was naturally Mu Yu, who had already become the contact officer for Taoist Wang, and the content of the messages was the same, a simple 6-character message. Taoist Wang, are you there? But he was not there. Team leader, it's not a solution for us to keep lingering here. Although we don't have any other cases to take on for the time being, those elders from the super spiritual society are enough for us to report on. Are you saying we should just let the 3 core criminals of the super spiritual society roam free? In the temporary office of the special investigation team set up in this city, several key members gathered their courage to talk to the team leader about work. The ones who spoke these words were precisely those who had previously pleaded for Qi Wen and reprimanded old Zheng. The team leader did not rush, only countering their statement with a question, quietly watching them. A middle-aged man said, "Actually, it's not that we are letting them roam free. We will leave a team to continue monitoring and expand the search area, but we can hand over the main investigation work to the police." That's right, team leader. Although we are the special investigation team, the leaders mentioned in the last meeting that our main task is still to monitor the cultivation world. The super spiritual society is essentially a scam similar to a pyramid scheme, but it has become complicated due to the involvement of cultivators. In reality, we are being too anxious. The results we have now are already sufficient, team leader. Wang Sheng's master's wife glanced with some disappointment at the 3 people in front of her, but she did not get angry. She understood that the special investigation team was not purely her domain. She needed to listen to the opinions put forward by the deputy leaders from various departments and knew what these people were worried about. They were worried that their excellent results would be dragged down to negative numbers, as long as they slightly beautified the report to the higher-ups and shifted the focus. The more than 20 scattered cultivators of the super spiritual society captured now were enough to take credit for. If the younger members in the team had such thoughts, the group leader would directly scold them. However, if these ideas came from these core members, she felt it was reasonable, as that was their style of doing things, with very little fresh blood left in their bones. Suddenly, a rapid knocking sound came from the door. Before the group leader could speak, the door was pushed open, and Mu Yu along with another young girl rushed in with anxious expressions. "Group leader, you need to come see this. Something's happened." Chapter 75, Journey to Zhongnan. What does this holy fire master want to do? Wang Sheng was having dinner with his junior sister when he received Mu Yu's call. After reaching the embryonic realm, one could practice fasting, but it was too lonely for Qi Wen to eat alone. Just like when the master and senior sister accompanied Wang Sheng back then, he and Mu Wanxian were also there to keep her company. Once the call connected, Wang Sheng casually switched to speaker mode, thinking it would just be a routine greeting. But as he took a mouthful of porridge, he heard Mu Yu say, "Taoist Wang. A few hours ago, the Holy Fire Master started promoting on a deep encryption network to auction the Heavenly Master's secret talisman from Longhu Mountain's upper and middle volumes." Cough. Wang Sheng nearly spat out his porridge, his whole being jolted awake, and his first reaction was, "Where is it being sold? How much? Only the upper and middle volumes?" Hearing his senior sister's laughter, Wang Sheng suddenly realized that his reaction was inappropriate. He was no longer the scattered cultivator who lacked techniques from back then, and having Longhu Mountain's treasure would be of much use to him now. Mu Yu was speechless for a moment on the other end of the phone. "Taoist Wang, calm down. I was just a bit shaken by this news." Wang Sheng quickly regained his composure and glanced at Qi Wen next to him. The little junior sister was slightly frowning, carefully listening to something, and her small mouth was pursed. Wang Sheng continued without avoiding her. "What's the reaction from Longhu Mountain? You should have made contact by now, right?" "Yes, not only that, but we also confirmed another identity of the Holy Fire Master," Mu Yu sighed. The Holy Fire Master's Dao title is Qianxing, and he is a discarded disciple of Longhu Mountain, who once learned from Taoist Tianzhong of Longhu Mountain. "Tianzhong Taoist? Isn't that guy Shi Qianzhong's master?" Mu Yu continued. "Longhu Mountain doesn't even know what is happening here. It's also our fault for not contacting the various Dao inheritances in time, which is why we only just learned about the Holy Fire Master's background now. Since he is a discarded disciple of Longhu Mountain, he might harbor some resentment towards them," Wang Sheng asked. "Why was he expelled from the sect?" "Logically, only direct disciples should be able to inherit the Heavenly Master's secret talisman. The response from Longhu Mountain is that this Guai Qianxing injured a junior brother with the intention of stealing the lower volume of the Heavenly Master's secret talisman, which is why he was expelled from the sect." Mu Yu sighed lightly and continued. "Last time you suggested we seek help from Maoshan and Longhu Mountain, we did invite a few Taoists from Maoshan. But due to the lack of personal items from the Holy Fire Master, We couldn't use Dao techniques to trace his whereabouts. Later, the group leader invited 2 experts who used divination to figure out his approximate location, but every time we acted, we ended up empty-handed. Tianjin Daoist will arrive here tomorrow, and the online auction will officially start in 3 days. Wang Sheng pondered for a moment and asked, is the network not monitored by the police? The public network is monitored, but they are using a deep encryption network, still on foreign servers, and there is a rather powerful technical team behind it. Muyu explained somewhat awkwardly. In just half a day, we have already been in continuous skirmishes with the cyber police department countless times. But information seems to be spreading on the network, and it seems that various Dao inheritances have received this news through some channels. Wang Sheng glanced at Qi Wen and asked, does the Holy Fire Master have a supporting team behind him? Didn't they say that the super spiritual society has been mostly captured? It's likely an overseas hired gang. Muyu couldn't help but yawn. Daoist Wang. This time, Longhu Mountain has already begun to apply pressure on us through the Dao Association. Our investigation team's task is to unite the righteous Dao inheritances. So we cannot ignore our attitude towards Longhu Mountain. How long have you not slept, big sister? Wang Sheng asked. This week I've barely slept for 20 hours. Muyu forced a smile and said, Daoist Wang, although it's hard to say. I wonder if I could ask you to come down the mountain to help us again. I'm really sorry for constantly bothering you during your practice. Tianjin Daoist has already gone, right? It's not just Tianjin Daoist coming. More than a dozen Daoist experts have already been on their way to us. And there are probably many others who haven't even informed us. Indeed, Wang Sheng felt a bit overwhelmed. The Heavenly Master's secret talisman was the foundation of Longhu Mountain, the true essence of the 3 talisman sections. Although there were only the upper and middle volumes, they held immense attraction for various Dao inheritances. If this matter were to evolve into a conflict within the cultivation community, it was something we must strive to prevent, Muyu said softly. If the situation goes beyond our investigation team's control, the entire cultivation world might face trouble. To be on the safe side, we can only ask for all the forces that can help us to come and stabilize the situation. The implications of this statement were rather profound. Wang Sheng thought for a few seconds. I'll go to Zhongnan Mountain. If I can find my master, and he has already exited seclusion, I'll ask him if he can come to help stabilize the situation. Daoist Wang, isn't it inappropriate for you to go? Muyu's voice held a hint of frailty. Wang Sheng replied, my generation is too low, and if all the Daoists from various inheritances rush over, it wouldn't be a situation where I and my senior sister could speak. My master must go. However, this matter is greatly related to Longhu Mountain, and you all mainly need to cooperate with them. It's best to have Longhu Mountain arrange for a few more Daoists to go. If the foundational scriptures of the Dao inheritance are spread out like this, the ones who will suffer the most in the end are still them. They should be more anxious than anyone else right now. Muyu sighed softly. That's indeed the case. To be honest with you, some Daoists from Longhu Mountain are said to be instructors in the combat readiness team, and they have connections with the higher-ups. Wang Sheng reminded, you're saying too much. It's fine, Daoist Wang. None of this is a problem for you. Muyu's voice couldn't help but sound a bit weary as she continued. Moreover, soon, these might not be secrets anymore. The higher-ups have long had plans to shock the tiger and intimidate the increasingly restless evil cultivators, showcasing our official capabilities. That is actually not bad. A stable nation and peaceful people are better than chaos and turmoil. Wang Sheng smiled and said, go rest. I'll set off for Zhongnan Mountain tomorrow morning to find my master. Thank you, Daoist Wang. I'll just reply to our group leader like this. Let us not tell my master's wife about this for now. Wang Sheng thought for a moment. Let my master appear directly in front of her. That would have a better effect. Also, I might not necessarily be able to find my master, even if I do. He might be in seclusion and unable to go there. Muyu hesitated for a moment, but could only agree. Hanging up the phone, Wang Sheng showed a contemplative expression as he lowered his head to drink the now somewhat cold rice porridge, with a few lingering doubts in his heart that he couldn't quite understand. What exactly does the Holy Fire Practitioner want to do? First, they formed a supernatural society to gather wealth, then gathered a group of wandering cultivators, claiming to create a grand alliance of wandering cultivators, only to end up being chased by the investigation team like a stray dog. Is this a counterattack from a desperate situation? No. It should be more like setting oneself on fire. The influence of the 3 schools of talismans within the Daoist sect is immensely profound. Nowadays, the strength of the Longhu Mountain sect is undoubtedly among the top 5 in the Daoist community, and in a few years, even more masters will emerge. Even if someone dares to purchase the secret talismans of the Celestial Master, they will surely become targets of Longhu Mountain. Moreover, Wang Sheng knows that the truly powerful talismans in the rumored secret talismans of the Celestial Master are in the lower volume. The upper volume is basic. The middle volume is an extension, and the lower volume is the most precious part. Fortunately, the Holy Fire Practitioner originally had no qualification to access the lower volume. Among the young disciples in Longhu Mountain who can access the lower volume, there are only a handful, most of whom are blood relatives of the Celestial Masters. Is the Holy Fire Practitioner doing all this for wealth? Then why make such a big fuss, even hiring a technical team to openly hold this auction online? They could directly contact some evil cultivation organizations to sell their methods. Since it's not for wealth, then what is it for? Wang Sheng gradually immersed himself in thought. Holding the bowl in a moment of contemplation, beside him, Mu Wanxian cautiously took out her phone and continued to read the comic she hadn't finished. The senior sister was carefree and wouldn't bother with these mundane matters. It was only Wang Sheng who considered a bit more. Brother, can we find her? Qi Wen asked softly beside him. I'll give it a try, Wang Sheng smiled and said, you can stay on the mountain with senior sister. I'll have news in a day or two. Mu Wanxian tugged at Wang Sheng with her small hand, her bright eyes filled with a hint of questioning. As if asking why Wang Sheng wanted to leave her at home, Wang Sheng gently said, little junior sister hasn't mastered the Tao yet. It's not suitable for her to go out. Senior sister, please protect her on the mountain. Oh, senior sister said a bit gloomily, but soon realized something upon seeing the worry in Wang Sheng's eyes. Qi Wen indeed needed someone to accompany her, to prevent her from taking any impulsive actions. Tomorrow, they would set off for Zhongnan Mountain. Wang Sheng intensified his meditation at night, solidifying his understanding of the Tai Chi sword intent. He hadn't said much, but Mu Yu had already booked a ticket for him to Zhongnan Mountain for the next morning, which was quite considerate. During his meditation, Wang Sheng began to ponder the true purpose hidden beneath the abnormal actions of the Holy Fire Practitioner. Although he had no basis for it, Wang Sheng felt deep down that the Holy Fire Practitioner actually had a grand plan, and the supernatural society was just a part of it. If it wasn't for wealth, and not simply to embarrass Longhu Mountain, then what was this person's true purpose? Just to cause trouble? Did he want to muddy the waters of the entire cultivation world, so he could fish in troubled waters? What benefits could he gain from this? Wang Sheng felt a headache coming on as he couldn't figure out what the Holy Fire Practitioner really wanted to do, so he decided not to dwell on it. Once he found his master and told him about the matters concerning his master's wife and little junior sister, he would let the Golden Core Masters sweep across the world. He didn't know if his master's breakthrough was going smoothly or if he had already become a patient with stones. In the early morning, Wang Sheng shouldered his backpack, grabbed the Wenyuan sword, and floated out of the courtyard. Mu Wanxian wanted to see him off, but was stopped by Wang Sheng's gesture. He had secretly discussed it with senior sister last night. After he left, she must stay close to little junior sister. Chapter 76. Seeking the Master's Footsteps. Zhongnan Mountain, another holy site of the Taoist sect, is located just south of the ancient capital, Chang'an. In ancient times, there was a saying about the shortcut to Zhongnan, referring to a certain period when some people aspiring to enter the court would first come to the secluded Zhongnan Mountain to cultivate, gradually gaining fame in Chang'an, and would then be invited by the emperor to enter the court. Because of this, Zhongnan Mountain was also criticized by some cultivators in ancient times. There are many cultivators on Zhongnan, and the Tao inheritances are numerous, but no sect has managed to dominate the mountain. This section of the Qinling Mountain stretches for hundreds of miles, with hidden cultivators everywhere. The mountains and forests are dotted with Taoist temples and courtyards, with paths connecting various mountains. This undoubtedly adds a lot of difficulty to finding the whereabouts of his master, Qin Yanzi. Speaking of his own sect, it is somewhat related to Zhongnan Mountain, as Elzu also once lived in seclusion there. Wang Sheng encountered some trouble when boarding the high-speed train. The Wenyuan sword had been unsheathed and was confiscated during security checks, attracting the attention of several police officers. It was still Mu Yu who helped him find someone to issue a certificate, and it only delayed him for less than half an hour. By the way, the matter of Master Yuan Pu asking Zhou Yinglong's master to choose another sword for himself seems to have lost its follow-up. Wang Sheng didn't intend to take advantage of others. He had already received considerable guidance, and to shamelessly take someone else's Taoist scriptures would be quite disgraceful. While on the high-speed train, he received a notification from Mu Yu, saying that preparations had been made on Zhongnan Mountain, and vehicles arranged by the investigation team would be waiting for him. Moreover, Muyu had remotely found a reliable tour guide for him, a local Taoist named Lin, with the Dao name Huifeng, who was said to be quite familiar with the various Taoist temples on Zhongnan Mountain. As soon as he exited the high-speed train station, Wang Sheng saw a bright red banner, warmly welcomed Taoist Wang Feiyu from Wudong Mountain. Wang Feiyu, this title sounded quite effeminate. Even his master gave him such a Dao name. The banner was held up by two young female disciples wearing mixed yuan scarves. Beside the banner stood a slender Taoist in a formal Taoist robe, wearing sunglasses and sporting a thin mustache, attracting the curiosity of many passers-by who stopped to take photos. Wang Sheng glanced down at his casual outfit and suddenly felt a bit informal. Holding the Wenyuan sword wrapped in gray cloth, he stepped forward, instantly drawing the attention of the Taoist and the two female cultivators. "Are you Taoist Huifeng?" Wang Sheng asked. "Oh, you must be Taoist Wang Feiyu from Wudong Mountain." "I am indeed Huifeng." The Taoist immediately took off his sunglasses, revealing a handsome face, and performed a Taoist salute to Wang Sheng. Lin Huifeng had received Wang Sheng's information from Muyu in advance, so he naturally wouldn't mistake him, smiling and saying, "Taoist Feiyu is truly remarkable. Your cultivation does not reveal any trace, yet there is a continuous Tao rhythm circulating around you. At such a young age, to have such cultivation, I feel quite ashamed," Wang Sheng replied. "The younger generation does not dare to call themselves so in front of the Taoist. Please just call me by my Tao name. There are many people here. Let us go over here. The vehicle is ready." Lin Huifeng gestured for them to follow. "You too. Why aren't you quickly greeting Taoist?" Lin Huifeng made a gesture of invitation, and the two female disciples had already put away the banner and bowed to Wang Sheng. Lin Huifeng smiled and said, "These are my niece and my nephew. They are not outsiders. Let us talk in the car." Wang Sheng smiled and responded a few times. Following Lin Huifeng to the parking lot outside the high-speed train station, Lin Huifeng drove. Wang Sheng sat in the passenger seat, and the two female cultivators who came to see the master sat in the back seat. According to Taoist customs, getting into the car naturally meant adding each other on WeChat. Lin Huifeng praised Wang Sheng endlessly, also mentioning Wang Sheng's swordsmanship at the Maoshan Exchange Conference. Although he hadn't seen it in person, every time he heard fellow Taoists talk about it, it made people yearn for it. These were naturally mostly polite remarks. Lin Huifeng was cultivating in a Taoist temple on the Zhongnan Mountain and also held a position in the local Taoist association. At this time, his cultivation level was in the late stage of the gathering spirit realm, and he had a rather cheerful personality, speaking quite politely. When this Taoist Lin spoke of his own lineage, he only sighed that his master, whom he had followed back in the day, did not have such fortune. Half a month before the return of the world's vital energy, his master passed away on New Year's Eve, unable to survive to see his 93rd Spring Festival. "It's all fate." Lin Huifeng shook his head and sighed, while Wang Sheng also expressed a few words of sympathy. As the car drove toward Zhongnan Mountain, Wang Sheng shifted the topic to the main matter. "Senior, do you know my master?" Lin Huifeng smiled and said, "Don't call me senior or anything like that. My cultivation is still beneath yours. I feel a bit embarrassed with you addressing me that way. Your master is Qin Yanzi, right? I remember meeting him over 10 years ago at a friend's temple where he was giving a lecture. Could you take me to this temple? My master mentioned he was looking for friends to discuss Taoism before coming here. Of course, I have been entrusted by others. And today I must help Taoist Feiyu find his master." Lin Huifeng said with righteous fervor, then stepped on the gas, causing the small car to quickly reach the highest speed limit on the ring road, only to be stuck in a long traffic jam. As they were stuck, Lin Huifeng's talkative nature came into play, and he began to recount various interesting stories about cultivating on Zhongnan Mountain. Fortunately, the traffic jam wasn't too severe, and after some delay, they arrived at the main peak of Zhongnan Mountain around noon. Under Lin Huifeng's arrangement, Wang Sheng enjoyed a sumptuous vegetarian meal before heading straight to the temple where Lin Huifeng had previously met Qin Yanzi. Upon entering and inquiring, they found two elderly Taoists with gray hair who indeed recognized Wang Sheng's master, and even mentioned that they heard he was Qin Yanzi's disciple, insisting on inviting Wang Sheng to share a meal with them. However, his master was not in seclusion there, nor had he visited this place before. "Do the two seniors know if my master has any other friends on Zhongnan Mountain?" "Oh, there are many." One Taoist furrowed his brow and thought for a moment, his fingers continuously calculating. "Your master has at least 50 friends on Zhongnan Mountain. He cultivated here for over 20 years before moving away," Wang Sheng asked. "Did my master cultivate on Zhongnan Mountain when he was young?" He had only heard his master mention that when he met his master-in-law. He was traveling around with his ancestor and had moved to Wudong Mountain after adopting his senior sister Mu Wanxian. It turned out that the roots of his own school were here. After thinking for a while, Wang Sheng realized he needed to change his approach and not wander aimlessly in the mountains like a headless fly. He looked up and asked the two Taoists. When my master came to Zhongnan Mountain, he left a message saying he had some confusion in his cultivation and came here to seek friends for discussion. May I ask which seniors on this mountain are familiar with my master and have profound cultivation? If we talk about profound cultivation and familiarity with your master, we actually know 3 or 4 who are not far from here. The two Taoists were also warm-hearted, probably because they encountered little excitement during their secluded life in the mountains and were eager to help. Without further delay, the two Taoists changed into their robes, donned their headscarves, instructed several disciples to watch over the temple, and began to roam around Zhongnan Mountain with Wang Sheng and Lin Huifeng. The two Taoists were in the embryonic breathing realm, so they were not afraid of expending some physical strength. Thus, for the entire afternoon, Wang Sheng visited 18 or 19 temples, meeting a group of older masters, uncles, grandmasters, and received several bottles of elixirs and stacks of protective talismans. At this stage, magical tools were still too rare and precious, so the Taoists were not generous enough to directly gift Wang Sheng any. They all claimed to have never seen Qing Yanzi, and some enthusiastic old Taoists immediately used their phones to send long-distance messages to inquire about him. However, there were no results. Many old Taoists, upon seeing Wang Sheng, insisted on not letting him leave, and a few Taoists, wearing reading glasses, played 1 or 2 short videos on their phones, including a segment of Mu Wanxian playing the jade flute and Wang Sheng dancing with a sword. Wang Sheng suddenly remembered the scene from his childhood when he returned home for the new year with his parents, being stuffed with various items by relatives. After quite a bit of fuss, Wang Sheng looked at his phone and suddenly slapped his forehead. "Senior, could you help me ask in the group of Taoists on Zhongnan Mountain if anyone has seen my master?" "Right, how could I forget that?" They were so absorbed in their cultivation that they became somewhat forgetful about using their phones. It was quite a rare sight to see several elderly Taoists shouting loudly at their phones. One said, "Hello? Have any of you seen Taoist Qing Yanzi? His disciple Fei Yu urgently seeks him. Please contact me if you see him." Another shouted, "Has anyone seen Qing Yanzi? His disciple has come looking for him." Wang Sheng quietly listened from the side and found these unpretentious Taoists quite endearing. Each famous mountain has its unique atmosphere for cultivation. Maoshan is full of strict rules, and the older generation in Wudong Mountain hides deep in the mountains, but on Zhongnan Mountain, there was a warmth and humanity everywhere. In just a few minutes, the main peak of Zhongnan Mountain was abuzz, and several Taoist phones began vibrating nonstop. Voice messages were being broadcast, and the small temple became lively both inside and out. "Taoist Qing Yanzi has come to Zhongnan Mountain. The last time he taught me the Taoist methods, he didn't finish explaining them." "Where did he go?" "Fei Yu is the little disciple in the video of Taoist Qing Yanzi dancing with a sword. He has come to our Zhongnan Mountain. Where is he now? I want to go see." His master said he is obsessed with swordsmanship. "This old bone of mine loves cultivating swords the most. Taoist Qing Yanzi hasn't come to my place. Haven't heard that Taoist Qing Yanzi has returned to discuss the Tao recently." The conversation flowed, and any Taoist or elder who wasn't in seclusion on Zhongnan Mountain quickly learned about this matter, and searches for Qing Yanzi's whereabouts began. This scene truly surprised Wang Sheng. Finally, a Taoist in the group provided a clue. He estimated that Qing Yanzi had not come to the main peak, but suggested looking toward Lantian. He might have returned to his old mountain gate. Soon after, another Taoist replied, "I have a group for that area. I will ask." This immediately sparked a glimmer of hope. Wang Sheng looked up at the statue of Lao Jun in the temple, silently thanking the supreme Lao Jun. As it seemed the heavens were also hoping for his master and master-in-law to reconcile and renew their bond. Just as he was thinking this, Taoist Lin Huifeng came running over with his phone. "There's news. There's news in this group. From Taoist Jingyun. Have you found my master?" Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel delighted and quickly approached. Lin Huifeng pressed the screen of his phone, and a clear, cold female voice floated out. "He is with me. What's wrong? Where is Fei Yu now?" Chapter 77. Taoist Jingyun. At the moment Wang Sheng heard that voice, it was as if he saw a serene and ethereal female cultivator, dressed in white, standing under a pine tree on Zhongnan Mountain, quietly waiting for the moonlight to envelop her. This matter seemed to have become slightly complicated. His master had said he had some doubts in his cultivation and wanted to seek someone for discussion. So this Taoist Jingyun must be a friend with similar cultivation levels to his master. Breaking through to the Golden Core realm would certainly involve dangers. Perhaps at a critical moment, one might need help, and this Taoist Jingyun must be someone with a similar cultivation level, trustworthy enough to entrust one's life to, and deeply trusted by his master. It feels like Master S' wife has a bit of the vast grassland atmosphere. That said, we can't really blame the master. After all, Master S' wife has been gone for many years, and the master is such a dashing and unconventional Taoist practitioner. It's quite understandable for him to develop a little relationship with a new disciple. It's truly human nature. After expressing his gratitude to the warm-hearted Taoist priests, Wang Sheng hurried down the mountain with Taoist Lin Huifeng, heading towards Lantian while it was still not completely dark. The two female disciples returned to Lin Huifeng's Taoist temple and did not continue to run around. Lantian is known for its exquisite jade, and the Qinling Mountains stretch across the southeast of Lantian, where it can barely be considered part of the Zhongnan mountain range. The master really knows how to choose a place for seclusion. If it weren't for a certain quiet Taoist who hadn't spoken for over a year after joining a WeChat group reaching out, Wang Sheng would probably have searched all over Zhongnan Mountain without finding any trace of the master. In the car, Lin Huifeng mysteriously said, "That Taoist Jingyun is quite remarkable." Wang Sheng was replying to a message from Mao Yu, saying he had found the master's whereabouts and was now going to see how long it would take for the master to come out of seclusion. Hearing Taoist Lin mention Taoist Jingyun, Wang Sheng immediately became interested and smiled. What makes her so remarkable? A beauty like jade. She is indeed a fairy among jades. Lin Huifeng said while driving, unable to help but shake his head in admiration. Speaking of Taoist Jingyun, she and I are about the same age. She has also been practicing in the mountains since childhood and should have been cultivating for about 30 or 40 years now. According to my master, Taoist Jingyun's comprehension and talent are rare to find in 100 years. Before the return of the world's vital energy, her accumulated Taoist realm is hard to assess. In the past 2 or 3 years, she has been in a state of seclusion, and many Taoist friends believe she may be one of the few with the deepest cultivation on Zhongnan Mountain at this time. So, it seems that Taoist Jingyun is indeed a character similar to the master. Wang Sheng thought carefully and realized that he didn't recall seeing a Taoist Jingyun or a fairy Jingyun on the celestial rankings. She must also be a high-level practitioner who avoids the world and does not move about in society. For such a person, joking about matters of gender is actually quite disrespectful. However, when Wang Sheng met Taoist Jingyun a few hours later, he couldn't help but let his mind wander in that direction. The car stopped at the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. Wang Sheng originally intended to let Taoist Lin Huifeng wait at the bottom, but the Taoist insisted on accompanying him. Lin Huifeng said, "It's my duty to assist those who entrust me." Wang Sheng didn't say much more, thanked him, and took the lead in finding the path up the mountain. Nowadays, finding such an undeveloped deep mountain forest is indeed not easy. Too far from the main peak of Zhongnan Mountain, there were hardly any Taoist temples in this area. In the slightly flatter regions, a few lights could be seen, but it still felt a bit desolate. The higher they went, the more secluded the mountain forest became, and the path up the mountain grew steeper. Fortunately, the location where Taoist Jingyun was located was not difficult to find, close to the mountaintop. They found the right mountain and naturally were not afraid of getting lost. The mountain path was covered in green moss and fragrant grass. The peaks swayed with the stars and the moon faintly. The path by the bamboo was without footprints, and where the shadow passed, the nightingale chirped. Both of them had cultivation, and it still took some effort to reach the top of the mountain. They spent quite a bit of time on the way. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock at night that Wang Sheng and Lin Huifeng finally found the Taoist temple near the mountaintop. But rather than a temple, it was more like a small courtyard, with a room inside dedicated to Taoist deities. What was slightly surprising was that there were no lights at all in the temple. After entering the Jetai realm, Wang Sheng also gained the ability to see at night, and he looked around. But he didn't see any wires or anything like that in the temple. It looked like a building from hundreds of years ago. Indeed, considering the state of this temple, trying to pull a power line from the foot of the mountain would clearly be an unbearable expense. Just as Wang Sheng hesitated about whether to step directly into the temple, he suddenly heard a soft call beside his ear. The voice came with the wind, drifting lightly yet clearly, as if accompanied by the sounds of a zither, making one feel refreshed. "Is that you, Feiyu? Who is beside you?" From the way the sound traveled, it could be determined that Taoist Jingyun's cultivation was likely at the Void Dan realm, and at this point in time, she could be considered an absolute expert. After the recovery of the world's vital energy, the originally competent and vigorous mid-age practitioners would experience a period of explosive growth and cultivation if they had good comprehension and talent, slowing down only after reaching the Golden Dan realm. Wang Sheng vaguely remembered hearing some Taoists say on television in his past life that it seemed the current vital energy was more abundant than 1,000 years ago, at least 10 times more concentrated, as if the vital energy accumulated over the past 1,000 years had surged back. This led some to propose a theory of vital energy tides. These distracting thoughts quickly dissipated, and Wang Sheng cupped his hands in the direction of the voice, performing the common gesture of respect for juniors in the Taoist tradition. Fei Yu greets the senior. This is Taoist Huifeng, and it is thanks to his guidance that I was able to find this place. Oh, don't be too loud. Just keep walking along the small path on the west side of the courtyard, and you'll reach me. Wang Sheng and Lin Huifeng exchanged glances, both chuckling lightly, and followed Taoist Jingyun's directions. They were now near the mountaintop, and behind the courtyard, it was somewhat barren and desolate, with many bare stones scattered around. But looking up, the sky was filled with stars, like a layer of fabric that one could almost reach out and touch. A half-moon hung at the edge of the sky, like the leader of the stars, and also seemed like the charm on the forehead of a celestial maiden of the Milky Way. Looking up, not far behind the small courtyard, there was a mountain wall, which was the peak of this mountain. At the base of the wall, there was an entrance mostly covered by a large stone. Wang Sheng didn't even need to release his spiritual sense to feel the familiar aura of his master. However, this aura was fluctuating, sometimes violent, sometimes tranquil, indicating that the master was in a critical state of seclusion and breakthrough. As he had thought when he came here, although he had found the master was indeed in a state where he could not come out of seclusion. When he received the voice message from Taoist Jingyun, Wang Sheng already had this premonition, but he still wanted to come and take a look. One reason was to check if the master was safe, and the other was out of curiosity about Taoist Jingyun. Retracting his gaze from the cave entrance, he slightly turned his head to the left and saw this Taoist who was close in realm to his master and was worthy of entrusting the master's life to her. She was wearing a loose Taoist robe, with a carefree scarf tied around her head, 2 hair bands letting her long hair fall behind her, and 2 strands of hair cascading over her waist. In terms of appearance, this suspected confidant of the master could indeed be called a beauty. Her graceful figure standing tall and elegant, her flawless skin looking as if it could be broken by a single touch, with no makeup at all. Yet her autumn-like eyes and willow-like brows were already enchanting. No wonder Taoist Lin Huifeng would describe this elegant Kuan Taoist as a beauty like jade. In front of the rock wall, under the moonlight, she stood quietly like a jade statue from the infinite mountain. Her ethereal demeanor made Wang Sheng secretly admire her. Compared to the master's wife, who had now become the head of a special investigative team, it would have been easier for Wang Sheng and Mu Wanxian to accept if this lady were to become the master's partner. However, as the disciple, Wang Sheng didn't dare to casually comment on his master's private life. In terms of cultivation, these were trivial matters. Lin Huifeng sighed softly and said quietly, Fei Yu Taoist, you go ahead, I will wait here. Thank you, Taoist Huifeng. It's nothing. Thus, Wang Sheng moved forward alone, walking to the cave entrance and couldn't help but peek inside. He saw that it was quite deep inside, with faint flashes of blue light. Your master is inside. You must not disturb him now. Jing Yun gently spoke, her voice cool and soothing, making one feel quite comfortable. Wang Sheng asked, Daozong, when will my master be able to leave seclusion? Jing Yun replied softly, it's hard to say. Although he has prepared adequately, it is quite dangerous to condense the golden core. Half a month ago, he entered the cave, and I am here to protect him. If he does not come out after 49 days, I can then go in to check on his condition. Is there a high chance of failure for my master? 50-50. Wang Sheng frowned slightly, initially wanting to ask why his master didn't wait for a more certain moment to break through. But then he thought, if he were in his master's position, he might also be unable to resist the attempt. After all, wanting to condense a golden core is never completely risk-free. Jing Yun continued to ask in her gentle voice, is something wrong? Wang Sheng sighed, wanting to ask if his master needed help. Jing Yun showed a thoughtful expression and then asked, is it related to Sister Qi Ling? Sister? Wang Sheng replied, yes, there is some connection. If it's urgent, you can stay here for a while, and I'll go help. Jing Yun said, what exactly happened? Hearing this, Wang Sheng's heart stirred slightly. Daozhong Jingyun was a master in the Void Dan realm, a top figure in the current cultivation world. Her going to help stabilize the situation would certainly be more reliable than himself and his senior sister combined. However, this matter originated from his master and mistress's relationship. Otherwise, the special investigation team's affairs had nothing to do with them. It is only right for a disciple to run errands for their master. But casually involving his master's friends would be a bit unreasonable. It's not too serious, Wang Sheng smiled and said. My master's daughter, junior sister Chi-Wan, was brought back to the mountain by us. My mistress, well, my master's ex-wife, needs cultivators to help handle some affairs. I thought my master could take this opportunity to see if they could reconcile. Since my master is in seclusion, my senior sister and I will go instead. Jingyun gently furrowed her brows. Back then, Sister Qi Ling left without a word, abandoning senior brother Qin Yin in the mountains, causing him to be worried sick for her and their unborn child. Now she wants to reconcile? Isn't that a bit too much? Wang Sheng quickly clarified. The idea of reconciliation is just my assumption. My master's ex-wife doesn't know about this yet. She just needs help. Then I'll go, Jingyun said. I also need to ask her a few questions. Jingyun's expression turned cold. What gave her the right to leave like that back then? And why didn't she let senior brother Qin Yin see his child for 20 years? What kind of name did she give to senior brother Qin Yan's child? Qi-Wan, when read together, what kind of sense does that make? How can such a fairy-like person get angry just like that? The wind on the mountain blew chaotically, making Wang Sheng feel a bit disoriented. Chapter 78. Qin Yin condenses Dan. Uncle Master emerges. Wang Sheng finally realized that Jing Yun had some prejudice against his mistress. Qi Ling, originally gentle in speech and cold in demeanor. Jing Yun's emotions slightly shifted when Qi Ling was mentioned. Naturally, Wang Sheng wouldn't interfere in the private affairs of the previous generation of his sect, but the following developments caught him off guard. Jing Yun, after realizing she had lost her composure due to her deep understanding of the Tao, quickly calmed her mind. She asked Wang Sheng, "Can you tell me in detail what urgent matters there are with Sister Qi Ling?" Wang Sheng didn't hesitate and spoke. It's like this. Right now, Qi Wen's mother is the head of our Great Hua Kingdom's special investigation team. This organization is set up to investigate the criminal activities of cultivators and to mitigate conflicts between the cultivation world and the secular world. He provided a mixed account of the current issues with his mistress, and Jing Yun, being quite formidable, immediately pinpointed the key issue. The actions of the so-called holy fire practitioners are quite suspicious. Are they trying to gather cultivators in one place and expose the currently hidden cultivation world to ordinary people? Wang Sheng was taken aback and then shook his head. There may be some possibility, but what benefit would they gain from it? Some people act not merely considering what benefits they can gain, Jing Yun said softly. For example, the comfort of the heart, the need for spiritual fulfillment. There are many people in the world who cannot be treated with common sense. Wang Sheng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, I have learned a lot. You don't need to be so formal with me, Jing Yun said with a slight warmth in her smile. Glancing at the cave entrance beside them, I have practiced together with your master since childhood. Although we are not of the same sect, our masters are also close friends. Just call me Uncle Master, and I can directly call you Fei Yu. So they were childhood sweethearts. Yes, Uncle Master, Wang Sheng replied. What I discussed with you earlier. I hope you can convey it to my master after he emerges. My master has always felt indebted to junior sister and my mistress. I have benefited from my master's teachings, so I cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. After coming down the mountain today, I will go to my mistress and listen for any orders. Jing Yun gently raised her hand, her expression returning to its original coldness. You stay here to guard your master in seclusion. I will go to Sister Qi Ling. Wang Sheng inwardly smiled wryly. The grievances expressed by this young Uncle Master earlier would probably result in a quarrel with his mistress once they arrived. He hurriedly said, guarding my master is more important. I fear I won't be able to handle it. If my master encounters any danger, my cultivation level is too low to be of help. Jing Yun hesitated slightly. Sister Qi Ling only lacks a master to deal with unexpected situations. Your brother here may also face urgent moments, so your responsibility to guard here is evidently more important. Just as she was about to agree, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from within the cave. Wang Sheng felt his vision darken, and he nearly fainted from the shock. The entire mountain trembled continuously, with waves of dense spiritual energy rolling in from all directions, surging madly towards the mountaintop. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically, and a swirling gray cloud appeared above the peak, with streaks of lightning striking down below. Jing Yun's eyes revealed a hint of joy as she grabbed Wang Sheng's shoulder. With just a light leap, Wang Sheng felt the surrounding night scenery rapidly blur, and in the blink of an eye, he was pulled away 30 or 40 meters. The mountaintop suddenly plunged into darkness. Not far away, Lin Huifeng looked at the mountain peak shrouded in gray clouds with a shocked expression. This gray cloud was not a heavenly tribulation. It was merely caused by the person in the cave suddenly attracting too much spiritual energy from heaven and earth, resulting in this phenomenon visible only in this place. Thump, thump. A heartbeat-like sound suddenly emerged from within the cave, resonating deeply with one's heart and spirit. In a daze, Wang Sheng seemed to see a figure standing on the mountaintop. The figure was not clear, merely an illusion, but it gave Wang Sheng an incredibly familiar sense of intimacy. Master? Is he trying to ascend to heaven? Suddenly, Jing Yun spoke, her voice like a clear stream flowing through Wang Sheng's heart, helping him quickly stabilize his Tao heart. Use your spiritual sense to carefully feel. This can also be considered an opportunity. Wang Sheng immediately closed his eyes and extended his spiritual sense forward, quickly sensing the faint pressure emanating from deep within the cave. At the deepest part of the cave, there seemed to be a pearl the size of a thumb, radiating a strong green light. This pearl exuded a certain mysterious Tao rhythm, showcasing an ethereal realm, condensing vast amounts of spiritual power and elucidating a path of cultivation. Carefully savoring the Taoist rhythm continuously emanating from this bead seems to deepen one's understanding of the Tao. However, after only half a minute, the bead's brilliance began to contract, and the profound Taoist rhythm spreading outward gradually faded into obscurity. Then, a wave of oppressive aura, purely emanating from the Tao realm, rippled out from the cave, causing a slight tightness in Wang Sheng's chest. Night birds startled in the mountain forest, and the gray clouds pressed down in the sky. It was as if this mountain peak had opened its great mouth, drawing in the primordial energy of heaven and earth within a 10-mile radius, which was then swallowed into the cave by Qing Yanzi, transforming into a golden elixir. Seeing this, Taoist Jing Yun let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze gentle as water. Master, is this the golden elixir realm? Wang Sheng couldn't help but laugh, but deep down, he felt a twinge of doubt, sensing that his master's attainment of the golden elixir realm was indeed somewhat dreamlike. However, the difficulties and dangers involved were beyond the understanding of outsiders. Wang Sheng opened his eyes, looking at the now clear sky, and then at his Shu, who stood quietly like a jade statue, hesitating to speak. Has Master formed the golden elixir? Is he about to emerge from seclusion? After waiting for a while, the cave remained quiet, with no aura leaking out. Unable to contain himself, Wang Sheng asked, Shu, is Master all right? The most dangerous moment had passed. What followed should be the insights after the breakthrough, so we shouldn't disturb him. Jing Yun looked at Wang Sheng, his gaze carrying a bit more mirth. Then, I might as well go visit Sister Qiliang and not delay her matters. Wang Sheng immediately felt a wave of powerless complaints. His master truly had a knack for choosing the worst timing to break through. If Master Nyang and Shu got into a confrontation, as a disciple with low cultivation, he truly wouldn't be able to stop these two great beings. Jing Yun said, I will go back to fetch my sword. You stay here and guard for your master, Shu. Wang Sheng's mind raced, quickly saying, Shu, why not wait half a day? I'll have sister and junior sister come overnight to guard for master, and I'll go with you. Jing Yun replied with a half smile, Are you not at ease with me? That's fine too. I also want to meet senior brother's daughter soon. Jing Yun didn't say much more. I will guard here. You go rest inside. You can stay anywhere you like. Thank you, Shu. Wang Sheng performed a Taoist salute, glanced a few times at the cave where his master was, and then headed towards the still bewildered Lin Huifeng. Bringing sister and junior sister overnight would not be a problem with Mu Yu's help. Wang Sheng had also mentioned in his call to Mu Yu that the Taoist Jing Yun he was bringing was at the top tier in cultivation at this time, but there might be some personal grievances with their group leader. Although Mu Yu found it somewhat puzzling, she agreed to Wang Sheng's request and would try to avoid arranging a meeting between Taoist Jing Yun and the group leader. Personal grievances? How could their group leader have personal grievances with a high-level practitioner living a secluded life in the mountains? Mu Yu didn't have time to think too much. The heavy workload was pressing down on her, making her slender neck nearly unbearable. Fortunately, Wang Sheng had already promised to help and brought along a supposedly powerful senior, which gave Mu Yu a bit more motivation. The current situation was still within a controllable range, and it was precisely when the investigation team was under the most pressure and busiest. If only righteous practitioners and casual cultivators were coming to this city, that would be fine. What was most troublesome was that many recorded evil cultivators had already revealed their whereabouts, and the investigation team was working with the police to hunt them down, which inadvertently led to capturing many wanted criminals. The auction that attracted so many cultivators was just 2 days away. Muyu couldn't help but worry about this. If a chaotic battle among cultivators truly broke out, the situation would be beyond their control, and the investigation team would surely face reprimands from above. Those troublemaking cultivators would undoubtedly face the suppression of state power. By then, it would likely not be as simple as rivers of blood. Sighing softly, Muyu took a sip of her already cold coffee, stood up with several files in her arms, and hurried towards the group leader's office. Naturally, the one under the most pressure was their group leader. Without knocking, Muyu pushed the door open and entered, encountering 2 colleagues who looked weary. They exchanged forced smiles as a greeting before hurriedly passing by each other. Qi Ling, the group leader of the special investigation team, was sitting in her chair with her eyes closed, resting. Several mini-screens beside her displayed real-time conditions from various interrogation rooms. Muyu spoke softly. Group leader, Daoist Wang is arriving tomorrow morning. He needs us to send Mu Wanxian, and Qi went to the place where his master is in seclusion. As long as Wang Sheng could come to help, all his requests would be fulfilled. Qi Ling responded as if following a script, but then paused, looking up at Muyu. Has his master not emerged from seclusion yet? Yes, Daoist Wang said it will take some time. Breakthroughs for cultivators are quite troublesome, or so I've heard. Qi Ling nodded, softly saying, that's fine. Having a master around can always help in some way. Group leader, Daoist Wang also brought a powerful expert with him, and there's a rather strange request. Muyu bit her lip, feeling apologetic towards Wang Sheng in her heart. When reporting to the group leader, she couldn't have any omissions. What request? Which expert from Mount Zhongnan? Muyu replied, Daoist Wang didn't specify who it was, but he reminded me to arrange for that expert to have minimal contact with you, saying there is some personal grievance between you. Qi Ling's brows furrowed. At a time like this, I still have to worry about personal grievances? Who do I have personal grievances with? Daoist Wang didn't elaborate further. After a moment, Qi Ling seemed to think of something, letting out a light huff. Forget it. I think I might know who it is. No need for special arrangements. Even if I see her, can she kill me? Muyu blinked, a bit taken aback. So the group leader really did have personal grievances with that expert. Chapter 79. A meeting of winds and clouds when Wang Sheng and Daoist Jingyun were preparing to depart from Lantian. There were less than 30 hours left until the auction began. Master Nyang Chiliang had already entered a state of maximum alert. Forces dispatched from the investigation team had been temporarily relocated to this city, and a large number of armed police and local law enforcement had gathered. It seemed that overnight, hundreds of Taoist priests in robes had emerged from train stations and airports. Meanwhile, countless hidden cultivators, who remained concealed, had cost the investigation team a significant amount of manpower to monitor. The investigation team had not only underestimated the allure of the Heavenly Master's secret talisman to both righteous and evil paths, but even the troublemakers among the holy fire practitioners likely didn't expect to stir up such a commotion. Among the Taoist priests who had revealed themselves, aside from 2 elderly Taoists from Longhu Mountain, there were very few of such old predecessors present. After all, at this time, the old predecessors' Tao realms had not yet transformed into cultivation levels. The strongest combat power among various Tao lineages still came from the disciples of these old predecessors. Taoist Lin Huifeng had been busy all day and had returned to rest last night. In the morning, the sister and junior sister arrived at the foot of the mountain, and Wang Sheng had been waiting there early. They were brought over by another police car, driven by a taciturn middle-aged uncle who declined the invitation to go up to the temple to rest, opting instead to find a hotel in the county to sleep. Dad, is he meditating here? Qi Wen sleepily surveyed the somewhat desolate mountain forest, while Wang Sheng smiled and nodded, shouldering the luggage for both of them. Wang Sheng asked, did you bring enough food? This place is even tougher than Wudong Mountain. Qi Wen nodded repeatedly, while Mu Wanxian, next to her, quietly chuckled while holding a bag of snacks. The senior sister winked at Wang Sheng, who understood and explained, there's a Master Jingyun on the mountain, who is a disciple of our master, and also the protector here. Her cultivation level is very profound. This time, she volunteered to come help after hearing that Master S' wife needed someone capable to guard the place. Moreover, our master has already condensed his golden Dan and is currently in closed-door cultivation to comprehend this realm, so there won't be any external dangers. With Master Jingyun helping out, our master can continue his closed-door training for a while longer. In fact, these mundane matters down the mountain won't change much whether it's just the few of us or not. So there's no need to disturb our master's cultivation for this. These words were actually meant for Chi-Wan. The junior sister nodded lightly in response. Seemingly a bit distracted, she was probably feeling nervous and uncomfortable about approaching her father, whom she had never met before. Wang Sheng glared at Wang Sheng, who could only awkwardly apologize with a laugh. After spending so long together, the junior and senior siblings could almost communicate through expressions. At this moment, Wang Sheng was annoyed with Wang Sheng for summoning her overnight to guard their master, while he was going down the mountain with Master Jingyun. If it were up to the senior sister, she would have suggested they team up again to venture out and rectify the injustices of the world, becoming a carefree pair of immortal siblings in the Jianghu. However, since Wang Sheng had already made his decision, Wang Sheng would follow his lead, albeit feeling a bit gloomy about it. The three ascended the mountain and first settled Chi-Wan into her lodging at the Taoist temple. Although Chi-Wan frowned at the deep mountain forest surrounding the temple, she didn't complain. After thinking for a moment, Wang Sheng decided to call Taoist Lin Huifeng and paid a fee to ask him to buy a tent and soft mats to send up the mountain, allowing Chi-Wan to stay at the place where the senior sister was guarding. After arranging this, the three made their way to the mountaintop. Taoist Jingyun was still standing beneath the mountain wall, like a jade statue guarding the cave entrance, causing Chi-Wan to stare in a daze. However, upon seeing Chi-Wan, Taoist Jingyun immediately jumped from the clouds to the kitchen, first showing a motherly gentle smile, then warmly approached and held Chi-Wan's small hand with concern. Wang Sheng couldn't help but mutter a few words in his heart, joking that she seemed to be ready to take on the role of a stepmother to the junior sister. As Taoist Jingyun warmly pulled Chi-Wan in, Wang Sheng frowned slightly, pondering an important question. The Kuan Dao practitioners on Wudong Mountain, who were of the same generation as Qin Yanzi, had rarely interacted with her. When encountering Taoists like Li Shiwei or Gao Shishing, Wang Sheng would call them uncle, which was essentially calling them master uncle. Today, encountering Taoist Jingyun, who was the master's junior sister, she naturally couldn't address her without a title, but calling this fairy uncle felt somewhat inappropriate. However, within the Taoist sect, there were no titles like Taoist nun or master nun, as Taoist nun was considered rather frivolous and disrespectful. One had to address Kuan Dao practitioners with respect as Taoists. After much consideration and seeing her senior sister make a significant decision, she stepped forward and called out, "Uncle." Taoist Jingyun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently, pulling Wang Sheng over as well and expressing her concern. Wang Sheng, as the male disciple, didn't expect such treatment and quietly waited on the side. Once Taoist Jingyun arranged for Wang Sheng to guard the place and repeatedly reminded her not to disturb Qin Yanzi's cultivation, she prepared to go down the mountain with Wang Sheng. Noticing Wang Sheng's casual outfit of long pants and short sleeves, Taoist Jingyun pondered and asked, "Do I need to change my attire?" "Master uncle, just be yourself," Wang Sheng replied. I will wait here for a moment," Taoist Jingyun said at the entrance of her temple before gracefully entering the temple into a side room. Shortly after, this ethereal Kuan Dao practitioner transformed into a flowing tassel skirt and sandals. If one disregarded her aura, one could easily mistake her for a young female student just graduating. As they descended the mountain, Wang Sheng noticed the short sword Taoist Jingyun was carrying and casually asked, "Do you also use a sword, master uncle?" "Yes. This sword was left by my master and can ward off evil spirits," Taoist Jingyun replied with a smile. "My senior brother is always bragging that he has a sword enthusiast as a disciple. You indeed come alive when you see a sword. Unfortunately, I only know a set of the Jade Maiden sword that I practiced in my early years, and I can't pass it on to you." Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel embarrassed. However, speaking of the Jade Maiden sword, it should only represent a somewhat feminine sword intent. Even if he couldn't cultivate it, he could still use it for reference and comprehension. This was something Wang Sheng naturally wouldn't say out loud. As he accompanied Taoist Jingyun down the mountain, they casually chatted about cultivation matters. Wang Sheng maintained the courtesy of a disciple, while Taoist Jingyun held the respect of an elder. Their interaction was quite harmonious. When they reached the foot of the mountain, a jeep was already waiting for them. Wang Sheng voluntarily took the passenger seat, leaving the back seat for his master uncle. The driver was a member of the investigation team, who had originally rushed overnight to provide support, but had received a call from Muyu to come pick up Wang Sheng and Taoist Jingyun. The investigation team likely had specific regulations, as the driver only dared to glance at Taoist Jingyun a couple of times before not daring to look again in the rearview mirror. "Let us talk about the situation over there," Wang Sheng initiated. The investigation team member immediately straightened his face, driving while explaining the information he had. The last 3 core members of the Super Spiritual Society were still untraceable, and they hadn't found any information on the other 2 individuals besides the Holy Fire Practitioner. Meanwhile, there was now a certain evil cultivation organization behind the Holy Fire Practitioner, complicating the background of the Super Spiritual Society even further. Additionally, those elders from the Super Spiritual Society who had already been captured were undergoing a new round of interrogations. This matter could have simply been classified as a case of monk fraud, and they would have just spent a few years in jail before being released. But if it involves those evil cultivation organizations on the investigation team's blacklist, the monk fugitives may need to be handled separately, the team member sighed. "I feel those wandering old men and women are truly unlucky. They just came out to make some money, and now they might end up spending the rest of their lives in prison." Wang Sheng asked, "What evil cultivation organizations does the investigation team currently have information on?" "Actually, there are only 3 or 4, all organizations that tried to cause trouble a couple of years ago but were discovered in time by us. There's a Heavenly Fire sect in Shaanxi and a 5-God sect in the northeast." He listed 6 evil cultivation organizations, but apart from the 5-God sect, which Wang Sheng had some impression of, most were not truly large-scale evil cultivation organizations, but rather con artists. The Yin-Yang sect was still well hidden. Even though a fetus realm practitioner had participated in the super spiritual case, one died and the other escaped, but they quickly vanished without a trace. This was the real big fish, but unfortunately, they still hadn't garnered much useful information. Compared to the Yin-Yang sect, the 5-God sect seemed much less significant. This sect, also known as the Martial God sect, was involved in activities to gather followers and accumulate wealth through Taoist methods. Wang Sheng remembered the 5-God sect well because it had been featured in official news, as it seemed to have been completely wiped out later by a special investigation team, labeled as a typical example of a cult. Now, the 5-God sect had a large number of experts mixed up in this mess and boldly claimed that they aimed to obtain the secret talismans of the Celestial Master, successfully diverting official attention away from their allies, the Yin-Yang sect. They were self-sacrificing, brave, and fearless. Setting off from Lantian, the journey took over 10 hours. With 2 groups of investigators switching drivers midway, it felt like the ancient times when horses were changed every few miles. With Muyu arranging everything remotely, Wang Sheng and Jing Yun quickly rushed to the place where fortunes converge. Around 8 in the evening, they were stuck at a toll station on the highway. A group of armed police was inspecting the vehicles passing by, and the checks were very thorough, so they could only wait patiently. After nearly half an hour, it was finally their turn, but suddenly a traffic policeman ran over, waving a sign and signaling for their vehicle to pull aside and wait temporarily. The driving investigator's face darkened as he opened the car door and charged out, looking ready to pick a fight. However, before he could say much, he turned back to glance behind him, and his expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly got back into the car and drove the SUV to the roadside. A row of over 20 military green buses slowly passed by, and Wang Sheng, who had been smiling, suddenly furrowed his brow. There were many auras of cultivators, all at the mid-stage of the gathering spirit realm. Looking up, he saw the upright figures sitting in the bus windows, noticed their uniform military attire, Special Operations Group. They had indeed arrived. Chapter 80. The Hero Certificate. More than 20 46-seat buses, over 1,000 mid-stage gathering spirit cultivators. Are these all officials? Jing Yun Daoist asked with a slight frown. The driving young man was vague, whispering, "These are sent by our team leader. What you see now is just a part, and more teams will arrive one after another." Wang Sheng smiled and said, "Uncle Master need not worry. Their mission is to protect public safety, to maintain stability, and they won't recklessly attack law-abiding cultivators. Indeed, there are regulations," the young man smiled. "The interests of the public must be protected, and the civil rights of law-abiding cultivators must also be respected. This is what our team leader often emphasizes, equality before the law for both immortals and mortals." Jing Yun Daoist gently frowned and said softly, "This idea, while good, still inevitably leads to some conflicts." Wang Sheng also said, "That's true. Currently, those who can cultivate again may have some prejudice against cultivators due to their own inability to cultivate or lack of talent. and it is unavoidable that some cultivators may adopt a superior attitude. What Taoist Wang said is correct. Sigh, I've done physical tests, even if I barely cultivate. It's of no use, and I've already passed the age where I can make up for it. The driving young man sighed, revealing a lot of information. However, most of this information was useless to Wang Sheng. He was simply there to help and had no need to go against the authorities. Once the convoy left, the SUV entered the toll station, and the investigators' credentials worked well. The armed police took a quick look at the people inside and soon let them pass. It's been a long time since I've been in this bustling world. Jingyan Taoist slowly exhaled, and Wang Sheng simply smiled. Watching the city they had just left through the car window, beginning to organize the threads of this matter in his mind. He had initially thought to distance himself from this place of conflict, but ultimately he was pulled back into the mundane world. Well, once this incident calms down, he would return to the mountain for peace and cultivation. His master had already reached the golden core stage, while he had just entered and his senior sister was already at the mid-stage of, likely on the verge of breaking into the late stage. He certainly couldn't hold back his sect. His junior sister was not comparable. She was still not considered a cultivator. Naturally, the one responsible for receiving them was Wang Sheng's direct liaison, Mu Yu, who finally managed to temporarily escape from her busy work. Why does your face look so bad? Wang Sheng frowned and asked as soon as they met. Mu Yu gave a and sighed. I have outstanding abilities. All right. Wang Sheng shook his head, took over what Mu Yu was about to do, and went to the hotel reception to book 2 rooms. It was still the same hotel across from the university. The special investigation team had already turned it into a temporary base. The team members who brought them there exchanged greetings with Mu Yu and hurriedly left. After several hours of driving, they had no chance to rest. This also showed how severe the current situation was for the investigation team. In the hotel suite, Mu Yu had just said a few words to them when Jing Yun lightly pointed at Mu Yu, whose eyelids were heavy, and she collapsed onto the big bed. Uncle Master? Wang Sheng did not quite understand. She's almost worn out. Let her sleep for a while here, Jing Yun said softly. Walking to the window to look at the city view outside, Wang Sheng said, then Uncle Master should also rest for a while. I'll tidy up next door. Jing Yun instructed. Yes, we will go for a walk in the streets later. If we encounter cultivators harming others, we must intervene. All right, Wang Sheng nodded in agreement, not explaining to his uncle that the streets were now covered in surveillance cameras. It was evident that his uncle was the type who appeared cold on the outside, but had a warm-hearted and chivalrous spirit inside. Glancing at Mu Yu, who was already snoring on the bed, Wang Sheng shook his head and took his suitcase to the adjacent suite. The master didn't mention taking turns to rest. If this continued, the young members of the investigation team would be worn out before any significant movements occurred from the cultivators. Just after Wang Sheng left, Mu Yu's phone began ringing incessantly. However, a delicate hand reached over and quickly stuffed Mu Yu's phone under the blanket, restoring peace to the room. Then Jing Yun lightly walked to the wardrobe, organizing her clothes meticulously and without a hitch. Meanwhile, this female Taoist cultivator used her true essence to support Mu Yu, positioning her comfortably on the bed and neatly arranging the sheets and blankets. This virtual core boss must be a Virgo. Mu Yu slept for over 2 hours, and when she forced herself to open her eyes, she felt completely dazed. The vibration of her phone caught her attention, and she reached under the blanket to pull it out, instantly jolting awake. Dozens of missed calls, hundreds of unread messages in the group chat of the action team. Oh no. How did I fall asleep? It's over. She could already imagine the scene of her team leader roaring her name in the office. Jingyan Taoist, who was meditating on the sofa, opened her eyes just as she was about to advise the young girl to balance work and rest. Mu Yu dashed into the bathroom with her phone, and Jing Yun could only faintly hear her apologizing from inside. Wang Sheng, in the next room, also caught the commotion. Once Mu Yu finished her call, he knocked on the door, already dressed in his Taoist robes. Taoist Wang, Mu Yu called pitifully. Wang Sheng immediately smiled, saying, I have an appointment. Do you want to join us for dinner? Mu Yu quickly composed herself, returning to her usual capable demeanor. Is it a cultivator? Is it my senior sister from last time? Then I won't accompany you too. I still need to hurry and report to the team leader. Taoist Wang, here's a positioning wristband for you. And this, Mu Yu pulled out 2 items from her bag, a sports wristband and a small certificate. Wang Sheng took the wristband and put it on his wrist, not particularly caring about its function. Mu Yu explained, the wristband will monitor your health status. And if you engage in intense activity, it will notify us immediately, and we will provide support as quickly as possible. Good. What's this certificate? This is a special certificate from our special investigation team. Muyu smiled as she handed over the small purple booklet. Your current identity is our investigation team's advisor. As long as you hold this certificate, you can first suppress the troublesome cultivators and then explain the situation to us. You can also request nearby police or investigation team members to cooperate with you fully within 24 hours. Wang Sheng frowned slightly. Is this giving him a privilege card? Mu quickly explained. After our previous interactions, we have developed a high level of trust in your character and believe that you, Daoist Wang, have the ability to help our special investigation team. This advisor title is just to facilitate your actions and does not require you to do anything for us. Of course, due to policy reasons, we cannot give you too much convenience, but at the very least, you will not be hindered by the police when dealing with evil cultivators in the future. We have accumulated quite a bit of experience over the past 2 years, and our investigation team has already clarified the classification of evil cultivators. The harm caused by evil cultivators to ordinary citizens far exceeds that of ordinary criminal gangs. Hearing this, Wang Sheng did not hesitate much and took the certificate. Upon opening it, he found various barcodes and chips inside. The 2-inch photo inside was actually a candid shot of him practicing swordplay at the Maoshan Exchange Conference, with a pretty good angle and lighting. And his skin tone had been lightened. Just for this photo, I will accept this certificate. Mu let out a slight sigh of relief. However, Wang Sheng said, but after this time, don't expect me to run errands for your investigation team. Of course not. Of course not. Mu quickly shook her head. Wang Sheng put the certificate into his inner pocket, and Daoist Jingyun, who was beside him, had already prepared. The two of them each held their own swords, ready to go out for a stroll. Mu had rested here for 2 hours, slightly recovered her energy, and hurriedly left with her bag on her back and high heels, not forgetting to secretly take a few beautiful photos of Daoist Jingyun as per the team leader's instructions. She still couldn't understand how Daoist Jingyun had a personal grudge with her team leader. But once she got into the taxi, Mu suddenly realized that Daoist Wang's master was the team leader's ex-husband, who was also Qi Wen's father. This Daoist Jingyun seemed to be the junior sister of the team leader's ex-husband. Could this seemingly 25 or 26-year-old expert be the team leader's rival? When the team leader was younger, she could still compete with the other party, but now that she has aged a bit, hasn't she already lost completely? Mu leaned back in the back seat, looking at the few photos on her phone, and couldn't help but complain. These cultivators can stay young forever. It's simply unfair. Miss, where are you going? The taxi driver asked politely. Mu casually mentioned a place and continued to ponder the possibility of her team leader achieving victory in the battle. If I ever had the chance to get together with Daoist Wang, wouldn't I become an older wife to a younger husband in 20 or 30 years? Mu's face flushed, and she giggled behind her phone. But she quickly threw this thought aside, as she only had a slight fondness for Wang Sheng. This fondness was actually even more on the side of Danielle. At the school gate, Shen Qianlin stood quietly in a corner, engrossed in her phone. The weather had turned slightly chilly, but the senior still stubbornly wore her favorite long dress with a small shawl over it. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, she suddenly heard a snap of fingers nearby and instinctively shrank her neck, turning to look behind her. Wang Sheng was standing there with a smile. Then, Shen Qianlin's attention was drawn to Daoist Jingyun beside Wang Sheng, and she couldn't help but softly exclaim, Wang Sheng, is this really your master uncle? He looks so young. Daoist Jingyun smiled gently and handed a bottle of medicinal pill to Shen Qianlin, saying, a beauty-preserving pill I made during my free time. A gift for you. This is too precious. I can't take it. Shen Qianlin said, while Wang Sheng interjected, you should take it, it's a gift. Thank you so much, Shen Qianlin hurriedly said, holding the porcelain bottle with both hands. The three of them took a taxi to a well-known snack street in the city. During the ride, they chatted casually, and Wang Sheng simply asked, is there anything unusual at school? To his surprise, Shen Qianlin gently furrowed her brows, appearing hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Shen Qianlin said, I'm not sure if this counts, but do you want to see? I should still be able to find the chat records. Chapter 81. Everyone on the street is a foodie. Now that the vitality has returned to Earth, why should only cultivators be able to practice? Why should we continue to be ordinary people? This is all a conspiracy of those famous sects. They say ordinary people can't cultivate. But with so many people in Great Hua, isn't at less than 1% who can cultivate? Even if one lacks talent, can't one live a long, healthy life without illness? If we don't stand up to resist this and continue to muddle along, will our parents, siblings, And future children have to rely on the mercy of these cultivators to survive? Yes, we must stand up. Everyone has the right to cultivate. Why should the methods and resources for cultivation be monopolized by those large sects? Holding his phone, Wang Sheng read through these messages one by one, feeling quite calm inside. It was obvious that someone was stirring up trouble, and these chat records were from a fixed group of people, likely original members of the super spiritual society. Although college students are generally easier to fool than people in society, with today's information being so advanced, trying to incite trouble with just a few words is simply like watching too many historical dramas. The snack street they were heading to was not far from Shen Qianlin's school, and as they approached, Wang Sheng returned the phone to Shen Qianlin. Wang Sheng asked, "Have these people been talked to by their teacher? How do you know?" Shen Qianlin blinked. "I heard from a classmate that one of them was almost suspended due to attitude issues and had their parents notified." Wang Sheng said seriously, "The leader of that society wouldn't be foolish enough to think they could incite students. If these people are premeditated, then they should be shifting the police's attention. If not premeditated, then they truly harbor this resentment." Wang Sheng was actually very familiar with this kind of anti-cultivator sentiment. "Oh," Taoist Jingyun said from the side, "May I have a look?" Shen Qianlin quickly handed the phone back. Until they got out of the car, Taoist Jingyun had been lightly frowning. When they arrived at the hot pot restaurant, Taoist Jingyun finally returned the phone to Shen Qianlin, just lightly sighing without saying much. Their goal today was a well-known old hot pot restaurant in the area. The staff at the entrance couldn't help but take a few extra glances at Wang Sheng in his Taoist robe, but there was not much surprise in their eyes. Upon entering the hot pot restaurant, Wang Sheng was surprised to see quite a few foodies among the fellow cultivators. Looking to the right, 3 dignified female Taoists were ordering and chatting. Looking to the left, 7 or 8 Taoists were rolling up their sleeves in the corner of the hall, fishing for ingredients in a big inyang pot, eating with great enthusiasm. This also showed how many cultivators attracted by the secret talismans of the Celestial Master had gathered here. "The 3 of you, please, is it 3 of you?" Shen Qianlin responded. "Yes, please help us find a quieter spot. Thank you. Please this way." There happens to be a table on the 2nd floor. Wang Sheng could feel several probing spiritual senses, but he only concealed his cultivation and did not interfere further. More spiritual senses were probing into Taoist Jingyun's background, and once they reached the 2nd floor, Wang Sheng's spiritual sense also caught a few whispers. "Isn't this the young sword cultivator from Wudong Mountain? Who is this female Taoist? Does anyone know? I can't see through her at all. Don't pry. She might be a master above so don't offend her. The unmeasurable heavenly sovereign and virtual cultivators have shown up. This mess is getting messy, eh? Let's eat, let's eat. This red and white pot tastes quite good. The mundane world has its own advantages." Wang Sheng retracted his spiritual sense and waited for his master uncle to take a seat before sitting beside her, exchanging smiles with Shen Qianlin. Wang Sheng said, "Senior sister, order more of what you like. This meal is on me." Shen Qianlin blinked and quietly asked, "Didn't we agree that I would treat you to dinner? Can you make money while cultivating on the mountain? Why not? Helping others perform rituals and exorcising spirits can be quite profitable." Wang Daochong waved his hand. "Eat to your heart's content. If you manage to eat me poor tonight, I'll go ask those who invited me to help for reimbursement." Next to them, Jingyun also smiled gently, her gaze towards Wang Sheng filled with the affection of an elder. Taoist Jingyun said, "If only you could be this lively all the time." "Really?" Wang Sheng smiled awkwardly. After living over 30 years in 2 lifetimes, he was still being told he was lively. At least it wasn't the word cute. This hot pot meal was indeed quite good, one of the few delicacies he had since going up the mountain to cultivate. By the end, even Taoist Jingyun couldn't resist eating meat. When they exited the hot pot restaurant, it was just past 8 o'clock. Wang Sheng suggested taking a stroll in the snack street, and his senior sister readily agreed. Taoist Jingyun seemed to see something in Shen Qianlin and proactively said, "I see a tea room over there. Why don't you 2 young people go explore while I sit inside?" "Master uncle, isn't that place for drinking tea?" Wang Sheng was about to call out to his master uncle, but she had already floated away. Jingyun appeared to walk slowly, but with a few steps. She had already distanced herself from them, appearing more than 10 meters away. Moreover, she drew no attention from the surrounding pedestrians, as if she had melted into the street scene. Shen Qianlin's eyes widened in shock at the gentle big sister who had just served her food, now displaying such agility. Wang Sheng's outstretched hand could only retract, watching helplessly as master uncle entered the bar marked with the word tea. wondering what expression the celestial master would have upon seeing the scene inside the bar. However, after waiting for a while, Taoist Jingyun did not come out, seemingly quite satisfied with the environment inside. Shen Qianlin finally came back to herself, whispering in admiration, "Your master uncle is amazing, with so many people on the street." She covered that distance in just a few steps. "That's what a master is like," Wang Sheng replied with a smile, lifting the long sword in his hand. "Let's just stroll around. I probably could use this half-day to rest." Did something happen again? Shen Qianlin glanced at a few young cultivators walking by, dressed similarly to Wang Sheng in Taoist robes, but not carrying anything. Well, related to cultivators, actually, the last incident isn't over yet. Wang Sheng spread out his spiritual sense and laughed. "Most cultivators are foodies. I've already run into over 10 in this short while." "Are you going to keep holding your sword?" Shen Qianlin asked quietly. "Aren't cultivators supposed to have those storage items? Like Qiankuan bags, which can quickly store things?" Wang Sheng nodded, beginning to seriously make up a story. "That's specially assigned to great cultivators because it requires using Taoist methods to open a miniature wormhole into a relatively stable three-dimensional space. It's not that simple, and it requires a lot of energy." "Is that true? Cultivation can even be related to physics?" "Of course not. It's all made up. Right now, cultivation is just starting to recover, and those senior masters haven't figured out how to refine storage magical tools yet. Even if there are a few, most are ancient relics, too rare." Shen Qianlin rolled her eyes, wanting to retort, but not knowing where to start. Wang Sheng chuckled a few times, then turned to take out his phone and started taking pictures of the surrounding street scenes. Although his foodie senior sister couldn't come to this side, he could take a few more pictures to tease her. Shen Qianlin followed him with a small bag in hand, casually strolling through the bustling food street. Sometimes Wang Sheng would share some fun stories from his mountain cultivation, and sometimes Shen Qianlin would talk about interesting incidents from school. They were just far enough apart that people might mistakenly think they were a couple. When they reached a section with fewer pedestrians and stalls, Wang Sheng looked down at Shen Qianlin's feet, pointing to a nearby drink stall. "Let us sit here and have something to drink." Sitting down by the roadside, Wang Sheng laid his Wenyuan sword flat in front of him, scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, but found no other cultivators. Shen Qianlin, full of curiosity, pointed at Wang Sheng's sword and whispered, "Can I take a look at your sword?" "Well, I'll uncover the cloth outside for you to see." "How is it? Doesn't it look quite impressive?" "It's real. Could it be fake?" The two girls at the next table seemed to misunderstand something, hurriedly settling their bill and leaving hand in hand. One of the girls couldn't help but cast a glance at Wang Sheng, a mix of slight disgust and curiosity in her eyes. "Your senior sister and master uncle are both so beautiful." Shen Qianlin tucked her hair behind her ear, steering the conversation into less ambiguous territory. "Yes, they've been cultivating on the mountain since childhood," Wang Sheng replied with a smile, taking out his phone to check a flurry of emojis sent by his senior sister, unable to help but laugh. Indeed, his senior sister was quite exasperated by Wang Sheng's teasing. It was also quite miraculous that there was signal in the mountains. "How long are you planning to stay this time?" Shen Qianlin asked tentatively. "It's hard to say. It depends on when things can be resolved, probably 2 or 3 days." Wang Sheng put down his phone and sighed, thinking he could focus on cultivating after returning last time, but unexpectedly got called back to run around again. "Is this situation more serious? I see you haven't put down your sword." Once the waitress brought over the juice, Wang Sheng lowered his voice. "Well, there are good and bad cultivators. Last time I encountered 2 evil cultivators and suffered because I didn't have my weapon. Otherwise, things would have been much simpler. Now in this city, it's a mix of good and bad, and without my weapon, my combat ability is significantly reduced." Shen Qianlin frowned slightly, asking, "Are you in a dangerous situation now?" "Not really. With my master uncle around, it's usually fine." Just as Wang Sheng was mentioning his master's childhood friend, he suddenly heard Taoist Jingyun's voice. "Fei Yu has come to assist me. There are evil cultivators in this tea room who wish to harm people. Don't let them escape." Wang Sheng's spirit jolted, and he looked at Shen Qianlin, making a quick decision without hesitation. He casually tossed down 2 bills, grabbed the Wenyuan sword with his left hand, moved to the table's side, and with his right hand, directly grabbed Shen Qianlin's arm, lifting her up. "There's a situation with Master Uncle. Let us go help." "Hey!" Before Shen Qianlin could say anything, she was pulled along by Wang Sheng, rushing back the way they came. She looked up at his profile, feeling the warmth that enveloped her body, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. only allowing the waitress from the drink shop to chase after them. Don't run. You didn't pay enough. 2 cups, total 58. You still owe 28, big brother. Chapter 82, The Een Harvesting Demon Path. There's an evil cultivator in the bar. Are evil cultivators getting so brazen now? They even have the leisure to hang out in bars. Following Taoist Jingyun's instructions, Wang Sheng arrived at the bar entrance, waiting quietly. He glanced at Shun Qianlin beside him and quietly said, "Senior sister, you should take a taxi back to school first. Be careful." Shun Qianlin whispered with some concern as she glanced at Wang Sheng, then pursed her lips and walked towards the street corner with her small bag. Wang Sheng's voice called out from behind, "Remember to send me a message when you get back." Shun Qianlin chuckled lightly, turned her head to look, but found that Wang Sheng had already disappeared, leaving her blinking in surprise. The Taoist Wang naturally hid in the corner. His spiritual sense swept across but couldn't detect anything unusual. The bar was quite quiet, with piano music playing and many patrons drinking alone in various corners, though more were gathered together chatting. It made sense. This was a well-known food street, and any disreputable establishments would have long been shut down by the police. After waiting for a few minutes, Wang Sheng heard Master Jingyun's voice. "They've gone out, a man and a woman. The man is dressed somewhat flamboyantly. Keep an eye on them." Wang Sheng immediately perked up, his spiritual sense capturing a pair of young people walking out the door. A casual glance revealed the large gold chain around the man's neck. Does he come from wealth or mine? With this luxury outfit, it must be worth over 100,000. The man's face could be described as handsome, though his skin was overly fair, giving off a somewhat effeminate vibe. He would likely have a good chance of becoming famous if he pursued stardom. He had his arm around a girl who seemed to be drunk. Her makeup was heavy, and her looks were somewhat inferior to the man beside her. Initially, Wang Sheng couldn't sense any cultivation from the man, but he detected a trace of spiritual energy from the girl. A wisp of feminine spiritual energy was entwined around the girl's forehead, affecting her consciousness. Is it the rumored entrancing technique? Wang Sheng had heard of such evil methods that could manipulate ordinary people's minds. Today was the first time he encountered it, and felt somewhat intrigued. Just as he was about to draw his sword, Master Jingyun's voice came again. "Don't rush. I heard him say on the phone that he intends to take this girl back to present to his master. His cultivation is insidious and quite advanced. His master must be a formidable adversary. Since we've encountered this, we cannot ignore it. Let's follow him and capture both him and his master." Master Jingyun seemed to be getting angry. Wang Sheng naturally dared not refuse. He glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, then took out his phone to find Mafu's contact and sent a few simple messages. The young man had already taken the girl towards the street corner, and Wang Sheng intentionally lagged behind a bit, walking towards the street corner as well, to avoid being noticed while following. Wang Sheng started chatting with his senior sister after sending the messages. Master Jingyun was direct. Wang Sheng's spiritual sense caught a glimpse of a shadow passing on the rooftop to the left, undoubtedly Master Jingyun. At the street corner, the young man hailed a taxi and pulled the girl into the back seat. Wang Sheng frowned slightly, while his master could follow silently. If he ran directly on the road, he would surely expose himself. He quickly noted the license plate number and sent it to Mafu, instructing her to keep an eye on the occupants of the taxi. Wang Sheng then reached the street corner, waiting for the next available taxi to arrive. His phone vibrated. Mafu replied that she received his message. "Wang Sheng, over here." A familiar voice called out nearby. Wang Sheng looked up to see his senior sister standing by the open door of a taxi, waving energetically. Without needing Wang Sheng to call, Master Jingyun had already appeared beside him and dashed across the road without a word. Wang Sheng shook his head and followed his master, running through a red light onto the sidewalk, which only drew a few curses from drivers, but no traffic accidents. More than 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at a 5-star hotel. Just as they got out of the car, a police car stopped at the roadside, and Dainyu jumped out with several burly armed police officers. "Master, they're here to help." "They want to be much help," Jingyun said quietly. "That young evil cultivator has already reached the embryonic stage. If I'm not mistaken, his master must be quite a troublesome opponent. I'll handle it later." Wang Sheng frowned immediately. That young evil cultivator was also at the embryonic stage? It felt like these cultivators were becoming too common. Dainyu and the others were somewhat useful. After showing their credentials, they quickly obtained the room information of the young man who had just gone upstairs. Wang Sheng said, "I'll go up with my master. You all stay here and protect my senior sister." Dainyu nodded heavily, raising a hand to have 2 armed police officers shield Shun Qianlin behind them. "Wang Taoist, what do you need us to do?" Give me a walkie-talkie. Wait for my news. The other side has hostages. After getting the room card and walkie-talkie, Wang Sheng and Jingyun entered the elevator, heading for the 18th floor. As Wang Sheng peeled away the black cloth from the Wenyuan sword layer by layer, he adjusted himself to peak condition. Jingyun whispered, "There's no need to be nervous. Just perform what you usually practice, focusing on saving people. I'll handle the rest." Wang Sheng's momentum diminished slightly. He wasn't nervous. Evil cultivators were no match for malevolent spirits. Although evil cultivators could harm people more effectively. Ding! The elevator doors opened slowly, and Wang Sheng and Jingyun walked side by side towards a room door. Jingyun's fingertips shimmered with light, and the short sword she held radiated a jade-like glow. She drew a simple talisman with her fingers, and Wang Sheng immediately heard a conversation inside. "Master, are you satisfied with this one? This is all right. The Yin essence hasn't been depleted too much. What were those you brought last time? I don't know how they usually live. They came on their own, and I thought it would save effort. All right, go wait next door. After I finish harvesting, I'll make sure you get some benefits." "Thank you, Master. When will you teach me the complete technique? Every time I'm here, you're watching. It's really beneath your dignity." "Humph, trying to betray your master? What are you talking about?" "Master? How could I dare? Harvesting?" Wang Sheng raised an eyebrow, vaguely understanding why his master said the other party practiced insidious and malicious techniques. The pair conversing inside seemed to belong to a more traditional category of evil cultivators. It was likely something like harvesting yin to supplement yang. Just as he was thinking, the two had already stopped in front of that door, standing quietly. Jingyun's eyes seemed able to see through the situation inside. Her brows furrowed deeper and deeper, while the master inside, who should not be weak, appeared somewhat anxious and had let down his guard. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Jingyun lightly shook her left hand, and the short sword instantly unsheathed half an inch. Just as the old Taoist inside was about to commit an act of violation, he suddenly looked up, his hoarse voice low and questioning. "Who?" Before he could finish speaking, Jingyun raised her right hand and struck out, and with a loud crash, the anti-theft door in front of her flew inward. "Do not let a single one escape," Jingyun shouted lightly, drawing her sword and rushing in, while a gray shadow rushed from the bedside inside, barefooted and unafraid, striking out palm shadows at the incoming Jingyun. A gust of cold wind immediately swept through the room. The suite was quite spacious, and Wang Sheng immediately charged in with his sword, just as the young, evil cultivator who had returned with the girl opened the door. Looking completely bewildered, the Wenyuan sword was unsheathed. The seven-star sword intent was unleashed coldly, and beams of starlight directly enveloped the young man. Originally, Master Jingyun had emphasized twice that this young, evil cultivator was at the fetal birth stage, so Wang Sheng didn't dare to be careless at all. As soon as he made his move, he used all his strength. He had even thought about how to change his moves, dismantle the opponent's techniques, and how to utilize the two instruments sword intent that he hadn't fully mastered yet, aiming to subdue the opponent in the shortest time possible. However, when he struck with his sword, the situation left him somewhat speechless. The young man first froze, then bloodlight flickered, and 7 wounds appeared on his shoulder, chest, abdomen, and thigh, arranged just like the Big Dipper. Wang Sheng's true essence surged into the opponent's meridians, instantly inflicting heavy injuries. This was still because Wang Sheng had retracted his lethal strike in time. Otherwise, the young man would have surely met a gruesome end during his moment of daze. What the hell? Wang Sheng immediately thought that his master had overreacted a bit. But judging from the resistance encountered when the Wenyuan sword pierced the young man's body, it was indeed true that he was at the fetal birth stage. Without having time to think more, Wang Sheng placed his sword across the young man's neck after severely injuring him, then turned his head to look at the battle situation in the main bedroom. There stood an old Taoist with gray-white hair and a Taoist crown, who was barely holding off the short sword in Master Jingyun's hand with just his bare hands. This old Taoist exuded a terrifyingly cold true essence, and his attacks were ruthless, but he was also on the verge of defeat. What made Wang Sheng feel somewhat incredulous was his own master. Seeing the somewhat stiff sword techniques and slightly awkward footwork of his master, Wang Sheng finally understood one thing. In the elevator, it wasn't himself who was nervous, but Master Jingyun. She had been cultivating in the deep mountains, probably only practicing her sword techniques occasionally. On ordinary days, she was comprehending the Great Tao. At this moment, she had the Tao realm and cultivation level, but lacked any combat experience. At this moment, Jingyun was gradually suppressing the old Taoist, relying solely on her significantly higher virtual Dan realm cultivation. "Hero, spare me." I haven't done anything heinous. The young evil cultivator lying in a pool of blood shouted tremblingly at Wang Sheng's feet. All those women who were with me were voluntary. I didn't even have a complete cultivation method. Wang Sheng casually knocked this person unconscious with his sword, then fixed his gaze on the old Taoist who was already trying to approach the door. Taking a gentle breath, Wang Sheng was ready to confront the enemy. Among the three standing in the room, his cultivation was the lowest, but his combat power was hard to say. Chapter 83. Transforming into a killing sword. Although Master Jingyun was slightly inexperienced at the beginning, as she gradually found her state, her responses became increasingly smooth. The sword in her hand was extraordinary, and her own realm overwhelmingly suppressed the old Taoist. Subduing him was just a matter of time. However, Wang Sheng frowned secretly while watching. The old Taoist's experience in the Jianghu was far beyond what his master could compare to. At this moment, the evil Taoist seemed to be falling into a disadvantage. But in reality, he still had room to maneuver, and his gaze towards Wang Sheng was still somewhat wary. Next, as long as the old Taoist used the young girl lying on the bed as a hostage or employed some tricks, his master would soon fall into a passive position. Sure enough, Master Jingyun's short sword quickly drew talismans, and a gold character talisman appeared out of thin air, pressing down on the old Taoist's head. The evil Taoist sneered coldly, opening his mouth to spew out black gas like ink, instantly shattering the gold talisman. With his left hand turned into a claw, he struck several cold palm shadows towards Jingyun. Master Jingyun instinctively dodged to the side, and at this moment, she had no choice but to give up her offensive. The old Taoist's eyes were filled with venom as his right hand reached directly for the young girl sleeping on the large bed. But just as he was about to pounce, he suddenly heard a faint whistle from the side. Although this person was already quite old, his reflexes remained sharp enough. As if sensing the threat nearby, the evil Taoist's cold true essence surged within him, and in a brief moment of stillness, he flipped backward. A loud bang was heard as 3 holes exploded at the head of the bed. A strand of gray-white hair floated upward, and a splash of black blood shot out from the old Taoist's cheek. Before the old Taoist could steady himself, he glared angrily in the direction from which the sword energy came, but his expression changed. He saw the young sword cultivator, who had severely injured his useless disciple, waving his sword to unleash beams of sword energy towards him. "You dare, kid!" A slightly threatening shout came from the old Taoist, whose figure was instantly hit by over a dozen sword energies. Although the evil Taoist barely raised a layer of true essence shield, he was still injured by the sword energy, sustaining 7 or 8 shallow wounds, and his body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. "Master, use your strength to suppress him, don't hold back," Wang Sheng reminded. The moment Master Jingyun, who had been stunned by Wang Sheng's sword energy, finally regained her senses, she infused her astonishing cultivation into the short sword and slashed diagonally at the old Taoist. This strike had power, but the speed and precision were far from sufficient. The old Taoist desperately sprang up from the wall and charged straight at Wang Sheng. Jingyun's sword struck, slicing through the wall, but failed to injure the old Taoist at all. Wang Sheng immediately discerned the old Taoist's intention. He merely wanted to feign attack on himself and then make an escape. Without hesitation, he stepped on the 7 stars, adopting a defensive stance with the Wen Yuan sword, and in the confined space of the corner and behind the door, he unleashed streaks of sword shadows, directly targeting the old Taoist's figure. Jingyun hurriedly pursued from behind, her gaze finally revealing a hint of ruthlessness. "You little thief. You're seeking death." The old Taoist cursed at Wang Sheng, his palm shadows flying, and his hands turning a greenish hue. Managing to catch Wang Sheng's sword shadows with his bare hands, a surge of cold air rushing towards Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng merely snorted coldly, his expression still remarkably calm. Taking 2 steps back, the originally fierce long sword suddenly slowed down, and the tip drew a yin-yang fish diagram. With a push of his left hand, the surging cold air transformed into warm winds that rushed back towards the old Taoist. The sword intent transformed, shifting from the Big Dipper to the 2 instruments. Although it couldn't perfectly unify the 2 sword intents, it was sufficient to obstruct the old Taoist's movement. In just a few seconds, the old Taoist found himself with no way to advance or retreat, but to his side was the wide-open door of the adjacent bedroom. Jingyun charged from behind, her sword light imbued with coldness, ready to take the old Taoist's life. The old Taoist gritted his teeth, knowing he was in a desperate situation today. The 2 sudden Taoist cultivators that appeared were enough to make him suffer greatly, let alone the current situation of one defending and one attacking, threatening his life. Before the world's vital energy had recovered, he had relied on his evil methods to commit countless crimes, and over the decades, he had harmed numerous women. Achieving his evil skills. After the world's vital energy had restored, his evil powers surged tremendously, and decades of accumulation rapidly transformed into formidable cultivation. In terms of true essence, he was no less than a virtual Dan realm cultivator. In terms of spiritual consciousness, he even surpassed the late fetal birth stage. However, his cultivation method had a fatal flaw. It leaned too much towards yin and lacked yang, requiring the capture of pure yin power from women to break through the virtual Dan realm. And pure yin bodies were already rare. Whether he could encounter a perfect pure yin body depended solely on chance. If he had already achieved the virtual Dan realm, how could he have been in such a predicament today, humiliated by this little sword cultivator? The evil Taoist cursed fiercely in his heart, already preparing to fight desperately. As a blue ice flame mark suddenly flashed on his forehead, a powerful spiritual consciousness surged from his forehead, transforming into phantoms of long spears, shooting towards Wang Sheng and Master Jingyun. Wang Sheng's heart sank, and his hair stood on end. The cold and malicious intent mixed with that spiritual consciousness made him involuntarily gasp in shock. In that moment, he seemed to hear someone shouting fiercely in his ear, "I will exterminate your entire family. Kill your whole family. I will humiliate the women related to you until death." Originally, this old Taoist spiritual attack was meant to harm the heart of a cultivator, instilling fear in the sword cultivator before him, giving himself a chance to escape through the door. However, Wang Sheng's heart shook violently, but what arose was not fear, nor the thought of evasion. On the contrary, the figures of his mother and his senior sister emerged in his mind, echoing the malicious thoughts contained in this demonic Taoist spiritual attack. His eyes widened, now with several streaks of blood. At this moment, how could his clear heart remain intact? If he couldn't protect them in his cultivation of the Tao and sword, then what was the point of this experience? Wang Sheng not only did not retreat an inch, but the 1 yuan sword in his hand trembled violently, and 2 sword intents erupted within him. All these changes occurred in the blink of an eye. The demonic Taoist, who was unleashing his spiritual attack, faintly heard 2 sword cries, feeling that before him stood not a figure, but a long sword. The sword contained the essence of the Big Dipper and the 2 forms. The formless sword swept across, slashing through the phantoms of long spears, and then a streak of sword light erupted from Wang Sheng's forehead, aiming at the old Taoist's forehead. A clash of spiritual intent. Forced by this old Taoist, Wang Sheng actually managed to use his spiritual intent to harm, and at this moment, he had touched the threshold of sword momentum. The old Taoist immediately dashed to the side, barely avoiding Wang Sheng's spiritual counterattack. Rushing into the adjacent bedroom where his fallen disciple lay, he casually picked up his beloved disciple from the ground and tossed her out like a rag sack. This old Taoist glared at Wang Sheng, his eyes filled with horror. How could this young sword cultivator, merely at the early stage of the fetus realm, be so difficult to deal with? Although the demonic Taoist did not want to admit it, at this moment, he felt a trace of fear towards Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng's intent to kill was intense, but he only used one palm to send the unconscious young evil cultivator flying, his gaze firmly locked on the old Taoist. Taoist Jingyun rushed over, but she was not as quick as Wang Sheng. True essence erupted, and his figure moved like lightning. At this moment, he was the sword of killing. The old Taoist lost his focus, seeing Wang Sheng charge towards him with a fierce sword intent. At this moment, he dared not confront it directly and quickly retreated to the window. This person was indeed ruthless. With one palm, he shattered the thick window, and a gust of wind surged in from outside. He glared fiercely at Wang Sheng, unleashing dozens of claw shadows towards the outside. But just as he jumped out of the window, a shadow chased closely from behind, also unhesitatingly leaping out of the window, grabbing the curtain with his left hand, and plummeting straight down, completely disregarding that they were on the 18th floor, over 60 meters above the ground. Naturally, the one chasing out was Wang Sheng. The demonic Taoist would not rest until he was dead. He must kill this demon today. Feiyu. Taoist Jingyun shouted urgently, rushing forward but was half a moment too late. The curtain had already been torn down by Wang Sheng, and she could only rush to the window and look down. Wang Sheng's body was parallel to the ground, his legs still borrowing strength from the wall of the high building, sprinting along the window. The old Taoist faced downward. Already prepared to slow his fall with true essence, he dared to jump down, naturally confident he could escape with his life, at most suffering some minor injuries. But in that brief second, he suddenly heard a whistling sound behind him, his face showing horror, and he turned his head, his eyes widening in disbelief. The sword pierced through the sky. The 1 yuan sword flew from Wang Sheng's hand, carrying his intent to kill, filled with the true essence he had infused into it, along with the 7 great stars and the 2 forms, like a dazzling ribbon, cutting through 2 window frames and piercing into the old Taoist's back. The wind was too fierce, and the bloodlight too intense. The demonic Taoist's words were directly drowned out. Wang Sheng suddenly swung his palm downward, his true essence pouring forth without regard for consumption, his legs continuously scraping against the wall, slowing his descent. But it seemed to be too late. A pulling force acted upon Wang Sheng's shoulder, slightly weakening his downward momentum, but the effect was minimal and deep within Wang Sheng's gaze. There was still no trace of panic. His feet, which had been skimming along the wall, erupted with force, pushing off with all his might. And just a second before landing, his body finally shot upwards at an angle. There were 2 cracking sounds. Sharp pain shot through his ankles. But Wang Sheng did not make a sound, his true essence coursing through his entire body, slowly descending from a height of over 10 meters. He dared not stand on his feet upon landing, so he simply knelt on the asphalt of the parking lot, looking at the old Taoist who had already turned to mush before him, and the 1 yuan sword, which now only had half a blade remaining. This sword, which had accompanied Wang Sheng for a short time, but had helped him fight evil spirits and battle demonic cultivators, was now broken. I'm sorry. Wang Sheng's lips moved slightly, his gaze flickering with a hint of guilt, as he summoned the 1 yuan sword into his hand. A pain shot through his forehead, and Wang Sheng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, realizing it was due to the excessive consumption of his spiritual intent. He had suffered a heavy blow in the spiritual confrontation with this demonic Taoist. His body swayed unsteadily, and as he grasped the hilt of the 1 yuan sword, he fell backward. A figure descended from above, catching Wang Sheng just in time. Fei Yu, what happened to you? Before losing consciousness, the thought that arose in Wang Sheng's mind was this. Taoist Jingyun not only lacked combat experience, but also had insufficient cultivation. Why was she so anxious to infuse true essence into him? We are not practicing the same cultivation method, big sister. Wang Sheng, Taoist Wang. Beside him, Daniel rushed over with several armed police officers, while Shen Qianlin looked pale with fright. Chapter 84. The thief of fire. The emptiness brought by the exhaustion of true essence and the excessive depletion of spiritual intent is entirely different. The former feels like all strength has been drained, not wanting to move a single finger, but the body can still perform some actions relying on muscle strength. The latter is much more painful, like the soul has been struck, leaving him weak all over, with a headache that is unbearable. Only the heart-calming mantra can provide him with a little comfort. Wang Sheng vaguely felt he was lifted onto a stretcher by 4 strong hands, heard the sirens of an ambulance, and felt the gentle true essence continuously flowing into his body, allowing him to gauge the situation outside. As the headache gradually receded and his spiritual intent surged back like a clear spring from the mountains, Wang Sheng finally felt a little more at ease. Though he did not know when he had fallen asleep, this sleep was quite comfortable. After the natural energy of the world was restored, Wang Sheng hurriedly continued his cultivation, feeling a slight pressure from the continuous breakthroughs of his master and senior sister. Although he often comforted himself with the thought that he could hug the thighs of 2 top-tier experts, he still wished to stand at the same height as his master and senior sister, not to hold back the sect. He practiced swordsmanship desperately, and whenever he had time, he would sit in meditation, cultivating and comprehending the Tao, allowing him to reach the fetus realm within just a few years of cultivation. That being said, the young evil cultivator with a pretty face was also a fetus realm cultivator, which made Wang Sheng feel a bit depressed even in his dreams. When he woke up, it was already the following evening. The late afternoon sunlight shone on the white curtain by the bed, outlining the graceful figure standing by the window. Wang Sheng shifted his gaze to the side and saw Mu Yu sleeping at the edge of the bed, as well as his 2 legs, which had been encased in thick plaster and hung at the foot of the bed. Fei Yu, you're awake? The curtain was lifted, and a figure hurriedly approached. It was Taoist Jingyun, her face filled with urgency. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Wang Sheng smiled and shook his head, his voice a bit hoarse as he said, Master, could you get me some water? Water? Mu Yu lay there, looking at Wang Sheng as if she had jumped up. She then turned her head and shouted towards the door, Danielle, hurry and get some water. Taoist Wang has woken up. The curtain next to them was also lifted, and the girl who had been standing by the window hurried over. It was Shun Qianlin, her face full of fatigue. After a flurry of activity, everyone asked Wang Sheng what had happened and what he needed now. Wang Sheng responded while checking the injury on his ankle. For cultivators, injuries to tendons and bones usually heal quickly, and at this moment, his true essence was nourishing his fractured bones. Wang Sheng recalled a bit of the unorthodox knowledge he had learned during his previous life in online cultivation. He took the opportunity to forge the bones in his ankle with true essence, which would be beneficial for his future agility and movements. Half an hour after waking up, his master's wife arrived with several key members from the special investigation team to pay a visit. Wang Sheng was still nervous about what would happen when his master's wife and master uncle met, but unexpectedly, they only exchanged a glance before each looking away, pretending they didn't know each other. Wang Sheng then felt a bit relieved. As long as his master's wife and master uncle didn't fight, there wouldn't be a fire in his master's backyard, and he, as the disciple, wouldn't be at fault. His master's wife frowned as she admonished Wang Sheng. You were really a bit impulsive this time. You've already discovered the traces of that evil cultivator, and there are dozens of ways to deal with him. You have a strong sense of social responsibility, but you jumped off the 18th floor and gave that person a sword. If it weren't for Fei Yu coming down the mountain to assist you, how could she have been injured? Taoist Jing Yun, who was nearby, said with an unfriendly expression. Qi Ling didn't say much. She just placed a few items on the table beside them and said to Wang Sheng, next, you focus on healing. Don't worry about the outside matters. The evil cultivator you eliminated has already been a great help. I have applied for a significant merit reward for you. Wang Sheng could only smile bitterly as he watched his master's wife leave the hospital room. The older members of the investigation team came over to shake hands with Wang Sheng warmly, calling him a guardian of justice and a model for the new era of cultivators, which made Wang Sheng feel a bit embarrassed. After the big shots from the investigation team left, Mu Yu briefly explained things to Wang Sheng, who couldn't help but express his feelings. This current evil cultivator organization is really something else. The old Taoist that Wang Sheng had eliminated had 3 identities. The first identity was a wanted criminal who had committed numerous crimes since the 1990s, with over a dozen cases of rape and murder attributed to him. This was only the confirmed cases where he was identified as the murderer. The old Taoist had already become a master through evil methods of gathering and refining energy before the recovery of the world's vital energy and was skilled in counter-surveillance techniques, hiding deep in the mountains whenever his whereabouts were revealed. In recent years, he had even changed his appearance and physique, leaving the police at a loss. His second identity was the master of a small Taoist temple, a cultivator under official supervision, effectively slapping relevant departments in the face. The third identity was even more mysterious. Being an elder of the 5-god sect, the Mu'in god Qianhua Taoist. Just the day before, the special investigation team had discovered the traces of the 5-god sect elders Jin Taishan and Shui Raoshan, confirming that the sect was about to participate in this auction. Unexpectedly, the Mu'in god was also here and was killed by Wang Sheng with a sword. It was no wonder Qi Ling said Wang Sheng had already made a great contribution, as he had eliminated a particularly troublesome figure among the evil cultivators, and his achievement was indeed significant. However, Wang Sheng soon realized a problem. Had the auction started yet? Mu Yu glanced at the clock on the wall and said softly, there are less than 6 hours left. Taoist Wang, don't worry. We have made thorough arrangements and contacted many masters from the Taoist sects to assist. This time, not only will we eliminate the leader of the super spiritual society, but we will also capture all the evil cultivators causing chaos here. Is there more information about the auction? Wang Sheng asked. Mu Yu replied, at noon, the other side released information online again. We managed to take down several of their servers, but they seem to have prepared many backups. What was the information? Wang Sheng rarely interrupted others when they spoke, but this time he did so without hesitation. Mu Yu bit her lip and said softly, first, they revealed several fragments, convincing people that it was indeed the Heavenly Master's secret talisman. Then there were the auction rules. The upper volume of the Heavenly Master's secret talisman will auction 100 copies, starting at $10,000 plus a basic cultivation method. The middle volume will auction 20 copies, starting at $50,000 for 5 different basic methods. The one who auctions the most basic methods will also receive 3 fragments of the lower volume of the Heavenly Master's secret talisman. Basic methods? Wang Sheng was shocked. Even if the basic methods provided by the auctioneer have duplicates, Wouldn't he, the holy fire person, be able to collect dozens of basic cultivation methods in the blink of an eye? Is this guy crazy? He added. What about the transaction method? Remittance is done online, and the basic methods are required to be uploaded to a deeply encrypted network, which can only be accessed at specific times and places. After the auction ends, the methods will be sent to the successful bidder's email in various ways. We have tried to intercept them, but there are still technical vulnerabilities. Wang Sheng pondered for a moment, hesitated, and casually asked, "What is the date today?" Muyu blinked, unable to answer for a moment, which showed how chaotic her work was lately. Shen Qianlin quickly said, October 18th. October 18th? Wang Sheng was trying to recall what he was doing at that time in his previous life, probably just muddling through his university days. He seemed to have started engaging in online cultivation at the end of this year, and the circulation of these cultivation methods online seemed to have started around November of this year. Could it be that this incident led to the widespread proliferation of cultivation methods on the internet? He finally understood the meaning of the name Holy Fire. In the records of our ancestors in the land of Xinzhou, the invention of the fire-making technique was attributed to Swerin. However, there are no such practical records in ancient foreign civilizations. In Greek mythology, there is a tale of Prometheus stealing heavenly fire and giving it to humanity, illuminating the night for them. Was this holy fire person trying to do something similar, making basic cultivation methods widely available on the internet? He stole the heavenly fire of Longhu Mountain, exchanged it for dozens or hundreds of seeds of fire, and then scattered these seeds across the entire network, making cultivation accessible to everyone, thereby triggering a transformation in social structure. This was the true ambition of the holy fire person from the very beginning. The super-spiritual society was merely a tool for him to gather wealth and collect scattered cultivators. And the so-called dream of a scattered cultivators alliance was just a pie in the sky to win people's hearts. Wang Sheng felt a bit of admiration for this holy fire person, although this still couldn't beautify the fact that he was about to cause widespread chaos. Wang Sheng looked at Muyu, wanting to remind her about a few things, but the words at the tip of his tongue turned into, "Everyone has worked hard. I'm fine here, so you all go back and rest." He decided not to interfere too deeply in this matter. Everything has two sides. The proliferation of methods could increase instability in society, but at the same time, it would give many people a real opportunity to engage in cultivation. It was merely human desires that caused chaos. The methods and cultivation itself were not at fault. Besides, as someone who had once benefited from this, what could he say? And how could he stop it? Let nature take its course. You should rest well. I'll go back and sleep for a while too. Shen Qianlin said softly beside him, then looked at Wang Sheng seriously. They say injuries to tendons and bones take 100 days to heal. If your bones don't recover well, you have to be careful not to become a cripple. I'll come see you again tomorrow. I'm quite familiar with the chef in the cafeteria. I'll secretly ask him to make you a pot of bone soup. Wang Sheng chuckled silently, nodded, and thanked the senior sister. It's no trouble. Taking care of the junior is my responsibility. Shen Qianlin made a formal gesture with her hands, her lips curling into an uncontainable smile as she left the hospital room. It seemed that Wang Sheng was temporarily unable to get out of bed, which put Shen Qianlin in a good mood. In the investigation team here, only Daniel and Mao Yu were present, and since they were responsible for ensuring Wang Sheng's safety, they didn't offer to take Shen Qianlin back. As she exited the side door of the hospital ward, a luxury car flashed its hazard lights from a nearby parking spot and slowly drove towards her. Shen Qianlin slightly furrowed her brows, but just stood there waiting. The expensive car stopped in front of her, and a man in a black suit immediately got out and respectfully opened the rear door. Inside the car, a kind-looking elderly woman with white hair smiled gently. "Young master, I can't get out of the car to greet you, so please excuse me." Shen Qianlin's furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and she suppressed her excitement to call out, "Grandma-san, what brings you here? We've missed you so much while you were away. Come in quickly. Let me see how you've become even thinner." Shen Qianlin joyfully entered the car, warmly held by the elderly woman. The man in the black suit glanced around cautiously before returning to the passenger seat, and the female driver stepped on the gas, slowly driving the luxury car away from the hospital entrance. Chapter 85. A night of chaos approaches. Young master, it's not good to keep delaying your cultivation. Listen to Grandma-san. Now that the world's vital energy has returned, wouldn't it be a waste not to cultivate? Inside the car, the previously harmonious atmosphere turned somewhat cold with the elderly woman's words. Shen Qianlin's expression dimmed as she turned her gaze out the window, lost in thought. "Young master, according to sect tradition, I should have the freedom to choose my own path in life, Shen Qianlin said softly, her eyes shining with a hint of light. We are all ordinary people. I just want to live an ordinary life, marry someone who also doesn't cultivate, have children, find a simple job that can sustain me, and hope for a lifetime without illness or disaster. That would be good enough. Are you still concerned about what happened back then? The sect leader has his own difficulties. The elderly woman said, Please take me back to school, Grandma-san. I don't need your advice on this. I'm quite happy now, Shen Qianlin replied with a gentle smile. Sigh, the elderly woman sighed helplessly, not daring to press further. She could only remind her, tonight, there might be some commotion here. Stay in your dormitory and don't go out casually. We will protect you from the shadows. No need to protect me. I'll be fine in my dormitory. Shen Qianlin thought for a moment and added, If possible, please keep an eye on my junior. He saved my life a few years ago and just killed an evil cultivator from the Five God sect. He might attract their revenge. The elderly woman's expression changed slightly, and she frowned, saying, Young master, according to the rules, we cannot interfere in the disputes between these sects and cultivators. Shen Qianlin calmly nodded. Then let us pretend I never said anything. The female driver joked, but if it's the young master's beloved, then it's an exception. Shut up. The elderly woman scolded. How can you joke like that with the young master? It's really inappropriate. The female driver made a frustrated face and focused on driving. Shen Qianlin explained helplessly, She was just joking. I only feel grateful towards him, and I've said it before. I just want to marry an ordinary person and live out my life. The elderly woman said softly, Young master, if you truly have feelings for that young man, why not embark on the path of cultivation together, then retreat from the world and become a couple that even immortals envy? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Not beautiful. Shen Qianlin rolled her eyes and huffed, Grandma-san, if you bring this up again, I'll get out of the car. No. It's been 3 years since I last saw you. I don't want you to leave. Although Shen Qianlin denied it, the elderly woman's eyes still showed a hint of contemplation. Shen Qianlin caught the elderly woman's gaze, but said nothing. Resting her chin on her hand, while looking at the cityscape outside the car window, lost in thought for some unknown reason. Today was destined to be a day remembered by many, but also deliberately avoided by some. The auction for the cultivation methods was scheduled for midnight. As night fell, the city gradually quieted down. By 9 o'clock, police cars began to station at major intersections, and near important buildings, large numbers of soldiers in camouflage uniforms sat silently, resembling lifeless statues. The cultivators who had wandered around the city for the past 2 days had collectively disappeared, but it seemed that hidden forces were stirring everywhere. The auction of the Tianshi secret talisman, a product of Longhu Mountain's Tianshi Dao, was set to take place, with over 100 copies up for bidding. This undoubtedly injected a shot of adrenaline into all the cultivators who had come for this event. Cultivation emphasizes the importance of law, wealth, companionship, and location. The law is the foundation of everything. Even without the third volume, this auction's Tianshi secret talisman was quite attractive to many sects lacking in cultivation methods. Regardless of whether the cultivators walked the righteous or the evil path, no one could refuse a top-tier cultivation method that was clearly priced and not particularly expensive. As a result, by noon, after the news of the auction spreading, countless cultivators learned of it through various channels and entered this bustling city across the river. At 10 o'clock, at the temporary base of the Special Investigation Team, over 100 Longhu Mountain cultivators dressed in robes entered the waiting convoy outside. Among them, more than 20 were second-generation Taoists, and over 80 were third-generation disciples, all of whom were skilled in the arts of their sects and proficient in talismans. Once these Longhu Mountain cultivators set off, heading to several locations where the Saint Fire might appear tonight, a dozen elderly Taoists in various colored robes stepped out slowly. Some were Taoists from Longhu Mountain, while others were experts invited by Longhu Mountain for assistance. And a few were elders from the Taoist sects invited by the Special Investigation Team. These Taoists also boarded several passenger vehicles, heading to the designated locations. Once the Saint Fire specified the auction location, it was essential to ensure that several high-level experts could arrive promptly and swiftly control the situation. In this base, Qi Ling and several middle-aged military officers in uniforms were stationed in the main command room, where several large screens displayed scenes from various parts of the city. The command room was somewhat stuffy, with hundreds of computer hosts consuming a large amount of electricity every minute. Dozens of technicians were quietly monitoring the network dynamics on various computer screens. Closest to Qi Ling were over 10 young girls resembling customer service representatives, responsible for gathering messages from various sources and reporting them to the team leader promptly, as well as conveying the leader's orders to each team. All Taoists have begun entering the designated areas, and emergency lanes have been cleared on major roads. Team leader, 15 helicopters and 6 rescue helicopters have been deployed. Team leader, there are currently no issues on the streets, and the key suspected areas have been sealed off. No server signals have been detected yet. Team leader, the internal computer networks of all enterprises in the city have been checked, and it would be quite troublesome for them to hack into any company's firewall. Moreover, we are prepared to forcibly and temporarily shut down these servers if necessary, but some backup circuits still pose a risk. Amid the brisk reports, Qi Ling continuously responded and issued instructions, her demeanor resembling a high-speed operating machine. However, as the time approached midnight, Qi Ling gradually became a bit anxious. She always felt that she had overlooked some details, some crucial aspects that she couldn't notice for a moment. Notify all departments that as soon as the Saint Firebearer appears, they are to be shot on sight. Understood. Leaning back in her seat, Qi Ling rubbed her forehead. The middle-aged men and women sitting beside her said nothing, quietly awaiting her orders. At this moment, members of the special preparedness teams distributed throughout the city only listened to the commands of these officers. What have we missed? If the opponent wants to conduct a method auction through the establishment of a local area network, they must achieve several elements: servers, terminals, and network connections. The overseas team hired by the Saint Firebearer is most likely to achieve this by hacking into an existing internal network. A conclusion reached after several meetings of the investigation team. A middle-aged officer asked in a deep voice, "Team leader Qi Ling, is it possible that the other party is deliberately drawing our attention and the real auction is taking place elsewhere? Or are they conducting transactions directly through email? The insiders we arranged have already paid and have been confirmed as willing buyers. They should not be able to distinguish whether the buyers are our people. So the intelligence they convey is temporarily credible." Qi Ling gently shook her head. Judging from the current situation, the Saint Firebearer intends to gather many practitioners together, otherwise they wouldn't conduct such an offline auction. What is their true purpose? This world has never lacked madmen and psychopathic criminals. Qi Ling crossed her arms, her voice still as calm as usual. These self-proclaimed saints, who are actually harming the public interest, are nothing more than selfish, self-indulgent lunatics. The several officers nodded and did not continue the conversation. As the arrangements were completed, the reporting voices gradually quieted down, and the atmosphere in the central dispatch room became increasingly heavy. A storm was brewing. In various corners of the city, pairs of eyes watched the increasingly clean streets. It is unknown how many people were waiting by their phones, guarding the text message that would arrive in an hour. Those who remitted money to overseas bank accounts in various ways and met the required amount left their contact information. As long as they successfully submitted their prepared foundational methods tonight, they had a high probability of exchanging them for the top-level method, Heavenly Master's Secret Talisman Volume 2. In a relatively remote parking lot, a young man sat in the driver's seat, constantly observing his surroundings, while 3 Taoists quietly closed their eyes to rest. "Master Uncle, what if the 6 methods we've prepared are not enough? Since it's an auction, there will definitely be someone bidding higher, right? If it's not enough, just borrow a few from someone." The young man was taken aback. Borrow? Who would lend to us? Just as he stopped speaking, he saw the cold smile that crossed his master uncle's lips in the passenger seat, and he instantly understood the meaning behind his words. If it's not enough, then just snatch it. In a single room of the city hospital's inpatient area, Wang Sheng sat on the hospital bed with his eyes closed. Although he couldn't sit cross-legged yet, it still didn't affect his cultivation. To recover as soon as possible, Wang Sheng had already begun to forge the bones of his calves and feet. At this moment, he actually didn't need a cast. But he still couldn't get up and walk around freely. Tonight, Mu Yu, who was supposed to be exceptionally busy, was fortunate because of Wang Sheng and could sit beside him reading a beauty magazine. On the other hand, Daniel was somewhat restless, constantly checking the messages in the action team group, worrying about the situations that might arise next. "What time is it?" Wang Sheng suddenly asked. Without waiting for Mu Yu to respond, he had already opened his eyes. The wall clock showed 11:15. Mu Yu whispered, "There are only 45 minutes left until the auction. But Taoist Wang, you should just focus on recovering and not worry about these matters." Wang Sheng nodded calmly. He hadn't intended to get involved. He just hoped that nothing would happen tonight that would lead to a large-scale bloodbath or negatively impact the survival environment of practitioners in the future. Daniel chimed in. Taoist Wang, can I peel an orange for you? Look, since we have some free time, could you teach me a few moves of martial arts? Just as Wang Sheng was about to respond with a smile, Daniel had already rubbed his hands and walked over, while Muyu rolled her eyes playfully. Buzz. Wang Sheng's phone vibrated, displaying an unfamiliar number, but after he chose to answer, a familiar, choked voice came through. Hello, is this Shenggu? I miss you so much. Shenggu. Chapter 86. An unexpected key figure. When Shi Qianzhong called Wang Sheng, he was not far from the hospital in a bar. By the time he found the hospital room, it was just past 11:30. This former high achiever from Longhushan, who had been spirited at the Maoshan exchange meeting, was now reeking of alcohol and appeared to be in a daze, exuding an air of a disheartened young man. Although he looked somewhat downcast, he seemed unexpectedly more mature than usual. Upon seeing Wang Sheng's calves fixed with casts, he asked hoarsely, Shenggu, what happened to you? Did you break your leg? Is it serious? Does it hurt? I was practicing a move called flying immortal from the sky and ended up injuring my leg. That's not important. What happened to you? Why do you look so disheveled? Wang Sheng frowned as he observed Shi Qianzhong. This guy was not just emotionally distraught. His mindset seemed to have completely collapsed. Shi Qianzhong directly squatted beside the hospital bed, letting out a long sigh without speaking for several minutes. Mu Yu and Daniel exchanged glances, and Mu Yu seemed to recall something, gesturing towards Wang Sheng with her hands. Wang Sheng, with his keen insight, quickly understood what Mu Yu was trying to express. The Saint Firebearer, known by the Taoist name Qianxing, was a disciple of Longhushan's Tianjing Taoist, and was a senior brother to Shi Qianzhong. Perhaps because his senior brother had caused such a huge mess, Shi Qianzhong felt guilty. But wait, Shi Qianzhong didn't strike me as a particularly responsible practitioner. Just get to the point, Wang Sheng said. What else with this melodrama? You're a disciple of Longhushan. Don't make a fool of yourself. Hey, Shenggu, please don't lecture me, Shi Qianzhong said, wiping his tears and standing up silently. Daniel, unable to hold back, muttered, did he really cry? Why would I fake crying? Taoist Wang isn't like his senior sister, that fairy sister. Shenggu, I have only admiration for your fairy sister. There are no complex feelings involved, believe me, Shi Qianzhong said pitifully, plopping down onto the chair and covering his eyes. Choking back sobs. Wang Sheng remarked, if Lu Yunji Taoist brother saw this scene, he would probably mock you as a modern-day Daiyu. Shi Qianzhong immediately dropped his hands, staring at Wang Sheng with swollen red eyes, utterly speechless. Shenggu, can't you comfort me properly? I'm suffering inside. Why does no one in this world understand me? Mu Yu softly said, only by first understanding others can others understand you, Taoist sure. Sister, who are you? Can you stop mocking people? Shi Qianzhong turned to look at Mu Yu. Mu Yu smiled and gently nodded, not responding further. Although they had met a few times at the investigation team's base, it was clear from Shi Qianzhong's expression that he had completely forgotten. What on earth was going on? Wang Sheng pondered slightly and asked with some suspicion, was the disciple who was injured by Gui Qianxing while trying to steal the third volume of the Tianshi secret codex you? Shi Qianzhong covered his face and cried again, Brother Sheng, how could you guess this? My face is ruined. Mu Yu suddenly realized. When the holy fire practitioner tried to steal the book, he injured a disciple. Among the third-generation disciples of Longhushan, there are not many who can practice the entire Tianshi secret codex, and Taoist sure, you are one of them. So that's it. Wang Sheng laughed and scolded. You're crying over something like this? Where's your thick skin usually? Oh, Shi Qianzhong sighed deeply, looking at Wang Sheng. Just as he was about to speak, he couldn't help but choke up several times. After repeating this a few times, he finally revealed the most torturous and tangled thoughts in his heart to Wang Sheng. Brother Sheng, I consider you my brother. I haven't told anyone about this in the past few days, and I'm only telling you. After all, you can't get out of bed right now because of your foot injury and can't do anything else. Wang Sheng. Shi Qianzhong sighed a few times and finally spoke his mind in fits and starts. Once he started, Wang Sheng didn't even know where to begin to mock him. Qianxing is my best brother. I entered the sect around the same time as him. He became a disciple before me, and while I was still doing chores for my uncle, he took care of me in various ways. I even suspected he had feelings for me and didn't dare to sleep with my back to him. Mu Yu immediately facepalmed. Later, I became a disciple, and we snuck down the mountain together to go online, played games together, went to the bathhouse together, and teased the senior and junior sisters. We brought so much laughter to Longhushan. Daniel was also a bit amused. Shi Qianzhong sighed deeply and continued, I probably know why he changed. The world suddenly became a place where one could cultivate, and I was chosen as a core disciple, while he could only remain an outer disciple. He must have felt uncomfortable deep down. I didn't want to lose this best brother, so I tried everything to continue living together with him, even secretly teaching him a few secret techniques that only core disciples could learn. But unexpectedly, my senior brother became more and more distant from me. One time, he went down the mountain for a few days and came back to lock himself in his room for half a month. When I went to ask him what was wrong, At this point, Shi Qianzhong covered his face and cried again. He ambushed me, knocked me out, and took me. Brother Sheng. Wang Sheng's heart sank, and Muyu beside him shook her head with a sigh. Looking at this seemingly glamorous disciple of Long Hushen with pity, Daniyu's eyes lit up, unable to contain his curiosity. What happened next? Tell me in detail. How did he break you? Break what? Shi Qianzhong looked confused, then continued to cover his face and sob. He took me to the back mountain, hid me in a cave, and tortured me for 5 days and nights with bone-etching talismans and sinew-repairing talismans, demanding that I recite the 3rd volume of the Tianshi Secret Codex. I may have a big mouth, but my bones are not cheap. My master passed down the Tao methods to me, and my sect trained me. The rules of the Tao are here. Even if I were tortured to death by Qianqing, I wouldn't reveal a word. In the end, he gave up. He knelt in front of me, bowed his head several times, and said a few words of apology. I don't know why he insisted on the 3rd volume. He didn't say, but I know he must have his reasons. However, in this matter, I must uphold my position as a disciple of Long Hushen. Brother Sheng, you did nothing wrong, so don't blame yourself. Wang Sheng comforted him gently. This is something you can be proud of. You endured 5 days and nights of torture without revealing the secrets of the Tao. Long Hushen should treat you well. Yes. Brother Sheng, you're right. After this incident, my treatment in the sect improved a bit, but Qianqing, who was labeled a traitor, disappeared. Shi Qianzhong wiped his face, looking up at the shallow patterns on the hospital room ceiling, and continued. Not long after returning from the Maoshan exchange meeting, I suddenly received a call from Qianqing. I was shocked. I urged him to come back and admit his mistakes, saying that if the master punished him, I would accept punishment with him. He said no. He wanted to do something big. He also said that his life was short, and he wanted my help. He didn't even know whether what he was doing was right or wrong, but he felt he had to do it. Muyu hurriedly asked, how did he want you to help him? If the sect and the Taoist practitioners were to track him down, he asked me not to take action, and I agreed to him. Wang Sheng's expression gradually became serious as he looked at the man in front of him. Wang Sheng asked solemnly, are you saying that you can find the Holy Fire practitioner? I'm so familiar with him that we could almost wear the same pair of pants. How could I forget his aura and spiritual sense? I can find out where he is with a talisman, but I don't dare. He is my best brother. Shi Qianzhong was almost going crazy, covering his head with his hands, twitching. Brother Sheng, tell me what I should do. I want to die. I feel so blocked here. If I help the master and them find Qianqing, he will definitely be killed. He will definitely be killed. But if I just watch without intervening, who knows what trouble Qianqing will cause tonight? I don't know how many people he will end up harming. I don't know how big this is getting. But I'm just a jerk, not a murderer. What should I do? Can someone help me? Brother Sheng, just kill me with a sword. Consider it my plea. Shi Qianzhong was emotionally agitated for a while, stood up, then slowly knelt on the ground, finally sobbing beside the bed. If he acted, his best brother would die. If he didn't act, his brother would go on to harm countless others. It was no wonder that Shi Qianzhong, who usually didn't take many people seriously, would be tormented to this state. Although Shi Qianzhong had been drinking, he actively sought out Wang Sheng, not truly wishing for death, but perhaps just wanting Wang Sheng to force him to make a choice. Wang Sheng glanced at the clock. It was already 11:45. Muyu had already snapped out of her daze and rushed out of the hospital room like the wind, holding her phone. Shi Qianzhong, still sobbing, wiped his tears and looked up with a choked voice. Who is she? Why is she running away? Is there no respect for people? Special investigation team. Wang Sheng slowly uttered 5 words. Shi Qianzhong was taken aback, then immediately jumped up, taking a big step across the hospital bed, ready to leap toward the window. Suddenly, a black bear collided with him, slamming Shi Qianzhong against the wall and pressing him down hard. Let go of me. Shi Qianzhong roared, his true essence surging, shaking off Daniyu with a kick that sent the big guy flying. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Sheng's calm voice came from behind, making Shi Qianzhong's feet feel as if they were nailed to the ground. There's not much time left. Avoiding it won't solve any problems. Avoiding it will only trap you in your own inner demons for life, Wang Sheng said calmly. You feel caught between your sect and your brother, between righteousness and personal feelings, feeling torn and unable to choose. Brother Qianzhong is not a foolish person. The fact that you came to me today to express your feelings is already giving yourself a chance to persuade yourself. You just want to hear these words from my mouth. A man stands in the world, knowing that it cannot be done yet still trying. If successful, it is called bravery, and if defeated, it is the height of foolishness. Publicly, you must protect your sect and the techniques passed down in your sect. Privately, you must save your senior brother. Only by finding him can you stop him on this path. If you hesitate any longer, it may all be too late to salvage. Knowing that it cannot be done yet still trying, Shi Qianzhong lowered his head to look at his trembling hands. His previously chaotic gaze gradually became resolute, regaining its brightness. He fished a crumpled yellow talisman out of his pocket, bit his finger, and dripped 3 drops of blood onto it. The yellow talisman glowed and suddenly transformed into a spirit bird, which Shi Qianzhong grasped in his hand. Shenggu, you were right. I must go find Qianqing. I must stop him before he escalates the situation. Wang Sheng sighed inwardly, just about to speak when he suddenly looked up toward the door, his eyes filled with vigilance. At that moment, Muyu outside the door let out a sharp scream and stumbled back into the room. There was a shallow wound on her cheek, and the phone in her hand was now only half intact. The break in the phone was very smooth, not cut by an ordinary sharp object. Chapter 87. Qianzhong's Death Tribulation. This change came too suddenly. Wang Sheng had been spreading his spiritual awareness around, but the moment Muyu was attacked, he only then caught the sudden fluctuation of vital energy. The assailant was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. As Muyu retreated into the room, just as she was about to dodge, a familiar tang knife stabbed towards her, pressing against her neck, mere hair's breadth away from piercing her smooth skin, making her dare not move. The long knife slowly advanced, forcing Muyu to keep retreating, while the knife-wielding person entered the ward. It was the swordsman from the Yin-Yang sect who had escaped last time. Even though he wore a ghost mask, Wang Sheng would not forget his knife, his intent, and his eyes. The man continued to advance, followed by a man and a woman. The man was dressed in casual clothes, with a faint smile on his face. Likely using a human skin mask, the woman wore a nurse's uniform, her figure alluring, yet her face was equally stiff. Are they from the Yin-Yang sect, specializing in human skin masks? Where is Taoist Shi going? The leading man chuckled lightly, his expression very stiff due to the human skin mask. Have you been holding onto that talisman since this afternoon and still can't help but use it? In the corner, the big man, who had been kicked away by Shi Qianzhong, stood up, his left hand reaching for his lower back. However, before he could draw his gun, the woman in the nurse's outfit flashed in front of him. In a flash of blood, the big man's gun was knocked away, and then the hilt of a dagger struck his throat, causing his massive body to slowly collapse to the ground. The woman's movements were indeed too fast. Even Wang Sheng didn't have time to intervene. Fortunately, the other party seemed not to have the intent to kill the big man, likely due to his identity as a special investigation team member. A woman with the agility of a spirit cat, a swordsman wielding a demonic knife, and a third person whose depth was inscrutable but could be seen as the one in charge. If Wang Sheng could stand, he wouldn't fear facing 2 opponents. But now he was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Uncle Jingyun was stationed nearby. She had been requested by the special investigation team in the afternoon and would be acting with those Taoist masters tonight. However, Jingyun had requested to act early and was dispatched to the area closest to Wang Sheng. According to logic, Wang Sheng should have avoided the whirlpool. Even if the 5 Gods sect wanted to retaliate, they would think twice about the large number of young men in military uniforms stationed near the hospital. But no one expected that Shi Qianzhong would contact Wang Sheng with a phone call, come to him for help. And then 3 evil cultivators from the Yin-Yang sect would come after Shi Qianzhong. Who are you? Shi Qianzhong, like facing a great enemy, felt the hostility directed at him. We are just some well-meaning people, the leading man said, hands behind his back, leisurely. Today, your senior brother will achieve great things. We see him isolated and helpless, so we came to clear away some hazards for him. Dao is sure, it's best to wait here for a moment. We don't want to offend Longhu Mountain. Of course, we also don't want to offend that senior Qing Yanzi, who has already begun to break through to the Golden Core realm. But if Taoist sure insists on disturbing your senior brother, we can only send you to join him on his journey. What did you say? Shi Qianzhong's eyes narrowed, his nostrils flaring slightly in anger. Qianqing is like this because of you. Taoist sure is too harsh. We have only recently met your senior brother. The leading man shook his head lightly. If we had met him earlier, such a talent, I would have exhausted my resources to save him, but unfortunately. Yes, Shi Qianzhong had mentioned. And this person also hinted that the life of the holy fire bearer is not long. Wang Sheng naturally raised his hand to press the hidden button on his wristband without drawing the other party's attention. Dao brother Qianzhong, please remain calm. From this person's tone, he should be a significant figure in the evil path. Today, we have encountered trouble. The phrase significant figure was too much of a compliment from Wang Daozhong. The man replied indifferently, I am merely relying on the shelter of my ancestors, unlike Wang Daozhong, who relies on talent, understanding, and perseverance. However, I advise Wang Daozhong, since you have temporarily extricated yourself, why bother wading into this muddy water? Having the credit for eliminating one of the 5 gods of the 5-god sect is enough to maintain your position with the officials. I do not wish to cause trouble, but just as I could easily kill Shi Qianzhong, I am not afraid of such troubles. Wang Sheng chuckled lightly. Have I already gained a status in the martial world? That is indeed unheard of. Just then, the young woman seemed to listen intently, then whispered, Young master. The Special Investigation Team's dispatch room has already started sending people over. Wang Sheng's heart sank. This Yin-Yang sect indeed had extensive reach, having already planted spies within the Special Investigation Team. Since that was the case, he could only let Daoist Shi go ahead of his senior brother. The leading man's voice grew cold, his killing intent locking onto Shi Qianzhong. Shi Qianzhong's mouth curled as he had already taken out 2 talismans, and the 4 talisman pouches on his arms and thighs slowly became visible. Just take Shi Qianzhong's life, the leading man lightly commanded, attack. With the words spoken, the knife-wielding man suddenly kicked Mu Yu's slender body away and charged at Shi Qianzhong. But faster than him was the woman with ghostly agility. In just a blink, she was already in front of Shi Qianzhong, her 2 slender arms swinging, 2 deadly blood blades slicing towards Shi Qianzhong's neck. Shi Qianzhong's hair stood on end, but suddenly golden light burst forth from his body. Upon closer inspection, he found 3 yellow talismans had been affixed to his chest at some unknown time, and the dragon and snake-like patterns on the talismans were now flashing with golden light. Vajra talismans, with 2 loud clangs. The woman's dagger was actually deflected away from Shi Qianzhong's neck. Shi Qianzhong's face turned red from the impact, and as he retreated in a panic, he coughed violently. But before he could catch his breath, the swordsman had already arrived, his tang knife slashing down at Shi Qianzhong with a powerful force. Shi Qianzhong hastily threw out 2 yellow talismans, barely dodging to the side, but his left shoulder was still grazed by the blade's energy, blood spraying out, though the Vajra talismans protected him from serious injury. At this moment, Shi Qianzhong had already pasted 2 talismans on the outside of his thigh, specifically the monkey jump talisman to enhance his jumping ability and the shifting talisman for sprinting. The swordsman wielded his swift knife with no shadows, launching a strong attack against Shi Qianzhong. The hospital room was already cramped, and Shi Qianzhong's movements were restricted. Relying on the power of the diamond talisman, he hurled out more than 10 various colored paper talismans at this person. One must not underestimate Shi Qianzhong, a practitioner at the gathering spirit stage. The talismans in his hands were powerful, and using them did not consume much of his true essence or spiritual thought. Just like firecrackers, the explosive power when they go off is unrelated to the flame that ignites them. The power of a talisman primarily depends on the quality of the talisman itself. It is clear why Shi Qianzhong is regarded as a prodigy in this field. He was fighting for his life, with no reason to hold back. The yellow paper talisman transformed into fireballs and ice shards. The green paper talisman manifested celestial cranes and spiritual serpents. And he even used the precious black and red talismans without reservation. After the swordsman struck Shi Qianzhong twice, he was drenched in 2 handfuls of black dog blood, which forced him back due to the explosive magic in front of him. Shi Qianzhong waved his hands continuously, conjuring 2 celestial cranes to entangle the 2 enemies, while he attempted to stick the 2 slowing talismans onto his opponents, only to have them sliced by the woman's dagger. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng gestured discreetly to Shi Qianzhong, signaling him to move closer to the hospital bed. The broken Wenyuan sword lay beneath Wang Sheng's pillow. If Shi Qianzhong got closer, Wang Sheng could suddenly launch a surprise attack, possibly severely injuring the 2 opponents. However, at this moment, Shi Qianzhong's eyes revealed a hint of regret as he glanced at Wang Sheng with guilt, then turned his gaze away. Although this guy usually acted a bit carefree, in such a dire situation, he adhered to the principle of taking responsibility alone, facing 2 fierce opponents at the embryonic stage by himself. Today, I'm going all out. Shi Qianzhong suddenly scattered 4 identical black talismans, which shimmered with golden light, and with a few light sounds, they exploded into black butterflies with golden patterns. Surging toward the 2 in front of him, the swordsman let out a shout, swinging his tang knife down. A splash of blood light erupted, blowing the black butterflies away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shi Qianzhong jumped towards the window, using his fist to channel true essence and shatter the window, leaping from the 3rd floor. Fortunately, it wasn't the 18th floor. Otherwise, with Shi Qianzhong's cultivation, it wouldn't just be a broken leg. This guy does have loyalty. Turning his head to shout, "If you want to kill me, come out. Don't involve others. I'm yours." Behind him, the swordsman chased quickly, and the woman with ghostly agility had already blocked the path ahead. The light of the diamond talisman on Shi Qianzhong was beginning to dim. "Don't let him leave this hospital alive." The leading figure snorted coldly, charging forward and leaping from the 3rd floor. Before leaving, he glanced at Wang Sheng, his gaze carrying a mix of coldness, warning, and disdain. Wang Sheng remained quietly seated, waiting for the person to jump away before silently lifting his legs, which were bound in plaster, and awkwardly moving down from the hanging basket. Taoist Wang Muyu had bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. Clutching his abdomen and looking pained as he asked, "What should we do?" Wang Sheng remained calm. Panicking would be useless. With his legs broken, his mobility was severely restricted. He had fought with Shi Qianzhong and the swordsman. Shi Qianzhong couldn't completely evade the swordsman's swift blade with the monkey jump talisman. But the diamond talisman on him should last for a while. The most troublesome was actually that ghostly agile nurse in disguise. Once the diamond talisman on Shi Qianzhong failed or couldn't be sustained, those 2 daggers could immediately take Shi Qianzhong's life. This woman's movement technique surpassed even his 7-star steps. "Go help me find a wheelchair to throw down," Wang Sheng said, then took a deep breath. Pulling out the broken Wenyuan sword from beneath the blanket, biting the hilt, and using both hands to push off the bed, launching himself directly downwards. True essence surged. Wang Sheng exerted force at his waist, supporting his entire weight with both hands, and he stood up straight in a handstand. Dressed in patient clothes and with both legs in plaster, Wang Sheng alternated his hands to push forward, striking the window with one palm and completely shattering it, flying out through the stair window in a handstand. Although his posture was strange, his speed was not too slow. Taoist Wang. Cough. Muyu wiped the bloodstains, forcing herself to stand despite the pain in her abdomen, glaring at the still unconscious Daniel, and staggered towards the door. In just over 10 seconds, she returned pushing a wheelchair and without a word, directly shoved it out the window. Nervously glancing down, Muyu saw Wang Sheng's handstand form bouncing off the ground. Supported by a breath of true essence hanging in midair, one hand precisely catching the wheelchair, and when he landed, he was already sitting steadily in the wheelchair. This works too. Chapter 88. The disabled but unyielding sword. Originally, at this time, he should have been in the mountains, stargazing and chatting about life and the Tao with his senior and junior sisters, comfortably sitting cross-legged in the cool mountain breeze, drifting between heaven, earth, and stars, discussing the waves and romance of cultivating the Tao. But looking at his current situation, spinning the wheelchair handrail with one hand, gripping the cracked and broken Wenyuan sword, he focused on the figures battling in the green belt, calculating how much sword intent he could still exert at this moment. Fortunately, he didn't know any sword control techniques. Otherwise, being called kidney deficient or hollowed out young master would be quite embarrassing. Wang Sheng did not act rashly. Shaking the wheelchair closer to the battlefield, where the young master of the Yin-Yang sect had locked onto him with spiritual thought. The golden light on Shi Qianzhong was growing dimmer. The woman was like a malignant tumor, and Shi Qianzhong's talismans were ineffective against her ghostly figure. Her 2 daggers continuously struck around Shi Qianzhong, each hit draining some of the talisman's magical power. And if the swordsman's tang knife struck Shi Qianzhong, even with the protection of the diamond talisman, it would leave wounds that weren't too deep. Shi Qianzhong kept dodging and jumping, and though the swordsman could chase, the opportunities to strike had significantly decreased. At this rate, Shi Qianzhong, already covered in injuries and with no strength left to curse, couldn't hold on for more than a minute or two. Wang Sheng let out a soft breath, shaking the wheelchair forward. The young master of the Yin-Yang sect, who had not yet made a move, turned around, a cold smile tugging at his lips, saying, "Taoist Wang, are you planning to teach me a few sword techniques? Though Brother Qianzhong and I are not deeply acquainted, I cannot just watch him die here," Wang Sheng replied. "Make your move." With that, he secretly channeled his sword intent, his eyes glowing with a compelling light, intending to pressure his opponent. The young master of the Yin-Yang sect was no ordinary young sect master who had no desire to cultivate. Behind his human skin mask, he also exuded a compelling light, though it was quickly suppressed by Wang Sheng's sword intent. For some reason, however, this young master did not directly attack Wang Sheng, but gestured to the side, stepping aside. The swordsman, who had been aggressively attacking Shi Qianzhong, let out an angry roar, charging back with his knife, his blood-red eyes fixed on Wang Sheng, launching a lethal strike. This person stepped into a stance, moving like a twisted line of blood, the tang knife aimed straight at Wang Sheng's neck. Wang Sheng had no time to move the wheelchair. He raised the broken sword in his hand, his face showing no trace of fear. The seven-star sword formation could not be executed without accompanying footwork, but compared to the last time he descended the mountain, Wang Sheng was now in a different situation, with more than just a set of seven-star sword formation available. As the tang knife lunged at him, the sharp sword intent surrounding Wang Sheng retracted, as if he was lethargically stabbing forward with the sword. But his slow sword seemed to possess a tremendous pulling force, as the tang dao was stuck to Wang Sheng's sword, and with the movement of Wang Sheng's arm, the blood blade was drawn to the left side of the wheelchair. The sword's momentum suddenly changed and became sharp, with half of the Wenyuan sword slicing towards the fingers of the knife wielder. The latter was quite close to Wang Sheng and could only roar in anger and dodge backward. Wang Sheng shook his head and chuckled lightly. The knife wielder was successfully provoked by Wang Sheng, and blood surged behind the ghost mask, as the devilish knife in his hand seemed to come alive and charged at Wang Sheng again. Knife slave, do not fall into madness. Taoist Wang is merely guiding you. The young master's voice came from the side, but the knife wielder seemed oblivious, attacking recklessly without defense. He launched a fierce assault on Wang Sheng, but Wang Sheng, relying only on the half-broken sword and the two instruments' sword intent, dissipated his attacks every time and even managed to counterattack with one or two moves. In their second confrontation, last time Wang Sheng had defeated him with a tree branch, and this time he was merely sitting in a wheelchair with broken legs. Yet he could still defend against all his attacks. This made the knife wielder's breath increasingly unstable, and he let out continuous roars like a beast, his attacks becoming more and more chaotic. Unfortunately, the two instruments' sword intent excelled in this type of defense. There is a saying in Tai Chi that 4 ounces can deflect 1,000 pounds, and the two instruments' sword intent encompasses this principle. Although Wang Sheng could not truly use 4 ounces of force to deflect 1,000 pounds, his cultivation level was already on par with that of the knife wielder. And with pure defense, how could he make a mistake? For a moment, Wang Sheng was seen sitting in his wheelchair, the broken sword tracing one arc after another, leaving swirling vortices in its wake. Meanwhile, around the wheelchair, the distorted blood shadow continued to attack Wang Sheng fiercely, but could never pose any real threat to him. Seeing this, the young master clenched and released his fists several times. In just half a minute, the knife wielder's body surged with bloodlight, and suddenly blood patterns crawled up his neck. Wang Sheng couldn't help but focus on the blood blade resembling a tang dao, a familiar feeling of disgust rising in his heart, as if it were an existence inherently opposed to his sword path. Beside him, Shi Qianzhong's golden light dimmed. The effect of the diamond talisman had worn off. Shi Qianzhong was clearly waiting for this moment and directly bit his finger, which had been poised at his lips. But before Shi Qianzhong could make any other move, a woman in a nurse's outfit rushed in front of him. 2 daggers flying through the air like golden-patterned black butterflies flapping their wings, ready to take Shi Qianzhong's life. Shi Qianzhong's face turned pale, as if he had already seen the plaque at the gates of the underworld. He had managed to hold on until now thanks to the diamond talisman. Without its power, he was like a 3-year-old child in front of this woman, unable to withstand a single blow. But unexpectedly, a voice filled with surprise came from Wang Sheng's side. Uncle Jingyun, directly using sword technique to kill. Amidst the words, a gust of wind surged from the side, directly targeting the agile woman. She immediately froze and hurriedly dodged to the side, her speed rendering the incoming sword energy ineffective. In this brief moment of respite, Shi Qianzhong quickly jumped back, pressing the bitten finger against the talisman on his chest and swiftly drawing a blood curse. The already ineffective talisman flashed with light again, this time emitting a golden light tinged with blood, once more protecting Shi Qianzhong. Life and death hung by that instant. The woman glared at Wang Sheng in anger. Where was Taoist Jingyun? Where was the sword technique? What had just attacked her was merely the sword energy pointed out by Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng took a slight breath. He didn't know if he had helped Shi Qianzhong escape death, but in that moment of distraction, he had also been grazed by the blade energy on his shoulder, though the injury wasn't too severe. The two instruments' sword intent unfurled again, provoking the knife slave to roar incessantly, unable to break Wang Sheng's defense. In the midst of the fierce battle, Wang Sheng had roughly sorted out the clues related to Shi Qianzhong and had come to understand a question he had puzzled over earlier. Why had he never heard of Shi Qianzhong in his previous life? The super spirit incident was initiated by the dying Guo Qianxing, who, before his death, set out a grand ambition to break the monopoly of various Taoist sects on cultivation matters, using the internet to widely spread cultivation methods so that everyone in the Great Huan nation could practice. That was precisely the world Wang Sheng remembered, where online cultivation was flourishing. Guo Qianxing painstakingly devised a series of plans for this, but he did not expect the Super Spirit Society to expose itself prematurely. Wang Sheng tried to view this matter from a purely observational perspective, separating himself from the incident, wanting to see clearly what he had changed. The Super Spirit Society was exposed because of Qi Wen's identity. Qi Wen was the daughter of the leader of a special investigation team, and this exposure was not due to him. Wang Sheng's role merely accelerated the collapse of the Super Spirit Society. The reason the Yin-Yang sect could establish a connection with Guo Qianxing was due to Wei Qi Yu's Divine Pharmacist Volume 3. Whether or not Wang Sheng participated, Guo Qianxing could obtain the covert support of the Yin-Yang sect, setting up tonight's scheme. In other words, Shi Qianzhong would be targeted by the Yin-Yang sect tonight. This was Shi Qianzhong's fateful calamity and the reason why this talisman prodigy had perished early, which Wang Sheng had never heard of in his previous life. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng felt a bit startled. Relying solely on Guo Qianxing's ability and resources, it was impossible to create such a large-scale situation tonight. But with Guo Qianxing's plan, plus the power of the Yin-Yang sect and some foreign forces coveting the Great Huan nation, it formed the chaotic situation that had already begun tonight. Surprisingly, the Yin-Yang sect managed to leave no trace in this incident. Apart from initially seizing Divine Pharmacist Volume 3, they did not attract the slightest attention from the investigation team, but rather drew several major evil sects into the mix, keeping them tightly monitored by the investigation team. One could hardly count how many birds the Yin-Yang sect had killed with one stone. If Shi Qianzhong decided to ignore Guo Qianxing, it was likely that these three from the Yin-Yang sect would not show themselves and would only closely watch Shi Qianzhong in the shadows. Even if these three from the Yin-Yang sect were to act now, they would neither kill investigation team members nor provoke Wang Sheng, the outsider, avoiding drawing the attention of the powerful person behind Wang Sheng. Just this point of hiding their strength made the Yin-Yang sect far superior to the likes of the Five Gods sect. Such an evil sect that understood how to develop in secrecy was indeed a great enemy in the future. Thus, the young master's reluctance to act at this moment could be well explained. The opponent did not want to expose all their information, techniques, aura, and the cultivation methods they excelled in before Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng even suspected that the young master of the Yin-Yang sect was not just wearing a human skin mask. His figure might have undergone disguise as well. Once their support arrived, this young master would directly rush into the hospital, transforming into another identity, completely disappearing amidst the chaos. It was even possible that the opponent was a renowned disciple of a righteous sect. Wang Sheng suddenly froze at this thought, his gaze fixed on the young master, wanting to see through the opponent's disguise. Why hadn't the opponent acted yet? Just as he was pondering, a hurried flute sound suddenly came from somewhere, and the young master's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand, throwing a dark light at Shi Qianzhong while shouting, "Retreat!" The dark light struck Shi Qianzhong's chest, revealing a black dart. This black dart sent Shi Qianzhong flying, then exploded, but the blood-cursed diamond talisman on Shi Qianzhong still exerted its effect, and the black dart merely knocked him away. From this, it is evident that there is another reason why this young master does not take action. His cultivation level is not very high, and it makes little difference whether he acts or not. Indeed, one's background can determine what kind of magical treasures one wields, but it cannot decide which realm one is in.